Hi, this is Andrew from Unitarian Apologetics. I'm here today with a very special guest, Tony the Jew. I thought that was a pretty funny name. That's what he said here. So it's right there on this thing. Don't think I'm, poking fun at him. I like Tony. He's a great guy. He's been on this show before, as many of you know. Tony, how have you been since the last time we talked?
Pretty good. Trying to hammer out my book. I told you I'm writing a book called Christianity in Crisis: Is the Christian Christ the Jewish Messiah? So I spent a lot of time doing that.
Well, I'll be really excited to read that and see, your perspective. It'll be refreshing to see more of a Jewish perspective rather than dealing with the Trinitarians. Now we can bring everything back to the heart of the conversation. I did see here. Let's see. This is from. Let me see. I'm going to share this. This is from your YouTube channel called the Temple Podcast. If anybody's not subscribed right now, I recommend going to subscribe. And it's some things on here that I thought were interesting. It says here that, what was it? It says that you are of Jewish faith. The first thing I saw is that you graduated from Appalachian State University. That's up there in Boone, North Carolina, right?
That's absolutely correct. And because it's up there in Boone, North Carolina, I will have to correct you on how to pronounce that. That is Appalachian State University.
Appalachian. Okay,
Right.
yeah, I should know that. I should know that. Yeah. I lived out there, North Carolina. Actually lived in Asheville for a while. I've
Oh,
been out
wow.
there. Yeah, I went to go visit that. Been on the campus. I've been out there a few times. Um, and it says here that you're of Jewish faith and also that it says conservative reform. What does that mean to you? How should we understand that?
Yeah, so the reason why I would consider myself a conservative reform is because my practice is more conservative than typically associated with Reform Jews. But in North Carolina, there's actually less than one synagogue per county, and the vast majority of those synagogues obviously are Reformed synagogues. So I go to a Reform synagogue, and there's nothing wrong with that. I really appreciate the Reform approach. I appreciate Reform Judaism. There obviously are some things that I differ with in terms of principle and practice, and also, I guess, in terms of belief as well. But that's why I consider myself more conservative.
Awesome. So before we get started, I wanted to look at this really quick for everybody watching. This is just a quick excerpt from a book called Hermeneutics Principles and Processes of Biblical Interpretation um, by Henry Berkler. Okay. Now, he says this about hermeneutics, I thought was really interesting. He says that because a lot of times we hear this word hermeneutics, and it seems like such a lofty word, like as if we have to have necessarily some sort of degree in order to understand scriptures. And this is not necessarily correct. But he says here just some basic definitions about this word hermeneutics. He says the word hermeneutics is said to have its origin in the name Hermes, the Greek god who served as a messenger for the gods, transmitting and interpreting their communications to their fortunate or often unfortunate recipients. And so we have here that when we have these divine texts, so applying this to the Bible, we have this divine text, and sometimes it's in need of those who are going to go in and interpret the scriptures. It says that in its technical meaning, hermeneutics is often defined as the science and art of biblical interpretation. To be a good interpreter, one must learn the rules of hermeneutics as well as the art of applying those rules. And he goes on and says that one of the reasons is because there's often a gap in between these cultures and our cultures. And so he goes on to say hermeneutics is needed then because of the historical, cultural, linguistic, and philosophical gaps that block a spontaneous, accurate understanding of God's word. And so we see here as well, more of a basic rule that we can use, a guideline we can use for hermeneutics when we're looking at all the different various contextual elements of any given text. So we have the internal context of the Bible itself. We have, for instance, well, the internal context, we would have the target text itself. So if we're looking at Philippians 2, 6 through 11, this would be probably our target text, could even narrow it down to a particular verse. Then we look at the paragraph as a whole, the entire book, all of the author's writings, the New Testament, and then the entire Bible. But also we have the external contextual layers like the geographical background. We know that this is a letter to the Philippians in Philippi. And so we see also the historical and cultural background. So we have to ask ourselves, what's going on in this location where Paul's writing so that we can better understand what these letters would have meant to their original audience. So just want to keep that in mind as anytime we look at any text, but especially something like Philippians 2. All right. And so just briefly looking at this text, we see here Philippians 2. We know that the context here tells us to be one in Christ. And he's talking about being like minded, having the same love, being united in spirit and in purpose. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or empty pride, but in humility, consider others more important than yourselves. Says each of you should look not only to your own interests, but also to the interest of others. And so Paul prefaces what he's about to say here with that, and then hops right into it. And then he says, let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. And so we know not only from the beginning of this letter, but also after Paul's done with this, what they call the Philippians hymn, he goes right back to saying again, do everything without complaining or arguing so that you may be blameless and pure. And it's basically about basically not being selfish, but looking out for the interests of others. And so he goes on to say, let this mind be within you that was also in Christ Jesus, who existing in the form of God, did not consider equality with God something to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking on the form of a servant, being made in human likeness, and being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to death, even death on the cross. And so some of these terms we're going to want to look at here. And we see, for instance, just really quick, a quote which captures the essence of looking at these Greek words to understand what they mean. We don't want to assume their meaning. We don't want to go to a text with a presupposition about what these words mean. We want to extract out of them using all of the different things available to us, all the linguistic evidence we have, and all the different contextual elements we've listed. And so Nelson Raymond Cape says this, and I don't remember if this was an article or a book he wrote called Philippians 2, 6 through 11, Pre-Existence or Second Adam Christology. He says, whether or not Paul intended for Philippians 2, 6 through 11 to have a pre-existence Christology or a second Adam Christology depends to a large extent on the interpretation of a small number of Greek words contained in the text. Now, I will start by saying that I don't necessarily hold to any of these views, but I do see a second Adam Christology, hints of that, obviously, in this hymn. And there's nothing inherently in this text which demands that we read pre-existence into it. So, Tony, you said you did have some concerns or some things you see in this text, which you thought might, well, I don't know your view. Why don't you share with us your understanding of this text and maybe some problems you see with either interpretation, either way?
Yeah, so I see Philippians 2:6 as in more of an Arian type perspective. If you're familiar with the Arian controversy, the Arian Christology was the second most prominent Christology on trial, so to speak, at the Council of Nicaea, represented by, of course, Bishop Arius. And the idea, of course, with Arius was that Jesus was a lesser but divine being that was created. Obviously, that goes strongly against Trinitarian Christology. And so I take that sort of Christological lens when I approach Paul's epistle to the church in Philippi. Now, there's a couple of reasons why I would prefer as an academic to approach this text that way. Remember where Philippi is in the ancient Mediterranean. I think, as you started off very well stated in your introduction, that it's important to geographically contextualize the area for which we are writing to, or that Paul's writing to in this instance. And he's writing to the church in Philippi. Philippi is in the northeastern part of Greece, so it's well emerged into Greco-Roman area culture, sociology. These people would be very astute, very understanding, very aware of Greek and Roman mythology that encompasses the lands, of course, for which they lived. And so I have to see this text as appealing to them. And in fact, we know that when Paul was establishing the church in Philippi in likely 60 AD, again being ecumenical, there wasn't even a synagogue in this community. I mean, that tells you how foreign, how far away we are from Jerusalem and from Jewish and Hebraic type thinking. So we really have to take ourselves out of the way that we view these texts, the way that we even might think the Jews might view these texts. That's not at all how these texts are going to be received by the people in Philippi. So how then would best, I think, the people in Philippi understand this language, which I think is quite complex, and I'm really interested to hear how you approach it. But the way that I think they would understand this is in a Greco-Roman context. Why? Because in the Greco-Roman context, there's a proliferation of gods that were in competition with one another. For example, the most prominent story in all of Greco-Roman mythology, well, the story is developed in two different ways. In Roman mythology and in Greek mythology, or I should say Greek mythology and Roman mythology, Greek comes first. But in Greek mythology, the son of God, Zeus, goes to war. Well, actually, his father, Kronos, goes to war with him by swallowing his sons. But the Zeus escapes because he is hidden, and Zeus then has to go to war as the son of God with Kronos to become the supreme god of the Greek pantheon. And of course he does, and that's why we know Zeus to be the supreme god. But he gets there because he took something that did not originally belong to him, and that was kingship over the Greek pantheon. And we see battles like this play out throughout Greek and Roman theology. As I said, in the Roman sense, of course, it is Saturn and Jupiter that play out, with Saturn being the pre-existing, the supreme god, and then Jupiter, of course, overcoming, ruling, and taking the godship, kingship from Saturn. We see actually very interestingly with Hercules, who I think is most similar to what we're looking at here in Philippians 2:6, is that Hercules is one of the very few figures that's semi-divine, what we would call a demigod. So he has two natures, so to speak, half God, half man. And after his engagement with Hera, who is a god, in his trials and tribulations, upon his death, he is resurrected from the dead and deified into full godship. And I think that that's something like what we're seeing here. And as I stated earlier, and I'm going to conclude here because I know I said a lot. As I stated earlier with the virgin birth, these would be common concepts and motifs that a Greco-Roman audience would be able to immediately identify with. And so what Paul is saying here is he contrasting Jesus the Christ, the Son of God, from these other sons of gods that would have been very familiar to the people in Philippi.
Yeah, I mean, no, that makes a lot of sense, and I guess I never considered that. So technically, Philippi is in Macedonia, I think, and so you could have that element of there, and that's see, and this is a good note for everyone, is that sometimes we don't have exactly the answers, but what we can do is we can draw from the different levels of the cultural context available to us, and we can say, well, this might look similar and this might look similar, and we want to consider all of these things, because typically I look at it as much of the Bible is, and you rightly stated that the Greek culture was first. So they were under the rule, I think, of the Persians first, and then the Greeks for several hundred years, and then only near the New Testament times were they under Roman rule. And since so technically these provinces would have been under Roman rule, and so we do see those similarities there. For me, so just that's an interesting perspective that I haven't really considered. So I don't know that I can answer too much to it right now. But
Okay.
I do appreciate that. But I will say that how I understand it is this more from a Roman perspective, and when we see the Roman gods and their lords. And so we have for instance, Nero is Jupiter's earthly representative. And so when we have the imperial cult worship and these temples being set up to the Caesars, for instance, and they're wanting their statues in these temples, and we see for me the parallel, it would be contrasting Caesar, Christ with Caesar. So Jesus Christ is Lord in comparison with the Roman emperors such as Nero or even Caesar. But so within this passage, would you first agree that there's nothing in this text which demands that it be read to prove pre-existence? Like, there's nothing in this text which demands that you read it from a pre-existence perspective.
So I think the way that we would approach this, I don't think pre-existence, when you say that term, we kind of have to define that. I don't think that anything in this text expresses pre-existence in a Trinitarian sense, which is, of course, the main argument in the Council of Nicaea in terms of the nature of Jesus. So I don't think you find anything like that here. But if you're simply asking, is this arguing that Jesus, in some sense, in the form of God, existed before his human birth? I do think that's a credible argument.
Yeah, like, so yeah, we could use the Arian perspective, which I think would be which more compatible with this, is because just in this first sentence, when we read, or first verse in Philippians 2:6, who existing in the form of God, and we see that word morphe here,
Right.
understanding that, well, you know, God doesn't have a form. And especially according to New Testament authors, they would say that no one has ever seen God at any time. And so typically the Arian perspective is, and even some Trinitarians, which is, they just contradict, it's a self-contradicting argument when they say, well, no one has ever seen God. So who is it that they saw? They saw Christ, but then they say, well, Christ was God. Right? No one has ever seen God, but people saw Christ, but somehow Christ is still God. So it's just a contradiction of identity. I guess I would ask first, if let's consider that line of thinking there with Zeus and his father. You said, what was his father's name in the
If you've
Chrono?
seen, if you're a big fan of God of War, that video game series, then you'll be familiar with that.
No, my son loves that game, and I started playing with it, and I was like, yeah, that's just like, that's a good father-son game right there for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so let's assume that that is what they have in mind here. How then do you read this text, and what are you extracting from this text? Like, what would the parallel be there? Let's start. Maybe we'll start just with verse 6.
Yeah, well, I think with 5, it's important to know who we're talking about. It says, "Let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus." Who? So the who here is Jesus, you would say. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So then the second clause there, because notice this is one complete sentence or idea, verses 5 through 7 there. And this is the next part of the clause. So Christ Jesus is the subject who. who here is existing in the form of God. Now, I know that you've already had a very different interpretation of the divine conception, the virgin birth, what all that means. John's incipit. But I think the understanding here is that before Jesus in the flesh, he existed in a divine state. And when I say divine state, I mean in a sense that any of the gods in the Greco-Roman pantheon are considered God or fully God, but obviously that doesn't mean that they are related to each other in some type of, Trinitarian relationship. That just means that the nature of them are fully divine, as opposed to someone like Hercules, who is half divine, half human, or someone like Caesar, as you denoted, who becomes deified after death.
Yeah, so I guess so again, going back here to this what Raymond Cape says here. He says that whatever position, whatever view we have is going to depends on to a large extent on the interpretation of a small number of Greek words. And
Mhm.
so I guess it's important to look first at the words that we see here. And so we could say, well, this word form here, this word morphe, of course, let's see here, would generally refer to something which strikes the vision. And which is also like the word icon in the word in the phrase image of God. Typically, it is something that you see. But so I guess how would you understand this word here, morphe?
Well, I think you can, and certainly Paul would have been very aware of Genesis when God creates man in his image. And so I think you can relate morphe, form here, to image. But here, I think existing in that form of God is talking specifically about a point in which he is in a divine state as opposed to a human state. And the reason why I say that is because when we get into the question about equality,
Mhm.
um, I don't think it makes any sense to say that Jesus in some human form sought equality with God.
Right.
Am I straw manning
Okay.
perhaps your argument there?
No, not really, because I haven't really, unless you, I did do a 30-minute video on this topic. So I don't know if you've seen the video yet. Have you seen the video?
I did not see that particular one.
Okay, no problem. So I mean, no, you're not strawmanning. You don't know yet. I haven't presented anything, and there's only kind of so many options that float around within scholarship. So no, you're fine there.
So I don't think it makes sense to say. So I'm rebuffing both. I think perhaps a Unitarian view and also a Trinitarian view when we get to the next clause in my argument. So I do think Paul is arguing that Jesus existed, pre-existed his human flesh, his human body, his human form in the form of, and I would use a definite article that's not here in the Greek, which is interesting because Christians get on to me when this comes to the angel of the Lord. They're very okay with inserting indefinite articles a or the whenever they want. But here, I
Mhm.
think actually it would be appropriate to insert the indefinite article a to say that um, that who was existing was in the form of a God,
Hmm.
did not consider equality with the God something to be grasped. I think that that's the more an appropriate reading or understanding how someone might approach this text. And so, who is the God? Well, again, going back to the Greco-Roman setup, that which would have been instantly familiar, instantly recognizable to this audience. So think about Zeus and his father Kronos. So in this case, it would be Zeus existing in the form of God, did not consider equality with his father, Kronos, something to be grasped. Obviously, of course, in that mythology is the opposite. Zeus does consider it. Jesus here doesn't. And instead of going up, Jesus goes down, right? He empties himself out, which Trinitarians, in a sense, and Arians, where I represent, would say, or at least in terms of how I'm approaching this text, would say this is where Jesus, in some fashion, diminished his equality or his godship. That he kind of almost does the reverse of Hercules, right? That Hercules is this half man, half God who gets powered up to full godship, whereas Jesus empties himself out to the state of flesh and bone and blood, this man who's an incredible and extraordinary man, right? Even Paul, of course, acknowledges that, but nonetheless, he's completely out of the fullness of Godship when he takes on his humanity and becomes a servant in that way. So I'll stop there because we can keep on going through this, and there's a lot in this text.
Well, so the first thing that comes to mind is that, well, if we were to accept this line of thinking as if, well, this is what inspired Paul to write for whatever reason, perhaps he's just comparing the stories or using the story, um, mimetically, I guess you could say. Well, for me is that it seems that that would completely remove this text from a Jewish perspective, and Paul is
Well,
obviously, yeah.
and that's why I led with the geographical note that in some of the places that Paul's writing to, there are already established synagogues in the diaspora. This area in the church in Philippi has no synagogue. So that shows that there is essentially no Jewish presence of note in the area. And so the way that, and Paul actually tells us in the book of Corinthians that there's a certain approach to his proselytizing. He talks to people as they are. And in Philippi, why would he speak in a way then which these people probably have no idea substantively about the biblical text in the Hebrew canon? That's far removed to them. So if Paul's going to win these people over, if he's going to speak to them in a way that they understand, remember, these people are not Jews who become Christians in the church of Philippi. These are recently pagans, people who literally believed in Zeus, people who literally believed in Romulus, people who literally believed in Hercules before they became Christians. Okay? That's the sort of audience that we're talking to here. So just like you might know Superman and Spider-Man, we don't believe that there's actually a 18 to 25-year-old boy named Peter Parker swinging webs around lower Manhattan. But in fact, these people actually did believe in Hercules, okay, and Perseus and what have you. And so for Paul, he needs to communicate to this church in a way, speaking in a language in which they understand about how they should understand Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay.
so well, I think everyone should really take note. I think that's a good point that you're making is in what we want to ask ourselves is who was Paul speaking to? And this is one of the elements that we want to look at within the context of which this letter was written to get into the mind of what Paul intended his audience to hear and who his audience originally was. I think that it does assume that perhaps there wasn't a synagogue there, and that makes sense, but it also would assume that there's no Jewish people there at all, right? And so I don't think it's demonstrably true to say that there was no Jewish people in Philippi.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I think that there probably were a scattered few people. I mean, even here in Winston-Salem, I'm always shocked how many more Jews there are than what I thought. But the lack of the synagogue just shows that there's no vibrant or demonstrable Jewish presence in the area. So are there a couple of scattered Jewish families? Perhaps. But remember, Paul sees himself as what? The apostle to the Gentiles. So he understands in large part that, particularly as he goes around the ancient Mediterranean, whether it be to the church in Colossae or in Corinth or in Ephesus or what we're talking about here in Philippi, that he's going to be speaking to increasingly a Gentile audience that's not at all going to be familiar with the motifs in the Hebrew Bible. But I do think he also conceptually inserts those motifs here, because after all, the claim is that Jesus is the Christ of the Hebrew Bible, of the scriptures. So while he's using imagery and concepts that would be familiar to his audience, he's doing that in such a way to graft them in to the Jewish Messiah in his view.
Right, which would ultimately be his perspective. He's going to bring them into the Jewish perspective, not just present them this gospel, which is foreign to its roots, right?
Right, absolutely. And I think as we even progress here in Philippians 2:6 in this the Carmen Christi hymn, we're going to start to see some Jewish themes infiltrate that differentiate. Well, first of all, this is the Jewish theme, right? So in the Greco-Roman theme, your son of gods took it upon themselves to grasp what did not belong to them. In our view
Mhm.
of son of God, or in Paul's, what I think is immersion, we were talking about Philo of Alexandria before. So in my view, Paul's Hellenistic Judaism, what we see is that his view of son of God, the son of God doesn't grasp things that don't belong to him. And in fact, he goes the opposite way. He takes on the sort of motif we see in Isaiah 53 of the suffering servant, right? He becomes a servant, emptying himself out, and even to the point of death on the cross.
Right. So within this, so getting back to form of God, I think that I want to share this really quick. I want to share this excerpts from the Word Biblical Commentary on Philippians. And it talks about this word, and because typically this word does mean something that strikes the appearance. And so you would see it somehow. It refers to something you would look at. But they say this is volume 43, page 110. It says form, based on its Greek usage in Greek literature, refers primarily to that which may be perceived by the senses. Yet, when this word is applied to God, as here, such an understanding is quite inadequate. For God is invisible and has not been and cannot be comprehended by the human senses. Furthermore, when the hymn says that Christ took on the form of a slave after his kenosis, it is not likely that its author had in mind that Christ merely looked like or had the external appearance of a slave. Thus, these two expressions, in the form of God and form of a slave, together demand a new and fresh meaning for form. And so typically we would see this word referring to something you would see, but it doesn't quite make sense. Now, it is interesting if you take the perspective that there's an indefiniteness there in God. And so if you said that he's in the form of a God, that's um that is one thing that commentators do bring up, the indefiniteness there. I would say that now I can't remember. So do you have the perspective that it is the form of the God, or is it would you say do you see it as a form of a God?
So yeah, so that first in the form of a God, and did not seek equality. When I was inserting these articles, I used a as in the form of a God, and then at the second theos, I'm inserting the article the God to differentiate between the godships of Jesus and the godships of God the Father. So in that first clause in verse 6, in the form of a God, I'm inserting the article a there. Did not consider equality with the God something to be grasped. Because in my interpretation, I want my audience to understand that Jesus is a God, and that's being differentiated from God the Father, who is the God in the second part of that clause in verse 6.
Yeah, I just don't see that as the most probable reading. I think it's possible because of, again, the indefiniteness there. I think even in the Greek, but then we see God throughout this whole text, form of God, equality with God. Um, therefore God exalted him. That subject always just seems to be the Father alone. But something he did bring up again here in this, uh, so something else commentators point out is that if we have the form of God and then form of a slave, these two would be directly antithetical. And so what it means in one place, it would mean in the other place. And so, and one thing I think they correctly note here, or interestingly note, let's say for the sake of conversation, it is not likely that its author had in mind that Christ merely looked like or had the external appearance. And so my line of reasoning there is, well, when we see, if these are directly antithetical, then if in, let's see, in verse 7, if it says form of a servant, and that doesn't mean anything about what he looked like. Like, for instance, when you looked at Christ, there's nothing where you can physically identify him as a servant, right? You don't look at Christ and say automatically because of the way he looks, uh, that he's a servant, right? And so
Well,
the
I
same would.
think,
Mhm.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I think the same would apply there, for form of God. If these two mean the same thing, if they're directly antithetical, then what form it means here in verse 7, it must mean in verse 6. And if it doesn't refer to something that you look like in verse 7, then it has to, then it can't be what you look like in verse 6, which then puts the burden back on you now to explain how you would understand form of God there. What does that word form mean? Or are you saying that it's just altogether removed from the Jewish context for Paul? Because it seems to be, if you take that interpretation, um, that it's altogether removed from the Hebrew Bible, and I don't think that that's correct.
So I think here, and I agree with some of your concerns here, and that's why I'm a Jew and not a Christian, right? Because I do see in the nature of these gospels that they're getting very far away from Hebraic teaching. But yes, nonetheless, that's what I think is presented here. So when we're talking about form of servant or slave, it tells us literally what that means. So it is being made in human likeness. So in this, remember, for the ancient world, godship exists, or let's talk about independent consciousness for certain beings exists on a spectrum. So you have the supreme God in one corner who represents Zeus. Then you have gods that are fully God, fully divine, like Athena, like Poseidon. You talked about the word hermeneutics, Hermes, who's a Greco-Roman god who actually is in a contest with Apollo, right? These are fully gods. And then you have people who, again, are like Perseus and Hercules, who are demigods. And then you have people who are humans who are lucky enough to become gods. And then you have the lowest level on the strata, okay? And what's the lowest level on the strata? Poetically, the slave, the servant. And what is that? The human who has no powers, no divinity, nothing special. Okay. And so that's what servant means here, is that it's contrasting, like a god is a king, right? Is essentially a king in comparison to a human. God is a king, a human is a slave or a servant. And that's what's being said here, that when Jesus took on human flesh, he became like the slaves, he became like the servants. He's no longer in that God class anymore. Um, and this, of course, enables him to die, right? Because gods can't die, at least gods that are not fully divine, depending on how you approach them. And so taking on this, it allows him to die in a sense, because as we keep on going through Philippians 2:6, gods are immortal, right? So he doesn't really die, but this wounding, this suffering, it transforms him, because it shows obedience to God, which gives him greater glory.
Yeah. So again, and I truly appreciate this because as a researcher, I want to know all of the different angles which could someone could take to understand the text, and they're very important. And what you say is whether I agree ultimately that's what Paul was trying to do or not, it's still very important to understand what this would have meant to these people, right? Perhaps they weren't so familiar with Judaism. That's perhaps they weren't. Perhaps they and I would agree that a lot of these people were steeped in these other uh, religions, Greek religions and Roman religions, and we have to understand that. Or even the New Testament itself makes no sense. Like if they're calling Christ Lord, we have to ask ourselves, well, as opposed to who being Lord, right? And so that would be the Roman emperors. And so there's a sort of subversion of the Roman imperial cults and things like that's taking place within the whole New Testament narrative. But again, one of the problems that I see is that it seems again that it's just completely removing this from its Hebrew roots. And for me, I see all of these elements within the Hebrew Bible. To me, it depends on how you understand it, because I think a lot of times we've been presented this text already with people's presuppositional, interpretations in mind, and so it's not like as if we're discovering this for the first time. This texts have been used to try to prove these certain things for a long time. Now, I would say, for instance, okay, and I'll show why, because one of the things you said, like, well, if it's making Christ almost like a lofty, thing of Christ, um, sort of almost saying what would you how did you word it? You said it's like it's almost saying it's making Christ too lofty, would you say?
Well, I would with the word God. I guess I misunderstood your question.
I guess with like so overall how it's presenting Christ here in this text, would you say that it's going too far? You say that that's why you're a Jew and
Oh,
not a
as a
Christian.
Jew, yes, right, right. That it has gone well beyond Jewish religious philosophy
Mhm.
and how we would understand the Messiah. And I think that it's necessary to break that, or else you don't get a religion that is going to be comprehensible or even interesting. Because think about it, these people are in a situation where they're presented with new religions all the time. In the ancient Greco-Roman world, there's no problem with you believing in other gods beyond that which you were raised with, right? But the reason ultimately why you believed in other gods was because you thought in some sense they were more powerful than the ones that you previously believed in. So what is the difference about Jesus if in fact he's not more powerful than all these other gods? If he's a human that can't do anything for you, but Paul even I think is trying to make that clear too. He does receive the glory that Zeus receives. He just does it through humility instead of aggression and conflict. Because what happens to Jesus after he pours himself out? His name is lifted above all names. He's glorified to the highest. So that eventually does happen to Jesus, anyways. It's just that in his reception of that glory, he didn't do it by stealing it. He didn't do it by conquest. He didn't do it through competition. He did it first through humility.
Yeah, so I think another thing that you say there, because you said that, and this is, I think, what it would have that the text would have to be saying that somehow being a human is equated with being a servant, and you said
Right.
that
If
as
you are
yeah,
a God.
right. But I think well, so first of all, I think that especially within this society, and we're looking at the emperors, the various emperors, and how they exercise their authority. So let's take the other perspective from the Roman perspective, and we have these fully human, perhaps divinized, upon death. I guess you could say as their apotheosis when they become divinized upon death. Um, well, these people had this power on earth. So, there's this whole honor and shame dynamic within these cultures. And you had the highest form in society that you could have was to be a king. and the lowest status you could have as a human being would be to be a servant. And so I think that this doesn't necessarily detract from the Hebrew Bible, and I want to show
Mhm.
this is something else I go under. And of course, you're familiar with this. We've been talking about how the human Messiah is worshipped with God in the Hebrew Bible. And in First Chronicles 29, we have the whole assembly. They're worshiping Yahweh and the King at the same time in the same act of worship. And not only that, the human Messiah is sitting on the throne of Yahweh. And in the Septuagint version, even God himself is giving this Messiah glory. So here's a human being who's being worshiped with God. He's sitting on the throne of Yahweh, and he's being given glory from the God who says, I will share my glory with no one. And so, of course, contextually, this is not the exact glory that God is talking about, and it's where Trinitarians get confused. He's not saying that you get to be Yahweh alongside me as the living God. He's just giving him a certain amount of allotted glory. And this is from A Man Attested by God by J.R. Kirk, a good book. If you're not familiar, he goes through the synoptic gospels and shows. Now, this guy is like a Trinitarian, but he shows how Jesus is understood as sort of an exalted state as a fully human being, and how this was not foreign to the context, the cultural context, or even the Hebrew Bible. He says, what has been too much overlooked is the bearing of the divine identity on earth is a role frequently assigned to idealized human agents. Kings show such adoption of the divine identity by being called God, receiving worship, being God's stand in and rule, bearing God's spirit, executing God's judgments, fulfilling scriptures of which God is the subject, and standing in filial relationship to God. Okay. And so when we have this word form again, now this remembering that, that according to the word biblical commentary, the fact that these things exist in antithetical parallel and don't refer to external appearance says that it demands a new and fresh meaning for morphe. And something interesting we see in Jewish literature, and this is probably, I would say, might be 3rd century BC, Jewish literature in Tobit. The setting of the books is takes place in 800 BC, but most scholars agree that it was written around 200 or 300 BC. And he uses this word morphe here, this cognate form morphin. The Most High granted me favor and status with Shalmaneser so that I became purchasing agent for all his needs. And so here we would see this word morphe as referring to a status and not referring necessarily to something you would look at visibly. And so going back, if we take this interpretation, we have who existing in the form of God. So he has the status of God on earth as God's Messiah, and empowered with an eschatological portion of the Holy Spirit. We read, and so, but
Andrew,
he,
if I can ask a question about that, though.
yeah, go ahead.
So the reason why I think that there has to be a little bit of mythological reading, at least for me, it's mythological reading, right? To say that somebody pre-existed their human flesh, right? That has to be, that's mythological. But what you're saying is actually we shouldn't understand it like that. That we should understand that as Jesus was the Messiah on earth, but where did he have a kingly status as Messiah on earth in his first coming in the New Testament?
Yeah, and that's a great question, especially when we get into Greek thought here and we look at, and it really kind of begs the question of what is an ideal ruler. And so when we go into this ideal ruler or ideal kingship thought within Greek thought, we see that the ideal ruler is actually not one, and biblically, the ideal ruler, especially Jesus here, is not one with a gold crown and who's being served by people, but rather he embodies God's virtue. And then so Jesus here, this is a question that came up. I did a debate on this, and the gentleman asked a sort of similar question. Well, where do we see Jesus as king? Right. And this is precisely, I would argue, is precisely the meaning of the gospel in Jesus as king, is because the Jewish authorities would look at him and say, "How are you a king?" And Jesus would answer them, "My kingdom is not of this world." And so when people perceive Jesus, they would expect to see somebody who's ruling and reigning and being served by people. But instead, when people would perceive Jesus, even though he was, empowered with the Spirit, he was God's king. Jesus was called the king since his birth. He was prophesied to be king according to New Testament thought. Behold, your king is coming riding lowly on a donkey. And Jesus comes in as the king. He is the king. He's just not necessarily exercised his kingship yet. And so he is the ideal king in Greek thought, the nomos and sukos, the embodiment of the law and virtues of God, but he chose not to exploit that power. That's how I would understand it.
So, and as you were talking about that, I was thinking about the moment where Jesus makes it clear during his arrest that he could have called upon the legions, the angelic legions of God to free himself, if so he wanted. But that to me in of itself sounds like a divine calling, a reference to divine calling, as opposed to to a sort of more secular calling that you're talking about. So it seems like the power that Jesus is talking about, exercising is divine in nature and not secular in terms of kingship in that sense. So I'm finding it difficult to render your translation over these particular texts here.
Well, clarify what you mean, because again, Jesus as being embodied, he's the embodiment of God's virtues. He is chosen. He is, according to New Testament thought, New Covenant thought, he is the one who is prophesied about. He is the king, whether or not he's exercised it or not. He does have the power, like you said. If he wanted to, he could have called a legion of angels. For instance, when we see here in Matthew 4, says, "Then the devil took him to the holy city and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, 'If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you,'" etc. And that's not the part I wanted to read. But then again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to them, "All of these I will give you if you fall down and worship me." Right? And so Jesus, I mean, he as the Son of God, and so it depends on how you see it, right? If you see it in more of a mythological sense, which I think spurred later Trinitarian thought, then I guess I could see how, you could perceive it that way. But Unitarians, we see it as strictly a Hebraic thought, in the sense that, first of all, it's rooted in the Hebrew scriptures. I would say the whole Old Testament is the Hebrew scriptures. I'm not sure if you see it just the Pentateuch and the rest of it, as
No,
long as
the
it.
entirety of the Tanakh.
What's that?
I believe in the authority of the entirety of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, sweet. I was talking to another guy. He kind of said, "Well, as long as it lines up with, the 5 books of Moses, it's okay." Well, then you just have to argue, well, what doesn't line up? That's what people say about Paul. Well, as long as Paul's writings line up about Jesus, like we're okay with it. Well, then show me where it contradicts, and then we can have a conversation. But anyways, and then you're right though, in that a lot of people fail to kind of, or like just are unaware, hermeneutically, this the cultural context in which the New Testament was written, and like why are they saying some of the things that they're saying about Jesus or whatever it is, right? But so I don't see what problems or holes do you see in the argument that this is a fully human Jesus? So I would say he's existing in the status of God as a human being, as God's Messiah on earth, his chosen representative. And he has this certain equality with God, which we can get into in a second. It's interesting within this culture, this word isotheo, within the Roman culture. And then we have to get into this about how he didn't consider this equality something to be grasped. But what holes do you see so far considering verse 6?
So I'm still struggling with the idea that the historical Jesus, which I think Unitarians, or at least the way that you presented your view of Jesus, more aligns with. I have a problem with historical Jesus being, introduced analogously to the form of God in any sense, right? Because in the New Testament, he's already described in a slave state, in a servant state. That's how he appears on the scene. So it doesn't make any sense to describe someone that you never get a sense of his kingship. That's the whole confusion, right? That people don't identify him as a king. They don't immediately identify him with that at all. In his ministry, he's acting exactly the opposite, and he is the opposite, right? He's a peasant that comes from the Galilee, right? So what authority could he have exercised if he's just a man, right? So I know Trinitarians might be barking at me, so turn off your Trinitarian blinders right now. But think about this in
Yeah.
terms of Unitarian. If Jesus is just a man from the Galilee, what powers could he then have exercised that he's not exercising in the New Testament?
Yeah, I think something's interesting in the Gospel of John here, John 6:15. Then Jesus, realizing that they were about to come and make him king by force, withdrew again to a mountain by himself. And so the whole idea is essentially Jesus could have, if he wanted to, he could have had people serving him. They were going to make him king. I think the whole, it might be like a sort of an argument from, I don't know what you would call that. It's argument from something that's sort of like just didn't happen. And so I guess anything that could have been afforded to a king who, if he would have been considered a king by people on earth, the whole idea is that he wasn't going to establish any kingdom on earth because his kingdom was not of this world. And so I guess I would say he had the power to have anything that a king could have had, I guess, essentially on earth, right?
Yeah, but without him having, I guess you're saying that if he would have asked God to do it for him, then God would have done all these things for him, and that doesn't depend on his state in terms of being human or divine.
I mean, not so if we consider like John 6:15, then realizing that they were about to come and make him king by force. And so they were going to make Jesus king, right? So it wouldn't even have been necessarily what God wanted him to do. So God knew and told Jesus what his mission was going to be essentially.
And here, so what you're saying then is that the power Jesus had, and I think this makes sense, right? Because you go back to the Garden of Gethsemane, and the disciples want to take swords and protect Jesus from the temple guard, and Jesus tells them not to for the reasons that you're explaining, that his kingdom is one of heaven, not of earth. So, and I think what that would mean in your translation is that he has the ability to call upon the masses to create a lot of political strife. And I think that's true, right? Because that's why ultimately he's arrested at night, we are told, in the gospel narrative, is that they didn't want to scare the crowds, right? Because Jesus has such a large following.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I can kind of start rendering your argument.
Yeah, and again, it gets into the idea of, well, what Paul's asking people to do is to have this mind in you, which was in Christ Jesus. So it's about a mindset about serving others over exercising your authority. And it's again here in Matthew 20:28 says, just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. This just follows that same line of thinking that he didn't come to be served. I think it implies that the potential that he could have been served. But his and so again, and back when we go into the Philippians hymn, I guess you could call it. Um, it says, therefore, because he did these things, God hyper exalted him And so he gave him actually a greater exaltation than he ever could have had on earth. Like he could have exercised his kingship on earth, but he didn't do that. Instead, he took on a lowest form of in society as a status of a servant. And because he did that, even to the point of death on the cross, which was the punishment for criminals, the lowest form of death, um, I guess the most humiliating form of death. Therefore, on account of this, God hyper exalted him. So this implies, I think, that he exalted him to a state greater than he could have had.
But see, I don't know if it makes sense though to argue here that Jesus could have done anything but that which he did. So he came in the form of a servant. If you're reading Philippians 2:6, it's that he had the choice, right? So I think making this argument that God would have empowered him to overthrow the earthly rulers doesn't make any sense, because it's not about what God is doing. The humility of Christ is not what God is doing through him or what God could do through him, because that would have nothing to do with his agency and that wouldn't be respective to his own humility. So it's about what Jesus instead had did himself.
Yeah, I mean, the basic idea is Jesus could have exercised power on earth. I mean, he was wise. That's one. That's one of the qualities of a ruler. You're possessing wisdom. You're essentially the embodiment of wisdom. And so, but also, we see throughout the scriptures, if he would have just bowed to Satan, he could have had all of the kingdoms of the earth. Satan said, if you bow to me, you can have all of these kingdoms of the earth. And so Jesus now has the potential to be followed by his disciples and made king. He also he had the potential of having, now whether the devil was lying or not is kind of another story, but
Right.
we assumed he has the power to do that because in New Testament thought the world has been given over to Satan. And so Satan owns the kingdoms of this earth. But so if Jesus would have bowed down and worshiped Satan, he could have had those. And so he could have exercised something great. He could have been in charge of something great. But the idea is that he rejected that.
But here it's not just something great, it's specifically equality with God. But
Mhm.
here I think your argument is equality here in terms of status, that
Yeah.
God is the ultimate king in heaven, whereas in that deal with the devil, with Satan, Jesus would be the ultimate king here on earth.
Yeah, let's look at this. So this is interesting. I love that you haven't seen the video yet because you don't know what I'm about to say. It makes the conversation much more productive because I love hearing that angle of someone just sort of thinking these things out, and I do appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
And so I answer this here. What does equality with God mean? It's because all of these just within this first verse here, verse 6, we have three words which are just notoriously difficult to understand and interpret, even among scholars who attempt to understand them, especially Harpagmos. Well, does it mean that he already possessed something? Does it mean it's something he was grasping after, like Adam wanted to go after the power of being like God? Or does it mean he already possessed it and didn't think he should exploit it? Which would be my understanding that I go through the whole video. It might help you if you want to see it after this, but this will be a better introduction. And so here we have, just within this first verse here, we have morphe, just notoriously difficult to understand in this text. And we saw the word biblical commentary saying it demands a new and fresh meaning of the word, which it becomes right difficult because here we have this word which is kind of rare and it's used in a different way. It makes it more difficult to interpret. But then we have this phrase isotheo, equality with God. And we're going to see that this appears actually within Roman uh we say like Roman theology, I guess you could say, or ideology, when it comes to the emperors. And then we have this word harpagmos again. Now, let's see. So we have this word when we ask ourselves, well, what does equality with mean? If he has equality with God and he didn't consider it to be something, well, what does it mean? To what extent does he have equality with God? And so we see this. This is from Eric Keene. He has this landmark article called Philippians 2, 6 through 11 and resistance to local democratic rule. So he's looking into the cultural context in which this was written. He says the Christ hymn is usually understood as the earliest articulation of the preexistence of Christ. When set against the backdrop of the use of Theo in contemporary civic and imperial cult in the Greek cities where Paul conducted his mission, however, it may be more appropriately understood as an expression of a hidden transcript that sets Christ over against the Roman emperor. A re-examination of the term Theo, which occurs in the New Testament in this inflected form only at Philippians 2:6, suggests precisely such a reading. And so this is where we can sort of begin to see that this term is used. It says that the use of Theo in the contemporary civic and imperial cult in the Greek cities where Paul conducted his mission. And we also see this, you might find interesting, from Daniel Outshorn in his book, Pauline Solidarity. He says, in light of this, the parallels between the divine Caesar and Jesus. So again, here, according to a lot of these scholars who look at it from this perspective, they see it more as a contrast with Greek ideology and culture. I mean, with Roman ideology and culture rather than Greek. Nonetheless, it's still important to understand them all. But he says that this is a parallel between the divine Caesar and Jesus, as he describes in Philippians 2, 5 through 11, would surely have been striking to the readers of this letter. Turning again to the verses that mention Jesus being equal with God, we should take note how the Greek term for this, isothéo, is one that has a long history within ruler cults and was also applied to the emperor, so much so that by the end of the reign of Augustus, this term was reserved exclusively for the emperor and his family. What is at stake here is a dramatic contrast between two people who are said to be the exclusive savior of the world. Caesar, who views equality with God as something to be exploited, and so constantly seeks to advance his wealth, honor, privileges, and power over others, the honor he receives and the privileges afforded to him, and Jesus, who does not see equality with God as something to be exploited, but instead embraces humility, slavishness, and crucifixion by the representatives of Caesar. And so when we see this word equality with God, you understand that, well, this has a long meaning, and he's saying so much so that it became to be exclusive of the emperors and their families. And as you know,
Well,
so, right, and
right.
so
And I think a big point there is that what happens to Caesar when he dies? He reaches equality with the gods. He is deified by the Roman Senate. And so I think with that example, I don't think you can get away from the divine aspect here. It's just on a smaller spectrum than with the Greek example. But that's what happens, right? Is that Caesar does achieve equality of God, not just through his imperial status, right? After all, it is Caesar who crosses the quote unquote Rubicon and ends the, so we have that example there, and it is Caesar who is deified as a god, therefore achieving equality with God, and that's through what? His aggression, his conquest, his domination of the Roman Empire.
yeah, so well here, he's already in the form of God before he humbles himself, and so he's already in that position, right?
But again, historically, he's not. Jesus is not in the position already existing when he's at the baptism, the beginning of his ministry. Nobody even knows who he is. That's why John the Baptist has to tell all the people who are. And what's really interesting about this, remember, at the beginning of Jesus' ministry, at the baptism, it is people who are pouring out of Judea and pouring out of Yushalayim. That's the south of Israel. Therefore, they would not have known Jesus before his ministry. So if this is text is referring to the beginning of Jesus' ministry, no one recognized him as anything. So
They did. I mean, they did, because when they were studying, like, so there's a story I think in John where one of the disciples is under the tree and he's studying, which would have been symbolic for studying the Torah. And so they recognized that he was the Messiah. So they came up to him saying automatically, "You are the Messiah, you're the Son of God," because the idea there is that they did recognize him through the Torah. And so they did understand that they were looking for the Messiah. They were expecting him to come. It's just nobody knew what he would look like or what he would rule. And so a lot of the people actually, the Jewish authorities crucified him. I would argue on the basis they thought he was a messianic pretender because he didn't have the earthly kingship that the Jews thought that he would have. So I
Well,
think they did expect the Messiah, and then many of them did recognize him as the Messiah, prior to anything. Um,
so you're saying that people recognize Jesus as the Messiah prior to his baptism, or shortly therefore around his baptism?
well, what about the baptism would have told him that he's the Messiah?
Well, again, in my view of the baptism, it is John the Baptist and Jesus who are informed of the Spirit of God coming down and being bestowed upon Jesus, and it's at that moment that's an anointing that Jesus becomes the Messiah. So depending on what gospel narrative, either Jesus knows or Jesus and John the Baptist know that Jesus is the Messiah. But in the Synoptic Gospels, it is Peter who later learns and finds out that, we are told that no one on earth, no flesh has revealed this to you. You've been revealed through the Heavenly Father, that Jesus is the Christ. When Jesus asked Peter, "Who do you say that I am?" So if
Well, so
people,
hold on. I wanna bring it back because I think my ADD is kicking in, and so I wanna make sure that I'm on in track with your thinking. So what's the main argument, I guess you would say, that you're trying to make as far as nobody would have recognized Jesus as the king or the Messiah?
so I don't understand, like, what's the analogy at the beginning of Jesus' ministry? Because you're saying that's where existing in the form of God has to be a reference if he didn't pre-exist, and this is not literally talking about his nature. So if this is referring to his status as an early minister, what part of his early ministry was congruent to him being in the status of God?
His embodiment of the law of God. And so if we go again in the culture, if we see this nomos and sukos idea of the ideal ruler, again, we're talking about like philosophically, I guess, the ideal ruler. What is the ideal ruler? What qualities does he possess? And the main quality for them is that he has to be good. He has to embody God's law and God's reason. And so so like for instance here, one of the things I think is interesting in John 1, when Jesus saw, um when Jesus saw Nathanael approaching, he said of him, "Here is a true Israelite in whom there is no deceit." In 48, he says, "How do you know me?" Nathanael asked, and Jesus replied, "Before Philip called you, I saw you under the fig tree." And then immediately he says, "Rabbi," Nathanael answered, "You are the Son of God, you are the King of Israel." And so, of course, John writes these things more symbolically. And so John is telling more of a sort of higher spiritual truth, more so than I would say a historical narrative. But nonetheless, we have to decipher what is John saying here. What's the point of him saying? He doesn't say anything for no reason, right? It's not just like a spectator sport. You're supposed to get in there and you're supposed to understand what he's saying. And from my understanding, the idea is that the sitting under the fig tree was where people would study the law of Moses. And so him by saying this, when Jesus tells him you were doing that, the idea is he was studying the law of Moses, seeing that the Messiah would come, and then Nathanael recognized Jesus as the Messiah from studying the Torah and said, "You are the Son of God, you are the King of Israel." And so he's already that.
So at this point in the narrative, what power or authority does Jesus have that he could have used to seek equality with God, but did not. You're saying that quality is his mastering of the Torah.
No, I'm saying no. His equality with God is his authority to exercise on that authority on earth. So the ability to exercise authority is his being equality. It's a certain empowerment by God, an authority given by God, and he has to choose: do I want to use this for my own selfish gain, or do I want to use it to serve others?
But that's only possible to him, at least when I was trying to understand what you're saying, once we get to the temptation scenes and Satan is offering it to him.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So the reason why it's possible for Jesus to grasp, I'm going back to the text, right? You know, Jesus grasping something that didn't belong to him, that is the equality to God. You're saying in your interpretation of that, it is only possible for Jesus to have grasped that equality ruling over earth through that temptation with Satan.
No, I mean he had it, and so this is kind of the idea about this word harpagmos is that there's essentially a couple different ways you can understand it. Some people see it like Adam sort of grasping after power. Instead, I think it should be understood. And there's a good article. I want to say it's by Hoover or Hooker, one of these guys. He has an article called "The Enigma of Harpagmos," and he goes through historically. And his conclusion is that he determines that anytime that this word is used within this particular type of context, it refers to something already possessed that he chose not to exploit. And so I guess it's all encompassing. It's not just the temptation from Satan is just an example of potential, rather than being exhaustive. Um,
And the reason why I asked that is because, again, historically, when Jesus comes onto the scene, you know, whether you have this example by Nathaniel or not, I imagine that if you're trying to harmonize the text, Nathaniel has to be. Um, I think that's very interesting how you would harmonize the text. I mean, how does Nathaniel know that Jesus is the Christ, but Peter has to be specifically revealed that through divine knowledge through God. But anyways, if you're just looking at this historically, I guess my problem is I don't see Jesus at the beginning of his ministry as being at all able to exercise any power as king. I don't think it was his option to take what was not his um, from the beginning. I don't think he had the ability to try to strike equality with God, and that's what's
yeah.
important. Is
Well,
that
yeah.
Jesus?
So
Yeah.
so yeah. This is like the whole dynamic is, well, when, for instance, when he was born, was he the king? When his ministry started, was he already the king? Well, he was the king in the sense, but just because this potential wasn't actualized yet, doesn't mean he's not the king. Because again, he would see here, for instance, we see here in John 1, Nathanael says, "You are the Son of God, you are the King of Israel." But then in John 6:15, then Jesus realizing they were about to come and make him king by force. And so he is the king, but he hasn't come to exercise that kingdom yet, because he's not going to do that on earth, because it's of no benefit to him. He says, "Don't store up your wealth on earth where the moth and rust can get to him, but store up your riches in heaven." So the idea is that, and he says, "My kingdom is not of this world." He didn't want the kingdom, anything this world has to offer, because his kingship and his rulership was foreordained by God to rule in heaven.
Okay. I mean, I think I get your point. I'm still struggling with it a little bit because by John 6, right, Jesus becomes popular enough in his ministry. John the Baptist is dead. The vast majority of John the Baptist followers are now following Jesus. And so now he has the power to be made king by force, right? He has the power to create political turmoil because of his following in Jerusalem. But of course, he wouldn't have had that. And I'm trying to use your Unitarian interpretation. He wouldn't have had that from the beginning of his ministry. So to me, Philippians 2:6 is talking about something that Jesus had from the very beginning, and he would be able to exercise from the very beginning.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, so I think that this but I think that this is not grasping. So this is not really grasping the idea of the ideal king and what the ideal king possessed. I want to bring up this other book. Hopefully I still have it up. Yeah, I got a couple books here that I want to talk about with this idea about the ideal king, because it's a subject that's is like pretty important to understand. And so again, the ideal king. So how was the ideal king understood? I think we have this idea about an ideal king as just being someone who has, again, a crown, or he has people serving him. All of these elements within the, uh, I guess, the idea of a traditional king, you could say. But in their mind, the ideal king was one instead that just embodied virtue. That's what made him a king. And even when we go into Philo's thoughts, we're going to see here in a second, he says that almost anybody who does, this is your potential. This is my potential. And this is the objective of a Christian, is to become the embodiment of the word of God. And this is how we embody Christ. And Paul talks about being clothed with Christ. The ideas were to be conformed into his image, who is the ideal king, because he embodies the virtues of God. So I think the aspect of how he's truly the king is because he's an ideal king who embodies the virtues of God. So he says, so this is on, well, let's see. I got so many books here, but this is a good one. Hellenization Revisited, Shaping a Christian Response Within the Greco-Roman World. And so he talks about the ideal kingship. This is in Clement of Alexandria and Philo, and it talks about the origins of the whole thing. It says the nomos and sukos ideal is located in a group of fragments found at Stobaeus and attributed to followers of Pythagoras, namely Epcantus, Diogenes, and all these guys. Okay, it says that these fragments deal with the perfect king, and nomos in sukos, the living law, is the most evocative title used to describe the king. As with most ideal Greek views of kingship, the king embodying nomos in sukos was to be perfect and just. He was to be a benefactor to his subjects. He was to be a savior. These attributes are common to Greek kingship, especially the kingship speculation of the Hellenistic era. What sets the nomos and sukos ideal of these Pythagorean fragments apart from other Greek views of kingship is found in the king's relationship with God, his relationship to his subjects, and his ability to become the law for its subjects. Okay, and so something we see here as well. And so this is talking about, this is a book called Paul and the Imperial Authorities at Thessalonica. I don't know if I said that right. Thessalonica and Rome. And he says that most revealing for our purposes, Diogenes' comments. And so this is an excerpt from Diogenes' works, treatises on the ideal king, on kingship. The third characteristic of a king's dignity is the worship of the gods, and most excellent should be worshipped by the most excellent. Of naturally most honorable things, God is the best, but on the things on the earth, a king is supreme. As God is to the world, so is a king to his kingdom, and a city to his world, so is a king to God. And he goes on to say that, he says, for a city indeed being organized from things many and various imitates the organization of the world and its harmony, but a king whose rule is beneficent and who himself is animated by the law exhibits the form of God among men. And it goes on to say, good kings indeed have dispositions similar to the gods, especially resembling Zeus, the universal ruler, and who is venerable and honorable through the magnanimous preeminence of virtue. And so the idea there is that the king is supreme. Let me see. There was let me see. Let's go back to this one again. And because it talks about he becomes a god among men, his subjects are to enter koinonia with him and become imitators of him. To do so is to bring harmony to their microcosm, the state, and themselves. If they imitate the king and accept his logos, they are able to follow the right path and have sin and corruption driven from them. And so, I mean, without going into that, to a great extent, the idea there is, see, it all just begs the question, well, who is the ideal ruler? And what does it mean for him to be truly God's king? And it's just to be good. And it's to give the right law and to actually be the living law. And so you're the embodiment of virtue, and that's what makes you truly the king.
Okay. I think I get your I think I get the idea of the ideal king and Jesus embodying that. I guess my struggle though is just making sense of how that idealism represents authority in such a way that he could have used it to strike equality with God.
Well, no, he already had equality with God. It's just that he chose
where,
not to. What's that?
where do you see that he already had equality with God?
Okay, well, okay, so here we go. So there's two essential meanings. So when you go into this, there's two essential meanings that you would have um for Harpag most. Equality with God could be something he already possessed that could be held onto or exploited, or it could be something he did not possess and he would have to grasp after. Okay, so that's the essentially the idea.
That second definition. I guess you're taking the first.
Right. And I don't, and the reason is because so we see here again in the NRSV, I think they correctly translated, did not regard equality with God as something to be exploited. Now I forgot to provide the source for this, but this is the let me see if I can find it real quick. This is it's from Hoover, and this is okay. Here we go. And so this is Hoover, and he has this article. It's in the Harvard Theological Review, and he essentially, it's just sort of a landmark article. Now it's not unchallenged necessarily, but I think that ultimately it kind of is unchallenged as far as like what best fits the context. And what he essentially argues for is that, like, anytime, so he says here, in every instance, he sort of concludes, in every instance which I have examined, this idiomatic expression refers, I guess I didn't share it. Did I share it? Yeah. Oh, I didn't share it. Sorry about that. So here it is. Here's the article. You can find it actually online. Someone has it up online. You just type Hoover Harpagmos. It's down here. The Harpagmos Enigma. But anyways, he concludes and he says in every instance which I have examined, this idiomatic expression refers to something already present and at one's disposal. The question is not whether one possesses something, but whether or not he chooses to exploit something. And so this is what I mean, that just within verse 6, we have already just 3 notoriously difficult things to interpret. Now, if we systematically dissect this text, there's no other conclusion that you can come to that makes sense other than this referring to Jesus as a fully human being and giving up this status. And he has this status as one who's empowered by God and chooses not to exploit that status, but instead takes on the form of a servant. And so this is how I interpret it: who, existing in the form of God as an empowered representative of God, did not consider equality with God, which is the power to act on behalf of God, something to be exploited for his own gain. And
So can I ask you a question more about, I guess, the context that Paul is writing his letters? So I know that the Gospels obviously come to us after the Pauline epistles, but do you think, in terms of the oral tradition of the Gospels, that Paul was aware of? Um, Now he doesn't mention the virgin birth, right? He doesn't even mention the term empty tomb in his letters. But do you think that he's aware of the virgin birth narrative, or do you think that's something that comes in later after Paul?
I think if he was aware of it, he didn't see it as that important to because he doesn't say anything about it,
No.
right?
So
I
the reason
mean,
why I ask that is because how you think Paul harmonizes the text also impacts how you think he's explaining the nature of being and analogy of Jesus. So in my interpretation of the text here, I'm assuming that Paul does have some sort of view that Jesus had a divine conception, but you don't hold those views from the Gospels. So
no,
uh,
because I think when again, if we follow this sort of hermeneutic pattern, we're looking at this text and we're trying to extract it, and then we look at all of Paul's writings. Um, and you make an interesting point here because I want to find this verse, and this is something.
and I'll be really quick here. And the reason why I bring this up is because um, whether you're a Trinitarian or an Arian, you're presupposing that Jesus' nature is divine, however you want to ascribe divine. So when we talk about what did Jesus have, what he didn't have, it really kind of depends on how you understand Jesus' ontology, or at least how you think Paul understands Jesus' ontology.
Well, I mean, so even if we were to accept the virgin birth narrative, the Son of God in all of their thoughts, even the synoptics in John and Paul, the Son of God is not referring to a virgin birth. I think that idea is limited to perhaps the first Matthew and Luke, if they even mean that there. I don't think it's. I think there's a strong possibility. I could see it as a very strong reading. I don't think it's definitive. I don't think it's absolutely necessary or that the text demands it be read that way. But outside of that, there's nowhere else in the gospel where Jesus is the Son of God because he's born of a virgin. He's the Son of God because he's the King, and this is precisely what Nathaniel here. And I know how you would see this because you know you don't see the virgin birth in John, but nonetheless, this Son of God is equated with being the King, and even at the end of the book, it's that you may know that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God. So the Christ is the Son of God, just as David, as Messiah, was the Son of God. But I don't think it has anything to do with this text. There's nothing in this text that demands that. And um, I go into a lot of this in the video itself. There's a lot of things that people will read into the text, and a lot of interpretations that give the appearance that this text it says something it doesn't. For instance, here it says simply being found in appearance as a man. Now, I don't even really accept that. But when you go into the Greek, for instance, I think where is it that someone says as as he was born as a man, and having been born as a man or something like that. Uh, which the text right here, it's the English Standard Version says, but emptied himself by taking on the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men. And that's just not something, the word doesn't even mean that. And that's why you'll see other interpretations. That's more of an interpretive translation. But Raleigh just says, having taken the form of a servant and having been made in the likeness of men. But I go into all this I go into all of these words in my video. Um, I don't know if I have it here, but So you have, like, for instance, this word diatogenous uses exhibits the form of God among men. He uses this word schema. Um, it's I don't know. I can't really go. Let's just put it like this, and then I'll open it up for everyone. But is there anything else within this text of Philippians 2 that you think that demands a reading of like a pre-existent divine Christ?
Yeah, so even there, being made, because again, going back to Greco-Roman motifs, I mean, this is something that we see very common in the Greco-Roman world, right? That gods come down to humans or come down to earth in different forms. We see
Mhm.
that Zeus comes down in the form of a swan. He comes down in the form of a bull, of a golden shower. And actually, in order to sleep with humans, he comes down in the form of a man.
Yeah.
Um, so again, and I actually really respect your engagement here because you actually taught me a lot that I need to go back and consider myself.
Mhm.
But I just see these two different. It's hard for me to remove myself from the socio-cultural milieu of the ancient Mediterranean when I approach these texts because I see so many of those motifs that immediately stand out in
Yeah.
other Greco-Roman mythologies. And I just have to be positive as a historian. People who live their whole life believing in these mythologies as real religions, as much as you believe in your Christianity today, as much as I believe my Judaism today, that they would have been receiving these messages in the way that I'm sort of more describing than the interpretation that I think that you're putting forth.
Yeah,
Um,
well, the Hebrew Bible does the same thing when it comes to, uh, various, Canaanite literature, right? There's a lot of, like, when we see the divine council and we see these various myths that, we saw in Ugaritic literature, like the Baal cycle.
mm,
We see these in other cultures, but they don't mean what the same thing. Surely it would have struck someone's thinking, they would have recognized that from Ugaritic literature. Nonetheless, the Bible adopts those and adapts them in a way that refers to human beings. And we see this, I think it's Psalm 80, was it Psalm 82? God presides in the renders judgment among the gods.
mm.
This idea is in Canaanite literature refers to God and it refers to divine beings who are surrounding him as the divine council. And so Michael Heiser will argue for this, but we see I think it refers instead to human beings. And then we see in the New Testament that this actually does, Jesus applies this to human beings. And so, at least as Christians, we understand this as referring to human beings. And so, something that existed in another culture can be adopted or adapted to refer to human beings, and I think this is perfectly consistent with what even the Hebrew Bible does.
So
Many places
I
throughout
love
the
what we're doing here because we're kind of doing the same thing in the opposite direction. Um, you're sa- you're saying that the texts have a Hebraic gravitas, and I'm saying they have a Greco-Roman gravitas for exactly the same reasons, but for differing explanations. And I do
Yeah.
see the points that you're making. I think that you're doing a really good job in your hermeneutic here, and I do understand that. But again, I think the point here is the audience is key. Who are you writing to? And the motifs that you're talking about, I immediately pick up on them, but that's because I'm actually religiously Jewish. But I'm sure most of your audience, unless they're well studied I mean, because they're Christians, they're not pagans, right? So they're going to be at least somewhat familiar with the Hebrew Bible. But in the church in Philippi, you really have to assume that Paul is demanding a lot of his readers that they are going to be able to see these Hebraic motifs as quickly they'll be able to identify them as they would the Greco-Roman. And I think in terms of historical analysis and interpretation, you have to assume that it's less likely that people that are literally hundreds of miles away from Jerusalem, away from the epicenter of Jewish culture. And remember, Judaism is nothing like the other religions in the ancient Mediterranean. You have to go way back to Canaanite literature, like I said, which is pre-existing the Roman Empire. So we're talking about a stretch of time here. So when people have to understand, when you're trying to communicate a message, you're going to have to try to communicate that message with the tools for which people are going to be able to understand and receive them.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just don't see the church in Philippi being so immersed in Greco-Roman culture, being able to immediately identify these Hebraic motifs as you're describing them in this letter. Although I do appreciate your interpretation of them here.
Right. So, well, I want to say this, and then we can open it up. I know some people probably want to ask you some questions about your perspective. If you want to stay, if you have time.
Sure.
But I will say, so the real question we would have to ask ourselves there is, does Paul believe that Jesus pre-existed? Because if Paul does not believe that Jesus pre-existed and doesn't teach that, and he starts presenting this to people as if he did, then Paul would essentially be lying to them. And he would be lying for, I guess you could call it lying for the sake of the gospel, which is kind of would be a strange thing. But that's what would be entailed, right?
Well, again, I want to be as ecumenical as possible, but I'm Jewish for a reason and not Christian. I find there's a lot of things problematic with Paul's expansion of the gospel into to the Gentile world in the way that he thinks is best to do that. And so in short, I think he isn't necessarily the most honest character, although I'm not necessarily accusing that here.
Yeah, so I think that's what you would have to say. For us, we don't see Paul's as that. It is possible. Paul does say, to the Jews I became a Jew, and to the Greeks I became a Greek. And so, in many ways, yeah, I do think if we're honest, we would have to say that yes, he is writing in a way that's going to persuade that particular audience. Nonetheless, nothing he says within this reading, I think I present as Unitarian. I have a video, it's called Philippians 2:6-11 Demystified. It at least touches the surface of all these things, and then it keeps that consistency that the Trinitarians don't get to have, the Arians don't get to have, and then you have a consistency which keeps Paul honest. And to me, Paul's one of the most brilliant, honest thinkers of all time, of history. And I mean that in a way that when we consider hermeneutics as a way of extracting wisdom that we can apply to our life, he's great at that. But anyways, I do have David and Elijah. Are you guys there? How you guys doing tonight?
Enjoying the show.
Hey, good evening, y'all.
Shabbat shalom.
Awesome. So what did you guys, I want you guys to take, see, last time I feel like I didn't give people equal time. So now I'm going to step into almost like a moderator position, and it's not a debate. This is a good conversation. Tony here. I love having Tony here because he just provides, I get so tired of talking to Trinitarians because they're so far removed from everything. Now here's a perspective that we're going to really have to deal with. And he presents some very thoughtful challenges to our Christian ideas. So I want to start with David, and then we'll go to Elijah. And guys, if you could take as much time as you want, really.
I want 2 hours.
Not that much time. No. No, but see, if you feel like, you know what, David, if you talk for 2 hours, I feel like we'd all benefit from it. But I mean, it's maybe like, as take as much time, but also you can be brief and just whatever you feel led to do. Give your thoughts on what you've heard so far. We'll start with David, then we'll go to Elijah. Give your thoughts on what you've heard so far.
Okay, yeah. So I think some good points have been made by you, and I think Tony does have some good pushbacks and criticisms towards some of your view, and I think I actually hold a very similar view to you on this, Andrew, regarding this equality with God and all that. But I think what I thought that you brought up that was really good, and a really good question, is what does it mean to be a king, and how was kingship achieved in the Israelite world. And when I'm looking at that, okay, when let's look at King David. I'm just going to bring these up to touch on what y'all were talking about regarding this kingship, because when everybody thinks of a king, we always think cut your head off, blood spilling on the floor, bow down or go to hell. That's not really what a king is biblically, although we do see those types of kings. But if you go to 1 Kings chapter 3, when Solomon has his dream, and God says, ask me for whatever you want. And Solomon says, I want wisdom to go in and out amongst these people because I'm a little child and I don't know how to rule these people. And God wasn't, according to the narrative, God is impressed that Solomon did not ask for the lives of his enemies. And Solomon seems to be, from what I read, the most ideal king, not a warrior king. Because remember, David was a warrior in his kingship. But David was not allowed to build the house. He was not allowed to build the temple, but Solomon was. And so when you look at the types of kings that David is versus Solomon, you actually see a more peaceful type of king, as at least to me, that is blossoming within the Tanakh narrative, is that the leaders of Israel, although you look at
David, we lost you.
got a phone call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, say that again. We
Can you
lost
hear
you.
me?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So you see this these humble leaders that, yes, at times there are fights, but it's not always ultimately about a fight. There's other peaceful methods of ruling and serving and being a leader in that way, and having status with God through humility and non-violence. And you even see this, like, let's say with King David. When you look at King Saul was taken as king, and when he loses the kingship, God says, it's 1 Samuel 16, I found me a king amongst my people. And so David is anointed with the Spirit. And of course, right away, David's not a ruler, but David's actually going through a testing process, and he actually has some authority within this. And although he doesn't have all the authority, David does have some authority. Like, for example, Saul's life came into his hands a few times. He didn't take Saul's life. And that's why I think in these instances of someone who's dominating harshly is not the right way of looking at what a king is and how you have authority. Because even when it comes to like Moses, you look at someone like Moses, he's called a God and a servant. And so you see Moses' authority. And I think this is what is the ultimate motif with Paul, is that he's emphasizing this status, this position, this authority, this likeness, or this equality with God is not something that's taken violently. It's something that is received by emptying. And so when you look at someone like Moses, how did he get to be called a God by Yahweh? It says, my servant Moses is humble. He's humbler than any man on the earth. So when you look at someone like Moses, he's a God, but how was he a God? How did Moses get this status with God? It was that he humbled himself before the Almighty. He sought to serve his people. He often put his people's life and the concerns for other people ahead of his. Like even when they made the golden calf and Moses goes up on the mountain, he says, take their life or take my life and let them go. And God says, no, I'm not doing that. But see, that's humility, and that's caring for other people and looking out for as Paul would say, looking out for the interests of others more so than yourself. And so when it comes to even this whole thing of a kingship, there's dispute over in Deuteronomy 33. I think it might be 32 or 33. There's some ambiguity in the text where it says he became king in Jeshurun, which people debate. Who is that talking about? Is that Moses or is that God? Because the nearest antecedent will be Moses, and you'll actually see some translations will put the divine name in there, which it's not. But either way, a case could be made that Moses was a king amongst Israel in that time. And so like with what Andrew's talking about, and sorry, I'm just kind of thinking of things as I go on. When it comes to the kind of the polemical way that the Paul uses what the groups that he's writing to may or may not know, in a way to convey these thoughts to these people who have come in from among the nations to help them understand these things, but he's also giving them insight into how God is operating. And like Andrew pointed out, that is something that you see in the Tanakh, where you see them bringing in all sorts of ideas. I mean, even from what I've read, even the word Zedek was some sort of god from another a country, or some of the words in Genesis 1 creation are the names of other deities, but they're actually kind of being put in there as a polemic that, look, you thought that your God was doing this, but let me show you, Yahweh is actually the one who rules the deep. He rules this God and he controls that God. And, you know, you thought your God was the sky. Well, look, my God created the sky. So now they kind of bring these ideas in. And of course, that would be relevant to Israel when you're looking at miracles and things that Moses is doing when they're coming out of Egypt. Moses is dealing with things directly that the Israelites who were in idolatry and were far from God, he was connecting to them in ways that would be very relevant to them. You know, if they're worshiping the creation, well, what's Moses going to do? Let me show you how God gave me power over the creation. So you can see, oh, look, you were worshiping that creation, but really it's God that you should be worshiping. And I can show you that because I'm going to show you how I do this miracle in the name of God. And you can look to God and see that there's this God who controls all. So I think that this narrative, this polemic type of thing, is definitely there. And I thought that in some ways, when it comes to Tony's arguments, it can have some strengths. But I think when we look at the Tanakh by itself, but also with the New Testament at times, then we can see that what Paul's doing is not really the most foreign or undesirable thing. Because I was just reading in a book, it's called The Psychology of Zimzum, which I'm not going to go into full detail on that, and I'll be glad to read this later. Zimzum is a Kabbalistic concept that when God decided to create the universe, that he limited or hid himself in order for the universe to come into existence. And a famous parable in teaching is that a rabbi of old, that he used the analogy or the parable of a king. His son got lost amongst the city. And so the king sent his ministers into the city, but they were dressed in their regular clothing, or like their kingly garments, but they couldn't find the son. So what they did was one of them took their clothes off and they put on servant garments and looked like a regular person. And by them assimilating into the society, they were able to find the son and bring him back, which the rabbi that was teaching that was saying this is what Zimzum is, or contraction or hiding, which is where the Zadikim, which is the righteous, which would be any anointed one will be considered a Zadik, which is a righteous or a just man, that what they're called to do as representatives of the king of the universe, which is God, that they're supposed to, quote, strip their royal garments and put on regular clothing so that they can find and reach people far from God. It's basically a fancy way of saying getting down to the level of other people so that you can connect with them and show them God, because they might not be able to see him. And so I think, when you look at this whole narrative, I actually think that what Paul is describing in Philippians 2, and what Paul is even doing himself, is what the Kabbalists have now called Zimzum, but in terms of this humility, this servitude, this status, and this honor that Jesus has from God. It's like what Tony brought up, where I don't know which God or deity it was, but that this honor and this wealth and fame that's achieved by the man and the deity is achieved through humility, and that actually is the way that men are expected to be in the Torah and in the prophets, is that humility first, and serving God and loving your neighbor as yourself, and of course embodying other things in the Torah is how kings are expected to rule and embody God's wisdom. And I think Solomon should be a front and center in this topic whenever it's had on, what is the ideal king and how does that king actually look? I'm gonna yield there because I've been going for a minute.
Andrew, you're muted. We can't hear you.
See, I was hiding myself from you guys. We'll just go with that. But anyways, so before we go to Elijah, I want to give you, Tony, a chance to respond to what David just said here.
Yeah, I think like with your interpretation, the way that you approach the text, David does so fairly similarly. So I won't go into. I mean, I think the substantive points that he made were all well situated in terms of trying to express their Hebraic relation. But that's not what I contest here. I don't contest that there's nothing Hebraic about Paul or his letters, because of course I think that Paul is a Jew. He's a Jew from Tarsus, that's in what we'd call today southern Turkey. And I think that going back to our first conversation, Andrew, that he's pulling a lot from the same sort of sources like Philo of Alexandria. And he's doing the same sort of thing that Philo of Alexandria is doing. And that's combining a lot of these Hebraic motifs with the Greco-Roman ones that surround him. And most importantly, are most familiar to the audience in which he's writing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even with Philo, he may have been using these certain things, but it was always still the very Jewish and ultimately to give glory to God. And in Philo, even though he did have Platonic ideas, he still taught that that Plato actually learned from Moses, and that Moses was the great philosopher, the greatest philosopher. And another interesting thing here that is all encompassing with the logos, this idea about the logos and sukkos, or being the animated logos, which I think which finds its parallels in John, is that in Philo's writing, Moses ascended up. He gained his revelation and became the embodiment of the law because he ascended up Sinai. And then Philo says, and there he was named God and King. So there he was named God and King because he became the embodiments of the law and then descended back down to the as the embodiment of God's law.
Yeah, so like I said, and when we first talked about Philo of Alexandria, he is an intellectual. He's a Jewish intellectual. He's in Alexandria, Greek Alexandria, Egypt. And yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, is he's combining a lot of these concepts and ideas that you find in Hebraic and Jewish literature with what you find in Greco-Roman literature. And so the question for me as a Jew, though, is to recognize there's a lot of different Jewish sects in the first century, and I ascribed, Philo of Alexandria being part of, a more Hellenized view, more Hellenized group of Jews. Is that the sort of Judaism that represents spiritual Judaism? Does it represent the truth of Judaism, or is it a sort of heretical Judaism? In my view, Philo is heretical. So, while I certainly do see the sort of philosophical and theological engagement that Philo engages in is present in the styling of people like Paul, people like the author of the book of Hebrews, in the Johannine text, I don't think that that's appropriate in terms of spiritual purity. So I don't think that that's not happening. I mean, I agree with you that I definitely see these different writers doing those things, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Well, actually, I think it's heretical in terms of Jewish spirituality. So I
Let
do.
me stop you there because I think you're making a good point, and this I think is touching on the heart of the matter, is because you use this word heresy. And so again, here, as we noticed in a previous one, heresy is just is something that's against orthodoxy, and people who hold to an orthodoxy just claim to have the right perception of reality, right? And so just because something follows a particular orthodoxy doesn't mean that it actually is the highest form of reality or highest expression of reality. And so I guess as a Jew, at Tony the Jew, I love that. What would you say? So I guess well, I think for me, it's like all that we do in hermeneutics. It's not just intellectual, like a heady sort of knowledge, right? It's what can we apply to our life, and like you said, spiritually. And so, how does what's being said here by Paul go against what you would find supremely beneficial spiritually?
Well, okay, so I think that that's a great question, right? Because that's kind of the crux of the question in terms of spirituality, not just these academic questions like you're talking about. For me, I have to reject what Philippians 2:6 is saying, not because the message of being humble is a bad message. I mean, obviously, I can respect that message. But in cloaking it in a language of idolatry, I think becomes very spiritually dangerous. I think what we have here is what Church Father Justin Martyr, who sat at the feet of Ignatius, called the second God. And to me, that's very problematic in monotheistic Judaism, even if you have the second God acting very humbly, acting very nice, and is obedient to Torah teaching.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, so much we could say there. But here's why I think the crux of what you said here is idolatry. That's the biggest concern for you, right? And for also, I think it was God Logic. He had his big thing on the gospel truth, and at the beginning of it, he says that some so profoundly crazy. I think is he says that you have to presuppose Trinitarianism. If you don't presuppose Trinitarianism, the Bible is a contradiction. And I think that's a profoundly ignorant thing to say, and it's insightful into how they bring their presuppositions to the text. But you also see this concern, and so I guess I would ask you, what would be idolatrous about what's being said here?
Well, if in fact it is, from my point of view, a more Arian style interpretation. Now, of course, I didn't engage in classical Arianism because I'm not trying to defend the Arian perspective. I just so happen to have a perspective that parallels that Christology when I read these texts. But again, that idea that there's another divine person at all, whether it's a God in some sort of Trinity relationship or a God that is triadal or biadal, not necessarily being the same God in a different type of expression, but being a separate God any at all. And I find here Philippians 2:6 does characterize a second God, and that's why I find it problematic and adulterous.
Right. So I would say just real quick, and I want to read this excerpt really quick from Dunn, and then I want to open up to Elijah if you want to share your thoughts. But so the second God aspect, I mean, could be said, well, of the human Messiah who's called in the Hebrew scriptures, he's called God by God himself. And so in that instance, you would have a second God, but this is not to be seen in any functional sense. It's just the human Messiah was called a God. And so there's not really a problem there from the Unitarian perspective, because he's not being called a God as a sense of as is in regard to his ontology, but rather just his status in the as the Messiah was God. But I want to read this clip from this is from James Dunn, and I put this on my YouTube channel as well. I forget what book it is, but if you look on the YouTube post I put, he says the recognition that wisdom Christology is the most obvious root of incarnational Christology also has its important corollary, particularly when it is recalled that in Jewish thought, wisdom is not a being independent of God, but it is God's self-manifestation. The point is that Christ is the incarnation of this wisdom word. To speak of Christ as himself pre-existent, coming down from heaven and so forth, has to be seen as metaphorical. Otherwise, it leads inevitably to some kind of polytheism, which is what you're saying, right? But if we see this as being the incarnation of wisdom, then he's not pre-existent. And it says the Father as a person, just like Jesus was a person. Whereas what a wisdom word Christology claims is that Jesus is the person or individual whom God's wisdom become or God's word became. Even to speak of the incarnation of the Son of God can be misleading unless the Son Christology of John is seen as it was probably intended, as an expression of the same wisdom word Christology. Otherwise, there is the danger of too literal translation of father-son language, once again in the form of polytheism, that very abandoning of the oneness of God, of which Jews and Muslims accuse Christians. The incarnation doctrine, which comes to expression in the New Testament, is properly understood only if it is understood as the incarnation of God's self-revelation, in that sense, as the incarnation of God himself. The issue which caused the breach with Jewish thought, etc., he goes on to say. And so all of these texts, for instance, when you see in Colossians, he's the image of the invisible God. And you see in Hebrews 1, he's the radiance and the exact expression of God's nature. He is that because he is the king who is the embodiment of God's wisdom. And this, according to Dunn here, is what allows New Testament Christology to avoid polytheism, but what makes the Arians and Trinitarians guilty of polytheism.
Well, I definitely agree with that point of view, right? Because obviously I see Trinitarian and Arian theologies, Christologies as polytheistic. It just so happens that I agree, unfortunately, that's the message in the New Testament, although I appreciate your response to that. Again, to me, I think it boils down to who do you think Paul is writing to, and how do you think he best appropriates his writing for that task? And I think that if you could effectively argue that he's writing to people like me, your hermeneutic would make a lot more sense. But I think that you would have a problem there in appropriating this hermeneutic to the audience that Paul is writing to.
Well, not even if let's assume that he's writing to Gentiles. Okay, but if Paul's fundamental and foundational Christology is not one of a pre-existent Christ, which would be polytheism, because you have, that's what the Arians say, well, God was creating, but he created through a lesser God. I don't care what kind of math you use, that's two gods. If it's a greater God and a lesser God, it's still polytheism. Because, and not only that, you have a God who's involved in the creation of the universe. That definitely crosses the line. But if Paul is just speaking in a way where he's crafting these words in a way that relates, but behind them is actually solid, sound monotheism from a Jewish perspective, which would say that Christ is the embodiment of wisdom, and had these qualities. I don't see the problem there if he does even write this in a way that's going to relate to them, because as he says, as you know, to the Greeks I became a Greek in that way. So if he's writing in a way that relates to him, but behind all of that is sound monotheism, I don't see the problem. Elijah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, bro, how's it going? What's your thoughts so far?
I mean, it's very interesting. The problem with Philippians is that there's about 20 different things that you want to say and that you want to get across, but it's hard to follow through on all of them. But I guess we could maybe just address what Tony was saying with because I definitely appreciate and understand what he's saying. Like there's a great work by Peter Oakes. He did you read that one, yeah, letter basically to the Philippians, and he does a great analysis of basically coming to the conclusion that likely Philippi at the time, based on the demographics before, was probably 60% Greek, 40% Roman. So very heavy in that world, which I can appreciate. But I would push back more so when it comes to Paul's proselytizing, or however you want to say that. When he comes into a Jewish area, he is very anti. Not only is he anti-imperial, like you were mentioning, Andrew, but he's also very anti-Greco-Roman, just period. Like I was thinking of a time where he and Barnabas get mad for getting bitten by a snake, and they cry. They're upset that they think that we're just guys. Like we're nothing special. We're not gods. So yes, he does relate to them in one instance, but all throughout Philippians, I think that he has a very close relationship with the Philippians that maybe is not appreciated, because Lydia, first of all, was a God-fearer. right? A God-fearer would be somebody who had, maybe you can help me out here a little bit more, Tony, and we can dialogue too if you want to speak at any time. But yeah, Lydia was a God-fearer who had a appreciation for the Jewish religion and kind of followed after it, although she was still Gentile, I think, socially speaking, at least. So Paul, whenever he set up a church, though, it's not like he would just say, hey, you guys over here, let's just do your own thing. Yes, you were Greco-Roman, but now Jesus is here, but he's kind of like a God to you. He was pretty consistent, I would say, throughout his teaching and his itinerary. And when it comes to Philippians, especially, I was just thinking about a few of them. You have the Isaiah 45 allusion with the suffering servant. Maybe some Adamic, Christology, like you were saying. In Philippians 1, he says that they're mature, that they were suffering alongside him. So he has some familial relationship with them, and he does this in a lot of his letters, like the Abrahamic promise in Galatians 3, the grafting into Israel in Romans 11. Even if in Philippians he talks about circumcision, Philippians 3:3, we are the circumcision, circumcise your hearts like Deuteronomy. So I don't think that they're unfamiliar with the Septuagint or with the Hebrew scriptures in general. And one final point is that if you look at the structure, this is a bit deeper into the Greek of it. But if you look at, because you're right, it is an arthros, like the form of God, right? It's, you could put form of a God. But it's interesting that God the Father does two things for Jesus, right? We know in even there's another example, right? Isaiah 45:23. So it's not like he's just pulling this out of thin air. He's definitely writing to people who are very familiar with the God of the Jews. And so in God does two things for him, though, in this poem. The first thing is that he highly exalts him, gives him a name above all names. And those are the two words theos beforehand, which is the form of God and equality with God. And then you notice anthropos is used twice, in humanity, references humanity, and then in the likeness of a man. And then men do two things for him, which is they bow and confess that he's Lord. And I definitely see your anti-imperial theme. So I would buffer the idea that it's only speaking to a Greco-Roman audience. I feel like there is much more of a familial spirit and understanding in the Jewish.
Well, again, I think what's interesting here, and this is what I would argue in terms of identifying the audience, and I think the point that you make about Lydia is right. She's baptized at the church, where the church of Philippi would be. She's a God-fearer. Well, but think about this. Paul is introduced to us in the Christian narrative somewhere between 33 and 34, maybe as late as 36, depending on how you want to chronologically order that. And he doesn't write to his churches till some 30 years later. So presumably the people at his churches, obviously, they're receiving these letters, because these letters are addressing particular issues. That assumes that they had to be around long enough to have issues that needed this type of addressing. So it's likely that the church, and remember, there's no New Testament canon at this time. The only scripture there is the Hebrew Bible. So these would be people who, as they are attending Paul's churches, would, of course, obviously be increasingly aware of the Hebrew text as a matter of being a Christian, because there's only one canon at this time, and that's the Jewish scriptures. So, of course, all of his references have to be to the scripture. And so I think that's why you find those references throughout his epistles. It's not necessarily because the people are already predisposed and have a good understanding of Hebraic or Jewish ideas. It's that they're increasingly learning about them because they're increasingly learning about the Hebrew scriptures, because they're Christians, and those are the only scriptures that are valid for them.
Yeah. So, but even when Paul talks about, I come to show you the unknown God, like you were right, Paul's specific ministry is to the Gentiles, but by being the ministry to the Gentiles, he comes to show the Father. Like that is his mission, and his goal is to show Jesus Christ as Lord and then God as the Father.
Yeah, I don't think that, but or I don't doubt that. I think that's exactly true. But from the point of view that for Paul, Jesus's sonship is a sort of godship, and he's communicating that. But for Paul, he's not a classical polytheist in my view. He's a henotheist. And what that means is that while he might accept that there's more than one divine entity, there's only one divine entity for which all glory is ultimately owed to. And so for Paul, it is through Jesus, who I actually describe as a divine instrument, that God receives this glory through. So everything to Jesus for the Father.
Right, right. Yeah. So this would be specifically a reference to form of God. Basically, if we're wondering if it's the word Yahweh or like Theos for the Hebrew God, or if it's for a god like a Hellenistic god. So yeah, I mean, but it's ambiguous. I mean, to be honest, like it is a very difficult interpretation to take. I mean, you could even take the interpretation that the verb before it, there is no verb there, and so it's in the present participle. So it, if the verb before it is past tense, then Jesus was had this mindset. Then that form of God would be relating to like we're saying now, or it could be the form of God, because this is a little bit outside the box. But if you ever look at the word morphe and schema and the way Paul uses it, like even in Romans 12, right? Don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed. He uses the word metaschema there and metamorphosis there. He does that in quite a few places. He always emphasizes schema, ironically, as the like the schema of this world is going away, and it's very nature or worldly. Well, whenever he uses morphe, like Philippians 3:20, other places, it's always about almost a divine kind of transformation. I don't mean that in the ontological sense, but in more so the shared reality of what God is. That's a total side tangent, but when we're doing this kind of a hermeneutic, there are very interesting things like that. So yeah,
let me
pinning
say
down.
something real quick. First of all, I really
Yeah.
love this conversation between you guys. I want that to continue. I just want to say this: even if we accepted form of a God as the Messiah, it wouldn't really matter, because he could be a God in the messianic sense that David was a God. But then David as a God, as Messiah, was still Yahweh's representative. So it wouldn't necessarily change anything. But I want to David wanted to say something really quick, and then I want you guys, if you can, just to hop right back into that conversation.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Okay, so I think I understand Tony's concern, but honestly, the Tanakh has way more we would be worried about. So, for example, Solomon gives you a lot of reason to think there's a goddess with Yahweh. Whereas there is this female person, Hokmah, that says God was happy to have me, and he delighted in me, and he brought me forth first. And wait a second, Solomon. Now you're going to have everybody out here thinking that you have another person with you. And as a matter of fact, people do. To this very day, people think Solomon's talking about a goddess. People think he's talking about a second God person. But see how Solomon is actually doing something that might actually be a little polemical, especially around countries, nations, systems of or theocracies where they worship goddesses. I mean, come on. Moses is called a god. Moses is doing all the things that Yahweh does. And we got Elohim left and right. Let us make man in our image. You got plural verbs being associated with the word Elohim for Yahweh. So we definitely have bigger concerns than what Paul is doing. But really, Paul would fit right in, honestly. If that's going to be the critique, I think Paul stands very well within how the Tanakh actually teaches about God, is using plurality, multiple gods, divinity, agency, divine feminine. All this stuff is there. So I just don't think it's a good argument. We should probably let that one go. But I'll yield. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, no problem. And I know I said I would only say one thing, but I gotta say this, because I think when you say Paul is a henotheist, which is the acknowledgement of other gods, right? But Yahweh is the supreme God, right? So I would wholeheartedly disagree that this is what Paul said, because you would agree that that is against the Old Testament doesn't teach henotheism. Or do you believe the Old Testament teaches henotheism?
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem with kind of what David said. I mean, there's always been heretical groups in Judaism. I mean, that's what, in part, the whole Ephraimite Syria war is about. When Israel and Southern Kingdom Israel split, is that, you know, the Northern Kingdom engages in a lot of idolatry. They start taking on the worship of Baal, and they're doing other things from the Assyrian Empire. And importing these ideas and trying to make sense of them within the context of the Hebrew text. But this is considered foreign adultery. And so I still am still hearing the question of, well, Antonio, these ideas are rooted in Judaism, so therefore they're appropriately Jewish. No, I think that with the wisdom literature that you find in the Hebrew Bible, David makes a good point. People have taken the very complex prose that we find in the wisdom literature, and they've interpreted these things and misappropriated these things in an idolatrous sense. And this has been a battle that is evident in Jewish history and in the Hebrew Bible itself. So I think that those are concerns that are always present. But here, I think the big difference between what David's arguing and what I'm arguing is that notice who the crux of my argument is about is the audience. Solomon, of course, is writing to what you can call Orthodox Jewish people in terms of a monotheistic Jewish believing people, whereas I don't think that's the case in Paul's epistles.
All right. Thank you. So on that note, Elijah, I think you guys were doing a good job in that area.
Yeah.
And Elijah, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Are you a Unitarian?
Yeah. I would say that many of the things that Andrew said, I would most likely agree with.
Okay.
If that helps. But yeah, so yeah, with the context of pre-existence specifically, one of the words that he starts off with, right, is upargon, and there are other words out there like pro-upargon, which could more so imply a literal pre-existence if you were talking about something beforehand. But with context of what's going on in the Philippians, and maybe we could dialogue on this just to get a better understanding of what's going on, is that there is immense suffering. There is the class lifestyle. I would say I would agree with Peter Oakes when he talks about that. You know, people think of this as a Roman imperial. These are, you know, top tier Roman officials or guards or soldiers or whatever. It's most likely the lower class, you know, commoners in the city. And so when I think about this, it could be a very eclectic fellowship or, you know, ikonia of people. But I would say that they are, you know, at least in the culture and the mindset, struggling with humility, struggling with unification. And then I think that the most important part, and maybe Andrew, we can go into this a little bit because I think this is really going to put a nip in the bud to the Trinitarian argument, not so much the Arian argument, but when it comes to the Trinitarian argument, I don't see this this context existing as far as the pre-existent Son, considering verses 3 and verses 4. I don't know if you can pull those up, or if we can see those in the Greek somehow. Or I can share my screen too. Okay. Because I think this is going to give us a lot of the understanding. These simple, you know, few verses beforehand. Yeah, this is perfect. So verse 3, if you scroll just a little bit, this is after he's talking about, you know, the gospel and preaching, and they're struggling and things like that, trying to get unified. And I'm not really sure if this is something that they are initially struggling with at the time, or it's something that he just is encouraging them with. He scrolled. Oh no, it's right here. Yeah. So this is very important. This is an antithesis, an ethical antithesis that Paul uses quite frequently, and I am doing my best to show that right now on a work I'm doing. But so whenever he uses the word me, or, you know, maiden, however you want to say it, if you want to say or me, but anytime he uses a negative particle, like maiden or uk, like you'll see later on, he'll always contrast it with an Allah or a but. And so he does this twice here. The first one is he says, nothing according to self-interest or vain conceit, erytheon. And if you look up the word erytheon, it's actually very interesting. It means a party spirit generally, but more importantly, it is always used in the connotation of something that is sinful, something that is wrong. It's one of the works of the flesh. And so it's something that he says not to have, as in this is something that is could cause you to stumble. It's ungodly, I think is a great way to put it. And the same thing with, did we lose it? No, it's right here. Kenodoxion, right? So this is where we get the word kenao, that this self-emptying, and that's why it's so important here. It's because he's trying to bring out this argument of what the Romans would do, which is they would puff themselves up to an extent, right? They would there was a serious party spirit going on in the Roman Empire, and that's why you had Nero being as insane as he was. That's why you had, this culture and this mindset, which is the phroneo that he's talking about. It's often focused on puffing one, or conceding oneself and trying to get an advantage over others. But he says, in contrast to that, Allah, in humility, this is where we get the word tapino forsune, which is the same word for lowly minded, which he uses to talk about Jesus in the second verb that he uses in the hymn or the poem. Holding each other up, and this is the word consider here. So again, there's all these words that he's just about to use in the poem that he uses here. Hegeumeni or egumenoi, however you want to say that, is the word consider, that Jesus does not consider equality with God something to exploit, or however you want to view that. And so that's the first one here. And then the second one is verse 4. He does the same exact thing again. Okay, which is there's the may, you got the may there, meta iafton. So this one, it says that he's not basically not thinking of just your own things, but thinking on the things of others. But you guys see that negative particle followed by the contrasting Allah. Every time that negative particle is used, everything in there up to the Allah is sinful, it's bad, it's something that you're not supposed to do. And so if you scroll down to verse 5, he pushes this right into here. He says, let this mind be in you. Let verse 3 and verse 4's mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. There's no was there, but you can just interpret that. And then this is the most interesting part, is that from the who in the form of God being, uk arpagmo. So this is something that is inherently not good if you're following Paul's antithesis in verses 3 and 4. So whether, however you want to interpret morphe, it's not arpagmon that he considers his equality with God. Whatever you want to take that as, it's negative. It is not something that's good. And so if you're going to take it from the lens of a pre-existent son who only sees things perfectly, who can't consider sin, because this is the word hagesata here, right? He cannot consider doing those things which are sinful or evil, unless you have a pre-existent son who does, then this doesn't logically make sense with what Paul is trying to bring out in the human mind, which is don't think this way. Jesus didn't think this way. It doesn't make sense if we're talking about a pre-existent son here.
Well, so I got a couple of things to say to that. Very interesting. So my first view would be that when you're talking about Jesus in terms of his pre-existence, I don't assume that because he is divine, that makes him sinless or not capable of doing anything wrong. And in fact, I think the gospel narrative is exactly the opposite. I mean, I know that you don't know this, but for me, I see this very akin. Jesus goes through a baptism of repentance for the forgiveness of his sins. And even in the Mathanian and Lucan Christologies, which I think present Jesus as divine at his birth, a divine Son of God has to go through a ritual of baptism for the repentance of the forgiveness of his sins. So I do think, for me, I don't find that challenging at all, that in his pre-existent state, he had to consider what was the right thing to do, and then chose, obviously the humble route. And again, that's juxtaposing what's happening in Greco-Roman theology, where beings that are already in the state of God, already in the form of God, are choosing the opposite decision. They are going to war, they're going to competition, they're fighting it out to have ultimate glory, whereas Jesus, when he's in that state, decides to in fact empty himself out instead of glorify himself up. So I don't find that problematic.
Right. No, and I wouldn't have assumed that you would. I merely pointed that out in the sense of at least pointing us into either an Arian or biblical Unitarian perspective on the text, because I don't think you can argue from a sinless divine pre-existence.
Yeah,
But no, but go ahead.
that's a great, excellent argument against Trinitarianism if they say that he's fully God. But so Tony, I guess so here's what I would have to have. So if I'll entertain an idea, like I'll entertain what you're saying here because I have to, because if it's possible, I need to entertain it. Or else I'm just like narrow-minded and not open to alternate possibilities. But what I would need to see from you is then further support for your view, from maybe even from within the New Testament, of where Jesus would have been fighting against other people. How would, according to your view, how is it that Jesus would have attained godhood in a similar way, like you're saying, Zeus or somebody would be fighting someone, I guess you could say? Like, where else would you see that in the New Testament, or would you say that it's limited here to Philippians 2?
So I think that what's being done here is, first of all, it's important to note, and even to Elijah, it's not, Paul is incorporating what is a pre-literary hymn. That is to say that the hymn itself, and maybe Andrew, you disagree with me, but that is to say that Philippians 2:6 is a hymn itself, the Carmen Christi, pre-existed Paul's letter to the church in Philippi. So it's actually not his ideas that are.
Yeah, that is a pretty widely held theory.
Well,
that is
I mean,
pre-existent. That's a pre-existent hymn that Paul's using here, right?
Right. And so with that being said, it's a pre-existent hymn in the emerging Christian world, the Gentile Christian world. But no, to answer your question more, very directly here, I think that it's just an analogy that he's making in terms of humility. I don't think that he's trying to make this a cosmic scene. He's just showing that at this instance, when Jesus in his pre-existing God state, at that point in time, when he had the opportunity to go to seize equality with God, he instead did not, but emptied himself out. So this isn't something that is playing out throughout the rest of his ministry. It's already been done. It was this one-time thing, and then he's on the right path after that. So
the weakness I see there is that there's no support for it outside of Philippians. And so this view that we're holding finds its roots in Judaism, where the king is God's authorized representative to act on his behalf. We see this sort of meta narrative, theme interweaving, that has continuity, even beginning in Eden with Adam, and then how certain rulers act throughout the whole Bible. So to me, that finds more contextual support, to where I think the idea that you're proposing here, it could be that perhaps this pre-existent hymn did have something to do with that, but then Paul adopts it and adapts it in order to advance the gospel. But nonetheless, the real question that we have to ask here is this hymn inconsistent with Hebraic thought? And I don't think that it is.
Well, I mean, I think that you could interpret anything, that you could bring it, you could press it to form to fit any ideology that you want, right? So I don't think that's necessarily a good argument here. I think what's most important, though, is to think about how this hymn would have been received, and how Paul would have thought about incorporating it in his own view. And again, I think that if you look at the way that I do, that Paul's henotheistic, he doesn't see himself violating any of those Hebraic principles, because he sees God as the supreme God. And he's even showing that in this system, Jesus, as a divine being, did an attempt to increase himself, like what we see in the other mythologies of divine gods when they're in that state. And remember, this is an epistle that is directly addressed to a specific church as having a specific problem. So what do you mean, I guess, in terms of we don't see this theme carried out throughout the rest of his epistles?
I mean, we don't see the theme of Jesus being a pre-existent cosmic entity who could have achieved equality with God, or been apothesized. I guess I don't know how you say, not apothesized, but divinized, you could say, after engaging in some war. But also there, I think a lot hinges on you and this belief that you think Paul was henotheistic, and I would just wholeheartedly disagree. And so I guess I would push it back to you, if you could show somewhere that you think in Paul's writings he displays like a sort of henotheistic theology.
Could I
Okay.
add one thing?
Go ahead, Elijah. Yeah.
Well, just the first thing that came to my mind is when he talks about idols, specifically in 1 Corinthians 8. He says that an idol is nothing at all in the world, and that there's no God but one. For even if there are so-called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords, yet for us there's one God, the Father, and then one Lord Jesus Christ. And he says, but not everyone possesses this knowledge. Some people are so accustomed to idols that when they eat sacrificial food, they think of it as having been sacrificed to a god. And since their conscience is weak, it's defiled.
Yeah, and which I think, and then he goes on later to say, I think it's 2 chapters later, that when you're actually eating this food, I did a video on this. One of my first videos I did is the context in which he's saying this. There's one God from whom are all things, and the context of what he's talking about is this food, and their temples served as the basic restaurants. And so people were afraid to go into these restaurants because they were in temples, because they were weak-minded, not understanding the reality of, they thought that they would, just by going in the temple and eating the food, they thought that they were eating food sacrificed to idols, and they had a weak consciousness about it. And then but Paul goes on to say after this, I think it's in chapter 10, I think he says that actually don't eat food if they tell you that it's sacrificed to another god, because I don't want you to partake of demons. And so the idea, there's these false gods, just like people argue this about the Old Testament as well, and they see these gods like Marduk and Baal and these sort of gods. These gods, I would argue, don't exist in reality. Whether people think they do or not, they have no real existence, because you would be a direct conflict when these gods were said to have created the world, but yet Yahweh created the world. So if you say these gods have real existence, then you have a sort of 2 different gods that created the world, and it doesn't add up. Instead, Paul argues that these are actually demons. So they don't actually have any real existence. People just think they do, just like they thought their idols had real existence, and God constantly points out that they don't. Right? Hey, Everett, how you doing?
All right, how you doing, Andrew?
Good, man. Good to have you on.
Man,
have you been watching?
This is, you know what, brother? This has been a very respectful dialogue. I've been enjoying watching it, man. I've been waiting for someone to bring up the scripture from 1 Corinthians chapter 8, which somebody finally did. But I mean, if you was, I don't know if you was inviting me to speak, but how you guys doing, man? It's been enjoyable.
Hey,
Yeah,
good
for
evening.
sure.
Shalom.
I was just thinking the same thing. This is one of like my favorite conversations,
It's
and it's
good.
productive and civil, and having Tony on
Yeah.
here is a way better
There's a couple
perspective.
things that I don't think have been presented yet. I just wanted to share just a quick
Oh,
thought.
real quick, what's your view? Are you Unitarian, oneness?
My belief is, you heard of Greg Stafford, right?
Yeah. So sort of like a pre-existent Aryan type.
Yeah,
view?
yeah, exactly. If you want, I don't
you
like,
can't be on here.
but yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Man, I'm just playing.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome. Okay,
I just try
cool.
to follow the scriptures, man. I mean, I know everybody says that, but you know.
So you're pre-existing Aryan?
Yeah, I guess if you want to classify it that way, yeah.
Awesome.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's what Tony sees this view. He reads this text from that sort of perspective, and he sort of, I think he argues sort of from that perspective that that's kind of what Paul's saying here. So first of all, you're welcome here. You're definitely welcome to speak. We want to hear your thoughts. All your thoughts so far, what you think of these texts, how you see them.
They've been very good, man. I think that the scriptures you guys are using in Philippians is a really good one. The Philippians 2 context. But one of the points I want to bring up was, and someone just brought it up recently, just a second ago, but in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, I think that Paul was speaking to a Greco-Roman world, like you said. Somebody mentioned that earlier. And so speaking to this Greco-Roman world, even though from a Jewish perspective, he still had the mindset of how people in general were thinking around that culture. And so if you look at 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 4 through 6, it says, so then about eating, I'm reading from the NIV. 1 Corinthians 8, verse 4, so then about eating food sacrificed to idols, we know that an idol is nothing at all in the world and that there is no God but one. So you see, the idols are not really gods. The idols were represented by the images. I mean, the idols were images of the gods. And so to worship that idol will be worshiping the God that's behind it, so to say. And I guess that they believed that it was embodied by that image or the icon or idol. But anyways, in verse 5, it says, here's what I like in verse 5. It says, for even if there are so-called gods, notice it says whether in heaven or on earth. See, and I want to pause on that because it says, as indeed there are many gods and many lords. It says indeed there are. So Paul was acknowledging not only are there so-called gods or those who are called gods. It doesn't even actually say so-called in Greek. It says there are those who are called gods. The NIV mistranslate that. But it says even though there are those who are called gods, whether in heaven or earth, and then he qualifies, he says, as indeed there are many gods and many lords. So Paul is acknowledging the fact that there are many gods as in divine beings, I believe, because he talks about heaven and on earth. It says, yet for us there is but one God, the Father, from whom are all things and for whom we live, and there is but one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom are all things came and through whom we live. So my idea of this is that he was, I think Paul believed in what we call monolatry. He was a monolatrist. We use henotheism. I think henotheism is kind of controversial because it's got this one this one most powerful God, and then you got a whole bunch of other gods under him. But I think the word monolatry would fit better because you have the existence of other divine beings, but you have one who receives latreo or latruo, which is a religious worship. So even if we were to offer latruo through Jesus, it's to the glory of God the Father. So the one who receives latruo would be the true God. He's the one God. That's what Paul says. Even though there's so-called gods, there's many gods. There's many divine beings. As a matter of fact, if you look in Psalms 8 verse 5, and I'm gonna wrap up right here. Psalm 8 verse 5, it says, you made him a little lower than the Elohim. Was that the gods or was that the true God? Well, I believe one translation use I think it's the Septuagint, maybe. I'm trying to think back, but I think it says angels. You made him a little lower than the angels. Mm-hmm. So it translates the word Elohim as angels. Why would it call those gods angels if the angels were not viewed as divine beings or gods, if you will? You know, and I'm gonna stop right there for a second.
Can I offer a little pushback, Everett?
Yes, sir.
So when it comes to, I believe this one, and I'm just kind of spitballing here, but I do think that Paul held a view, a very Hebraic view of angels and seraphim and other divine beings, like like you're talking about. I think that's very Jewish. Although Tony, I'm not on it 100%, but would that be accurate? Maybe would he hold to those kind of things?
I think that Paul, New Testament theology has a very different angelology than what we find in the Hebrew Bible. So this will be interesting to hear how you.
Okay, I gotcha. So let's go back to the 1 Corinthians 8 when it says there are so-called gods, and does he say also so-called lords? Wait, it's here, isn't it? Whether in heaven and on earth, as there are many so-called gods.
The word "so-called" is not in there. He add the NIV adds that. If you use the ESV and others, they don't say that.
Yeah, we use the Greek too.
That's the NIV putting their own words in there, man.
Yeah, no, I see that. But I think that, and you can disagree with this too, but I think the point he's saying is that there are those that they call gods, like Zeus, like Hera, like all these gods. But to him, I don't think that he holds to the view that Zeus actually exists, or that Hera, or that any other gods out there actually do exist. I think that he sees them as very Ephesians-like, which would be, there's the God of this world, Ephesians 2, or we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against those spiritual powers, those demonic forces that are in this world. And so when he says in verse 6, yet for us, right, for the worldview that we hold, there's one God, the Father, and one Lord Jesus Christ. So I think he's contrasting actually the Roman idolatry of the time, like you were saying, but he's saying that that's what they're calling those. But for us, we have one God, the Father, and then one Lord Jesus.
All right. I want to, David wanted to add something. David, you there?
I am. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so it's really interesting how we really read stuff into the text. Because even when it comes to Philippians 2, Paul doesn't even use phrases like descend or even heaven until the exaltation, right? You look at Philippians 2, he talks about emptying in form, but we really read heaven into that, and it's just not there. And like you said, Andrew, number one, when it comes to interpreting this stuff, which we hadn't even really dealt with anything that Jesus said, but I guess we just are going to try to stick mostly with Paul. But number one, we're already at a loss when we have no other reference, even outside of Paul's letters, for this phrase, more faith to you. We're at a complete loss within Pauline literature, and then also by extension, the New Testament canon, and then even within the Septuagint, this phrase, more faith theo, does not exist at all. More faith does appear in a couple of places, but yeah, listening to this, I just can't help but feel it's just a cope, man. It's just really a cope, and I mean that respectfully. The angels are called gods. The 10 Commandments says, have no other gods before me. So you have Yahweh saying, don't put any other gods before me. So in some degree, Yahweh recognizes that other gods exist, but yet he turns right around and says, there is no other God but me. So clearly there's a way to harmonize that. And I don't even hold the view that other gods exist like people think that they do. I think things, persons, places, ideas, and all kind of stuff can be called gods. But what it really means to be called Elohim or Theos or God, really only one can be called that, and that'll be the Father. And anything else that could be called that could really only be called that because of its association and its seal of approval by the one God. Because anything else other than that just doesn't even exist. Like calling money a God. Money's not a God because money doesn't even live. We attribute godhood to money because we let money influence us and all of that. But yeah, and that's why, respectfully, the Trinitarians, they get beat up on the whole God, on the word God, because they really have a bad way of understanding how the word God actually works, and they're not really fluid. But I know Tony is more Tanakh based in his worldview and his faith system. So for him, he would know more about how the word God or Elohim would be used. But yeah, I just don't think that, in their worldview, from my studies, and when I look at the New Testament, they're okay with understanding that men can be called Elohim, and that you can even show angels respect. You can show the temple respect. You can show the ark respect. I mean, the Ark of the Covenant, it's called by the divine name. They were throwing the divine name around left and right, but you talk to people today, oh, you can't say that name. Oh, the Trinitarians will say, oh, you can't put that name on anything. It's incommunicable. Well, go tell the prophets that, because they were putting it on everything. And so
Tony,
I think some of the concerns, and I'll yield on this, I just don't think that the Bible writers, whether Tanakh or the New Testament, really have any of these concerns that most people do when it comes to men and other things being called gods. I'll yield.
Tony, would you push back on that, or is it just? I would say, like what Paul's saying here, it's the same thing that Yahweh said in the Old Testament, and Paul does say here in verse 4, we know that an idol is nothing at all in the world. And so the same way that the Old Testament prophets knew that just because people worship it and they call it a god, that's what he says here. There's many that are called gods. They call them gods, even though they're statues, and God says, well, they have nostrils, but they don't breathe. They're not actually real. And especially within this context of what's being talked about, the food that was sacrificed to idols would have been gods that don't exist in reality, like Zeus or Jupiter, or these gods that don't actually have existence. So they're called gods, but they're not actually, they don't even have any existence in reality. What would you say to that, Tony?
Well, yeah, so this has been very interesting. And interestingly enough, it is in the book of Corinthians that we're presented with the communion. First, I kind of accept what Paul is saying here in terms of sentiments toward the other gods. It does sound in a lot of the Hebrew biblical literature that even when God talks about the other gods, it's like, are they real, or is he saying that as kind of a matter of linguistic construction, just referring to, in a very Paul Tillich sense, someone's greatest concern is their God, not necessarily acknowledging that those gods are ontologically real. So there's a lot to grapple here. There is late temple Jewish belief also that God had commanded the angels to govern the other nations as false gods. So I'm not sure how much Paul would believe in that or not. So that's something also just to kind of include. But I do think, very basically, though, that Paul, in terms of his recognizing other divine entities, you could effectively interpret him saying, maybe these Zeus, maybe they do exist, but it doesn't matter if they do because they're not the proper God anyways. Or you can interpret it as, no, these are so-called gods. They just made up entities that don't really have any power to them at all. But I think what's most important to me about what Paul is doing here, particularly in the church in Corinth, is this communion, right? Communion, we first find it in the book of Corinthians. And it appears to me that someone's asking Paul about what he calls the cup of the demons, right? That someone wants to bring in this ritual rite of drinking the blood of the deity, and this is how you're supposed to do it, in the way that we are now to understand is the communion. But what Paul tells this person is that you cannot drink from the cup of the Lord and drink from the cup of the demon at the same time. So the ritual might in fact be the same, but it's who do you dedicate these things to for Paul. And so you can't dedicate them to one of these false gods who he's calling demons, and then also dedicate it to Christ. But you can take this ritual and wholly dedicate it to Christ, is the message I think that he's telling people in the book of Corinthians. And of course, I would have a big problem with that part of the message here.
Hey, Andrew, do you mind if I ask Tony a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tony, thank you for sharing the Jewish view, man. This has been beautiful, dude. I promise. But I got a question for you. I got a 3-part question. Okay. It's all together, but it's just kind of 3 parts. The first thing I would like to know is, how do you define the word God, like from a Jewish perspective? And before you answer, I'm gonna tell you how I've always thought of it and why I think Trinitarians can't really defend their position. I believe the word God, El, or Theos in Greek, has the basic meaning of mighty one or strong one, powerful one, something of that nature. So if you start with that basic definition, then you can define who is that. Okay. And I want to ask, do you agree with that? First of all, that's the first part of my question. The second part of my question I want to ask you is, in John chapter 17, verse 3, a lot of Trinitarians have argued that, well, if Jesus is not the true God, where it says this means everlasting life, to know you, the only true God, and the one whom you sent, Jesus Christ. They argue that if Jesus is not the true God, then is he a false God? I think that's a false equivocation, because the word true there has the idea of being an archetype, and then you have others being a type, like he's the original or the archetype God, whereas the others are like reproductions, so to say, as mighty ones who share the same similar existence as sons of God, Benai Elohim. They would be gods, but not the original, because what makes the original so unique and the archetype is that he's the uncreated mighty one. He doesn't derive his power from another. That's the second part of my question. How do you view that? And the third part of my question is with the same author, John. In John chapter 1, verse 18, it calls Yeshua Jesus. According to some manuscripts, it says, no one has seen God at any time. The only begotten God, who is in the bosom with the Father, is the one who has declared him. Do you see that only begotten God is Jesus in his supernatural form, or is that more talking about him as the anointed Messiah King? Or how do you understand when it calls him the only begotten, or the monogenes theos, in John chapter 1, verse 18? I know there's a lot of stuff, but if you can just I'd like to hear your perspective, man, because you've been giving some pretty interesting answers.
So with the name of God in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of names, obviously, that are used for God in the Hebrew Bible. El is one of meaning power. El Shaddai, El Gabor, right? Elyon,
Right.
Elohim, which is the plural of that. All of these are different names of God, and oftentimes these names represent attributes of God, which is why when God gives out his name to different agents throughout the Hebrew Bible, you'll see that it's not just one particular name. Like anytime that someone's called God, or every time that someone's called God, it's not always Elohim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Moses was called Elohim. But for example, in Jeremiah 23 and in Jeremiah 33, the Messiah himself and the city of Jerusalem are called God's most proper name, which of course as a Jew, I'm not allowed to announce.
Gotcha.
So to help answer your question, at least in terms of that, yeah, there's a lot of different names that represent different attributes of God. But in terms of what is God to me, every Jew, we're supposed to say the Shema, the Shema every day. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. The Lord our God, the Lord is one, right? So we understand that God is a radical unity.
But I'm specifically asking, like, how do you define that term God? Like, okay, I understand you saying what it is, but I'm saying, like, it's a unity, a radical unity as far as the term God, like with the capital G at least. But I'm saying, how do you define the word itself? Would you agree that it means mighty or strong one in some sense? Going back to my, I would just reiterate the question.
So the word God translates from in Hebrew as Elohim.
Yes.
So that's just the plural use of the name God. But like I said, like the word El means power.
Right.
So it depends on which name of God you're asking me about. what is I'm trying to answer your question. So what is
Okay, let me get it more specific. Whether it be applied to the Most High God, because there has to be other gods, or it says because it says all of you are sons of the Most High. Most High what? There's a Most High God, and then you have implicitly, I would say, other gods, because why would it call him the Most High God if there's not, as I think David mentioned, if there's not other gods, why would it call one the Most High God?
Well, that's just an honorary title, Malak Olam. That's another title, ruler forever, eternal God. That doesn't suggest that there are gods that aren't eternal, that were created at some other time, but also possess divine powers. It just means that this is a title that's being belonged to God. And then also, yes, you can also think about it like this, when Jesus is answering his Jewish interlocutors in the book of John, chapter 10, what does he say to them? Are you not gods for whom which the word came? And again, in the Hebrew tradition, B'nai Elohim, children of gods, are considered gods.
Yes.
In the book of Exodus, we are told that judges are considered gods. So those, in that sense, those are, and I think the Unitarians kind of accept this view. Those people are being called God because they represent some attribute of God, but that doesn't mean they're ontologically God, and also they aren't God Most High, right?
I would say though, I mean, if I could jump in, I mean, in reality, do we all agree that there's God, well, I would say Hashem, out of respect, Hashem,
Yes.
and then there is Elohim, which are the angels. These are just created beings who are messengers for God. And then there's essentially, I guess Satan might have been one of those messengers who did whatever he did and took the demons with him or whatever. And so he took angels with him. And then so you have Hashem, and then you have angels, and that's it. There is no other. Murdoch doesn't have existence. El of the Ugaritic literature, Baal, they don't exist. Jupiter,
So
Zeus.
Andrew, since now I'm gonna put the question to you, because now you kind of was pointing more in the direction of where I was going. You call the angels Elohim, right?
Right.
So in that sense, that's what I mean by the word mighty. In what sense do
Yeah.
you believe that the angels are ontologically Elohim? Ontologically.
Well, if the title itself just refers to power, and this
Exactly.
is why
That's why I
yeah.
said powerful one or mighty one or strong one. That's why I was using collectively they're a group Elohim, but individual they would be a God, right?
Yeah, you would,
By
I think
nature.
technically correct. Just like the human Messiah would be a God, technically, even though he's not referred to as a God, but in Psalm 45, he is called God by Hashem himself. And so
But that's more about
technically,
in Psalm 45 and Hebrews 1 is more about his authority as Messiah. That's in his human.
but that is authority is power.
But I'm saying I'm not trying to get combative. Please
No,
forgive
you're
me.
fine. Yeah, no, you're fine. No, you're fine.
I see a distinction between him being called as was Solomon or David versus that's not an ontologically that's not talking about his ontology, because he's called that as a human. I'm talking about the ontology of angels. They're gods by nature. Remember, it says those who by nature are not gods. I believe the angels by nature are Elohim. They don't just have authority, but their nature is mighty, strong ones, mighty ones. Just as those Nephilim, what did they produce? They were the mighty ones, the men of fame. And those are not the sons of God themselves, but I don't want to go too far off the subject. I'm just trying to pick your guys' brain and see what we.
So I think it's also like what they do in their role, in their function as well. Right. So a malak, the Trinitarians argue, well, malak is not an ontology. It's a role that you play. And that's correct. As a malak, but still within that semantic range, of Malak, it can't mean anything other than one who's commissioned by someone else to act on their behalf. But when you talk about, like, if God is saying, like, for instance, I will not share my glory with anyone, or if he's the only true God, this is not saying that. This is the contrast is not between whether other people called gods exist, like angels or even human beings. As Tony said, the judges in Exodus are called gods. They're called the Elohim as well, but we wouldn't say that's polytheism. Right. The context is the real question is, do gods, other false gods like Marduk or Baal or Zeus or Jupiter, do they have literal ontological existence in reality? And I think the answer is emphatically no. In the Old Testament, they don't actually exist. So when God says you have no gods before me, that doesn't imply that that those gods like Marduk exist in reality. People just think they do. They've created their own gods, just like they created the golden calf. These are gods they've created in their imaginations that have no existence in reality.
True.
Elijah, you there?
The Bible.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Make of yourself gods when you are not. So I think I agree with Andrew's explanation of that there.
Right, but does Paul, I guess, is the main question. What do you think Paul thinks of that?
That's good.
Yeah, and I think Tony said, I think on that point is you would have to, again, so if we're going to entertain this, and we should, to be responsible, we should entertain this. But the question is, again, you'd have to prove that Paul believes in henotheism, and you'd have to find support for that to have a substantial case, a weighty case. I don't think 1 Corinthians, I don't know why we're on John 10. I don't know what happened, but anyways, I don't think 1 Corinthians, that's enough evidence, because what he's saying here is that these are just people who are called gods. Now, in the context, who he would have been talking about are gods like Jupiter and Zeus, in these sort of gods. Now, all of these gods.
Hold on, Andrew. Which gods is he talking about that are in heaven, though?
Well, these are gods that they created, and so you have like Nero was Jupiter's earthly representative, and so he was the Lord on earth, and so, but also you have human beings who are deified, who are divinized, and they're essentially statues are being built in the imperial cult, and so these people are called gods. But they
don't forget the stars and the planets too. They worship those as gods as well.
And I just want to be clear, though, with my argument. I am not saying that because Paul recognizes the Greco-Roman gods as real, he understands them in a henotheistic sense, that the God of Israel is the supreme God, and then all these other gods just don't matter. I see that Paul is henotheistic in the sense of his Christology between Jesus and God, not the inclusion of these other gods.
So he think that that there's just two gods, one main God and then one lesser God. So it basically Arian.
I think for the most part, that's Paul's view, is that these figures either really don't exist, or in fact they are. Like I said earlier, he could be of that Jewish view that God had put 72 angels ahead of the nations to actually mislead them into idolatry. So he could. I don't know. I don't see anything in the New Testament text that necessarily tells me that. But I'm saying that I leave that open as well for interpretation.
So Andrew, you mentioned the part about the. So if I'm correct, you mentioned the fact. I got to touch back on this because, and this is for you. This question is for you now, Andrew. And I still wanted Tony to finish the rest of the answer about John 17 and John 1:18. But before that, Andrew, you mentioned the point that I think fits my definition that the term I brought up about monolatry. So monolatry means you don't deny the existence of other gods, but you only worship one. So I would say that your definition of Elohim for the angels would fit my belief in monolatry. In other words, I only give latreo or latruo to the one God, but I don't deny the existence of other gods. And by gods, I mean angels, not Zeus and Hercules and all those different ones. Would you agree with that?
Well, something's interesting about that word latreo, because the Trinitarians use that as well and say that only God can receive latreo. And I think that they see Daniel, the Son of Man figure, who we recognize as Jesus, receiving latreo. Although I think in the
But to the glory
Targums,
of God is what I'm saying.
well, I mean, I'm not sure about that one. I mean, I'm not sure about that. I don't know how you would give latreo to Jesus to the glory of God.
Because
You would just be
you're not worshiping Jesus as Jesus. You're worshiping Jesus as God, him representing. In other words, the worship is not going to him. The glory is going, everything he's receiving is to the glory of another, not to his own glory.
well, I
So
think it has a
therefore,
different I think it has a different meaning when you talk about proskuneo and just simply bowing the knee and giving reverence,
of
and then you
course, yeah.
talk about latreo is like seems to be more of a technical term for specifically religious worship. And if you were to give that to Christ, the argument there is that you would be committing idolatry.
Even if it's not to his own glory.
Yeah, I would say so. But it really begs a question, which is a good question that we should all look into, is what all does latreo consist of?
Right.
Because if it's just bowing the knee, then what is it? Are we burning incense to Christ? Are we offering up burnt offerings or something similar to that to Christ? That would be different. But against it, I don't have the sources on me right now. But in the Targums, it's interesting because in the Targums, they use that word latreo and it's applied to various human beings as well.
I want to make
Right.
a comment really quick here, though, and I think it's important. And actually, this is a perfect verse to have here, that last sentence. And there is but one Lord, Jesus Christ, through whom all things came and through whom we exist. And then, back in Philippians 2:6, it's through Jesus to the glory of God. But what does the word Lord mean? A lord in nobility means a vassal, a representative of the king. So, for example, you would give up your taxes to the Lord, but not to the Lord. You gave up your taxes to the Lord to the glory of the king, right? So, all these things were the king, the Lord was the representative or the ultimate representative of the king. For Paul, what he is saying is, where all else in all the other religions, there's many gods and many lords. We have but only one representative of the one true God, and that is the Lord Jesus Christ. And so I think here in terms of worship, because Paul sees Jesus as just very similarly that we see the angel of the Lord in the Hebrew Bible, when we're told that you can't disobey the angel of the Lord because my name is in him. That's a very similar way that I think
that's good, bro.
Paul sees Jesus as lordship. And so therefore the glory that's offered to Jesus as a vassal, as a lord, has to be to the glory of something greater to him, because that's what it means.
Yeah,
I feel like Tony's considering becoming a Christian. That's just the vibe.
It sounds like it, man. What's going on?
I'm just a New Testament historian. That's all.
I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. Hey, I'm loving it, man.
One thing, Everett, to your point. So when it comes to this idea of taking the form of a servant, I really tried to look at that because you know how Andrew, you were just saying a minute ago how a lot of Trinitarians will take the word malach and interpret that as it's not an ontological angel, it's just a messenger. It's the same thing with servant here. I hear a lot of the times they'll equate usia with form of God to usia with form of a servant, as if there is some kind of an ontological category of doulos. When it's actually in the next part, which you'd have to interpret that in not a participle of means, but you could, right? Two participle of means following each other, but they want to take the word form to mean usia in itself. And so to your point, Everett, though, when it comes to the worship of angels, this made me think of it because there's a few places where I think in Job it says in the Septuagint that the ox is a doulos, it's as a doulos. I think it's one of those similes there. And then also in Revelation, the angel says, "Don't bow down to me. Not because I'm ontologically in a category higher than you, but I am a sundoulos. I'm a servant like you or with you." So when it comes to like bowing down and things like that, I mean, even an angel there didn't technically receive worship. So I don't know if you were talking about Elohim and a few other things like that, but that was one example.
Well, Elijah, can I respond? I got a quick
Yeah.
response to that. The reason why we couldn't bow to the angel, because the angel wasn't in a position of authority as was Christ. Christ was made Lord. So once he was made Lord, according to Acts 2:36, then now we can bow to Christ because he's been given all authority. Whereas the angel was just a servant.
Well, we
Right,
do
right.
see angels that are bowed down to,
Of course.
right? But I think so. Yeah, I think it's a good point. Let me see. Oh, I guess I didn't understand the point about bowing down to. But I just find something interesting because people talk about being made, and I think that this word "ganimos," according to Strong's 1096, it says to become or made. In passages where it is specified who or what a person or thing has been rendered as respects to quality, condition, rank, or character. So for instance, when we see this having been made, the contrast, it can't be that, to me, how I see it, it can't be that being a human is synonymous with being a servant, because you could easily be a human being who's not a servant.
True.
You could be a human being who's in a high position of power, and this matches what Paul's saying here. He's saying, look, he's implying that they do have a position of power and they can use it for their own selfish advantage, but instead we should do the same thing Christ did and become a servant. And so it does, to me, it wouldn't follow that being a human equals being a servant, because you're already that, and then Paul's telling you to become that. What would you say, Tony?
Well, then how do you deal with, I mean, how do you deal then with being made in the likeness of man or in a human? Because that seems to be in the text the explanatory clause. So you're saying that the explanation of what a servant means to be in terms of Jesus is not
Right. Can I jump in on this one, Andrew?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me go at some point too.
Oh, go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Well, that's actually a really good question, and this is one that Trinitarians ask a lot, and even people that would have a pre-existent view, they'll say, "Well, if Jesus was a man, why would he be made in the likeness of men?" So this is where you look at how Paul uses the word anthropos throughout all of his writings, because there's times where Paul is talking, I think it's to the Corinthians. He says, "When there's strife among you, you're carnal and you walk like men." Well, they are men. How do you walk like men? Paul, when he's talking in other places, he says, "I speak as a man." Well, aren't you a man, Paul? How is it that you speak, that you as a man are telling somebody, "Hey, I'm speaking like a man"? When I say this, he has implications. So when he says men in some places, he's not thinking ontology. He's thinking people in a certain position or a way of thinking or how they're acting. So when he says, when there's strife amongst you guys, you're carnal and you walk like men, meaning you walk like carnal men, meaning you walk like men with no dignity, men with no honor, men with no godliness, men with no holiness. But he just uses the word men right there. But of course, we can easily see very quickly Paul's not talking ontologically here, but it's because of our glasses that we wear when we get to Philippians chapter 2, when he starts talking about Jesus was made in the likeness of men. But when you're dealing again with the words God and servant, those are statuses, or those are positions. God is a position, servant is a position. And then when you're starting to deal with fashion and schema and the likeness, and then he starts talking about men and a slave, this is all positional stuff. So then that would, for me, and I'll fall back on this, that Paul's definitely thinking of men of low rank, men with no esteem, men with no honor, because in Philippi and in Rome, a slave is like the worst status that you can have. So basically you have a divine representative who has the worst status that you could possibly have. But he put himself into that position with the authority and the power and the honor that God was giving him.
See, I don't think David's hermeneutic works, because then if you can just go back to the text in Philippians, but then that makes the clauses there redundant. It makes taking the form of a servant and human likeness to mean the same thing. It doesn't explain it.
So I think something that's going to be really helpful is my understanding of in scholarship. There's been two primary ways that this poem or this hymn has been dissected, strophed out. You could say strophed out. How would you, if you were going to dissect this poem, how would you interpret the participles, the verbs, and how it all relates structurally together?
So yeah, we kind of did that way several hours ago, but I understand. No, it's fine, because I don't know if you were watching or you were on at that time, obviously. But so the way that I first tried to tackle this, going back up to line 5, was, first just trying to make sure that we all agree that Jesus Christ is the subject here, who is the who in line 6. I think we all agree there, existing in the form of God. And I said, for clarity in terms of my interpretation, I would insert the article a, so in the form of a God, did not consider equality with, and then I'm inserting the article the God, so differentiating the Godship of Jesus from the Godship of God the Father, something to be grasped, but emptied himself out, taking on the form of a servant. And then, and again, trying to use that Greco-Roman understanding of the gods coming down in different forms, that the form of a servant here is specifically what it means to be human in relationship to what it means to be God.
And you know what? Andrew brought up that verse. I mean, was that B-Dag you had up? You had something, and it said a man amongst gods. Here it is, a man among men instead of a God among men. See that in parentheses?
Yeah. Well, that's my interpretive translation.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was. I was like, I caught that. I was like, okay.
So the reason I asked, go ahead, Andrew.
No, go ahead.
The reason I asked Tony, if you go back to it, is there's two ways to parse this. There's the one where it's if you pull it up, it actually kind of has it like this right now. So you would say that who existing in the form of God all the way to something to be grasped would be the first section. And then the next section would be, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being made in human likeness. And so for that part, I'm guessing that you're saying it's a participle of means, where they're both the taking and the being are a participle of means. So it would say something like this. But to ekinosin, he empties himself, you could say, of divinity, however you interpret that, taking the form of a servant, by being made in human likeness. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that kind of works.
Okay, so that is one interpretation. But the way I would dissect it, it's a lot easier to see this in Greek, and unfortunately, I can't pull it up. But if you parallel, basically, the structure of this, I could zoom out just a little bit, and then scroll up.
In what English translation are we reading from as well?
Oh, this is like a transliteration, probably.
I just have, this is just Berean standard. So it does get difficult, because a lot of different translation have different things. It's just a notoriously difficult to translate or interpret.
But so the sections here, the way I see it, it's very interesting. You have do you see the N in Greek, en? It's epsilon noon, and then you have the en on the other one down here. I would say that that's the start, and then that's the start of the second strophe. And I see that because I see theou, I see theo, I see anthropon, I see anthropos. You know, I could go really, really into depth on this, but this is kind of how if the structure of the layout is true, there's two views of this. You would have something like in the form of God being, did not consider equality with God something to exploit, but he empties himself. How? By taking the form of a servant. And then the second strophe is very explanative of how he empties himself by taking the form of a servant. And it explains having come or being in the likeness of men, which I think is also a callback to Romans 8:3, which Paul specifically used the likeness of sinful flesh. It's a very common understanding of it there, which is that status of lowering. And then being found in the schemati, right? The schemati, he is being seen this way, by the way. It's in the passive, as a man. And then you see the word as and the same word as Isa. Those two are very similar. If you scroll down just a little bit. Yeah, as a man. And then here's the second thing that he does is he humbles himself, which is the whole point of, since he came in the Isaiah servant, is what I would say Paul is trying to allude to, is since he comes as the Isaiah servant, he explains how he is this servant. So it's a much more explanative strophe, as they would use. He does this by humbling himself, since he is in the likeness of sinful flesh, like in anthropos. He is obedient all the way unto death. And so those are the two strophes that I see, not necessarily a participle of means, but more an explanative style of what he's saying about the servant.
Yeah. What problems do you have with that, Tony? I mean, because it seems that it seems to me that your interpretation is that so you have these lower levels of existences and statuses, and the human being was the lowest, and so to be a human was to be a servant automatically. That seems to be, that would make this more redundant here.
So I did just want to ask a question to Elijah really quickly, though. So how do you understand or interpret specifically when it says that, and being found in human form, he humbles himself? What does it mean to be found in human form?
Yeah, so schemati is a very hard one. I did give the examples earlier of morphe and schema and the way Paul uses them. It's very interesting, and I can't say that I am attached to that theory, although I find it interesting. Schema in general just means the scheme of something, the blueprint, the layout, the way it's seen. And so, yeah, I would say that it's I don't know if you can pull that up again. I know, who is it? Who's Josephus? Josephus used that to explain like a king taking off his robes, and to show the schema of it. So there is a sense of humility and lowliness in this, and so I think that Paul is trying to draw out that sense of tapinophrosune, that lowliness of mind, which he uses. And I think it's really interesting because in Romans 12 he does the exact same thing, where he uses, don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your phroneo. It goes back to the mindset, like he uses in verse 5. So to me, it's all about the mindset. And then in this specific section, you have his humility. So he's seen in the fashion, in the schema, in the humility, as a specific man, not in just mankind, because you have anthropos in the first one, and then anthropos, I think, in the second. Or anthropo or something like that. But mankind versus a singular man.
Yeah, and going back to the beginning about how we interpret morphe, how do we understand it? Is this something we're looking at visually, or does it refer to a particular status that he has? And so when we go, for instance, the question is, if we start with the understanding, the foundational understanding that it cannot be referring to something that you look at, something which strikes your senses.
But Andrew, doesn't morphe mean outward appearance?
Yeah, so we went through this, but typically,
I'm sorry,
no, it's fine. No, but I'll show you why, because it can't mean that, because we have the form of God here, and then we have the form of a servant here. And if these two, if we accept them as directly antithetical, and when you look at Christ, he just looks like a man. You don't know if he's a servant or not. I mean,
this is after he was After
Right.
he emptied himself. The word empty means to destroy. Like that's
So that's go ahead.
Yeah, no, it actually,
he destroyed one form and was born into another form. Like he was completely void of that at that point.
Every time
so
Paul uses the word, oh, go ahead. Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
no, yeah, in the BDAG, under 1B, it actually means of divestiture of position or prestige. And so the idea is, again, if we accept that it's referring to Christ as an authorized person who's empowered by God, he is a divestiture as to make empty. He's not using that.
Yeah.
And
Hey, Andrew,
go ahead.
if I could give you a good example, Jesus likes to tell the Pharisees they're full of stuff, doesn't he? Don't they like to stand on the street corners and wear long robes and wear long tassels and seek the praise of men? And they like to sit up front in the room and get the highest seats. But, Jesus is always like, you're full of maggots. You're full of dead men's bones. You're full of wickedness. You're full of all these different things. And see, what you're saying, Andrew, is that the Pharisees in their status, that does afford them that does afford them specific privileges to be in these high places. But we can look and actually see what Jesus is showing them is, look, you're doing it wrong. You're not here to be served. You're here to serve. That's what Jesus's message is. Whereas the Pharisees are thinking, I'm here to be served. It's all about me. Let me get the honor. I want to be seen. I want to be worshiped. I want to be followed after, versus Jesus, who's humble, considering people better than themselves. And they use this language of emptying and being full. The Psalms talk about, God fills my cup runs over. The Philippians, it uses it, when you read through the first chapter, it uses language about filling and emptying. So the idea of filling and emptying has to do with godliness and humility and servitude. And if I could say one more thing real quick, Andrew, and that's why I brought this up a minute ago, because I don't think we really bring it out when Paul uses the word for men and not refer to ontology. That's why I brought it up. When he says, I'm talking like a human, or he says, you guys are walking like humans. But for some reason, we act like we just kind of breeze past that. But the reason why I bring that up is because then when you see Paul using the word human or man in multiple ways like that, now you have to put multiple definitions or uses on the table. So when Paul says he was made in the likeness of men, well, what kind of men, Paul? Are you talking ontologically? Are you talking economically? Are you talking via status or rank or position or carnality? Is Paul saying Jesus was made like carnal men? Jesus was made like not special men? Was he made just like basic men or your common everyday man? How is he using the word men here? So when you see, and I'll yield on this, so when we see Paul using the word men, we have to bring that into the equation. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of keep repeating the same thing. Well, Paul says he was made like men. He was made like men. But Paul has the dynamic way that he uses men. And I think we need to keep that on the table.
Well,
But the problem is this, and I'm just going to rebut a little bit, but the problem is this: does the kanao refer to him emptying himself of the authority, or emptying himself of the morphe, the form? Because if you're talking about the form that he emptied himself of, taking the form of a servant, then you have two different things versus emptying himself or humbling himself in authority. There's two different things.
I would say that he empties himself of, because I mean, if you look at how Paul uses kanao in the other places, it's always talking about nullification. I think it's Romans 4, and there's a few other places, but like, for example, Abraham, the promise is null and basically void. It's of no effect. And so when he uses the kanao here, he uses it the same way of vainglory. That's a glory that is of no effect. You try to glorify yourself. And so he's saying you have the same mindset here. Christ takes this mindset. He doesn't take this ontological lowering. In other words, like, it doesn't make sense that there's just this one specific time where he incarnates himself, and therefore this specific act is this humility and service and all those things. Rather, it's his entire ministry. It's in the aorist, so it's punctiliar in the sense that it can encompass a whole widespread of an event. And so he nullifies himself. He doesn't consider himself somebody to exploit what he has, whether you want to take that as he's a divine angel, as he's a human Messiah. You can even keep the Trinity technically if you want to, but the context of what it's saying here is he's nullifying himself in his ministry. He doesn't make of what he has of any.
But would you agree that if Tony's correct about that when he says the form of a God because of the lack of the article in verse 6, wouldn't this agree with John chapter 1 verse 1 where it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word." The Word was with God, and the Word was a God, or again, we see the anatros of theos there in John 1:1, which would agree with him being in one form as the divine being, and then it says the Word became flesh. That's like that's consistent with this right here, where it talks about two different forms: a divine form, and then a fleshly form, or the form of a servant, human likeness.
Well, I think
these scriptures correspond, in my opinion. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's the general idea from the pre-existent view, is that form of God refers to no one could ever see God, but somehow they saw God in the Old Testament.
Right.
So that must be Jesus, or he must be the Malak of Yahweh. But in John 1, this is a qualitative predicate. It's describing what the Logos is like. It's not saying a God, as in there's two gods there. It's just describing the quality. It's predicating upon the Logos, the qualities of God.
You don't think it's talking about him being, like I said, the Word was a divine being?
No,
and then
Jesus
the Word
is
becoming
not
flesh, which was opposite of a divine being.
No, so the Logos is not a person alongside God. So Jesus is not the Logos.
But Tony explained in verse 6, it says who existing in the form of God. So when you say who, you're talking about a person.
No, this
Christ
is, but these two don't necessarily correlate. They're not talking about the same thing. They're related in the fact that, so we talked about in John how it is Jesus becomes the Word made flesh. It's not referring to like a virgin birth. He doesn't become flesh. There's nothing in the prologue which necessarily says that it's referencing to when Jesus was born. You have to read that into the text. You can't extract that out of the text. It doesn't tell you when the Word becomes flesh.
Well, that's why I was using, and Andrew, I respect you. That's why I was using Philippians chapter 2 verse 6 right here, where it says who existing in the form of God. Now we add personhood to that word.
Right, but it just begs the question: what does form mean here? And form, if we see that, it can't though. It can't, and I'll tell you why. Because you don't. There's nothing about Jesus you would look at him and say that's a servant right there. You would know that he's a servant by his actions, right? Which gets into exactly. And so when we get into verse 8, it's very interesting what we see here. And being found in appearance as a man. I don't think that this captures in appearance here, doesn't capture the essence of what these words mean. So the first word we find here is being found.
Andrew, can you use the Revised Standard Version, the RSV?
Let me see.
I want to apologize if I sound combative. I might be the most
No, you don't at all. No, not at all.
And I'm sorry if I sound like that. I'm actually having a really good time listening to you guys, for real.
No, you're complete 100% fine.
The RSV is just a little bit more academically inclined, so I want to see how they translate this verse.
I don't know.
I just want to say hi and hello to everyone. Thanks.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good evening.
How you a Trinitarian, Unitarian?
No, I'm Trinitarian.
Oh yes.
Here we go.
All right, Everett, time to crank up.
All right, so we'll stop here for a second. Why don't you introduce yourself? How long have you been listening to this conversation, and what are your thoughts so far? Anything that you want to put forth?
I want to apologize. I tried to skim through from the beginning, but to be honest, I'm doing you an injustice because of the amount of time. So maybe like last half an hour or so, I've been here just listening in before I joined. So
No
forgive
problem.
me, but
You're
it's not
fine.
the first time I've heard the arguments before. So
sure. So what's your position from what you've heard so far? What are some things, some holes in the argument that you see?
Oh, well, you said The only thing that jumped out so far was that, well, in terms of what you said, was John was not referring to Jesus as the Logos.
Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's correct.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Well, so even if we would like putting John aside and we're talking about Philippians, I don't see how it necessarily correlates. Now, for me, this is more substantial to understand this as referring to a human being. It doesn't really, to me, it doesn't mean anything much if you're just, it's more of a spectator sport. The pre-existence view to me is a spectator sport. When John's talking about the Logos and becoming flesh, you're just looking at a story, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything to you in a way you could apply it to your life. And so when I do hermeneutics, I'm looking at a way I understand the Bible as a divine text, which has substantial meaning we can apply to our lives.
Okay.
So
I
yeah,
can,
so if
I
you-
can,
if-
I
mhm, go
can
ahead.
challenge. Yeah, I could have some pushback on that if you don't mind.
On which part?
Well, the part of, in terms of John's interpretation, but if we're gonna zero in on the pre-existence on the basis of Philippians chapter 2,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, and you're saying that you have to use scripture to substantiate truth, then I'm saying that then we would need to use Christ's words as our basis of truth.
Not
And
just
kind of,
scriptures, but also how we interpret the scriptures, right? Because we
Okay.
can all read, we all read. There's a, that obviously there's a difference between reading and interpreting.
right. So do we find, if I'm to just zero in with John's statement, do we find Jesus' statements, does he make statements of his pre-existence?
No,
So we can cut to the chase in terms
not
of,
in a literal personal pre-existence, but he does allude to having a predestined glory with God.
all right. So is it possible you can pull up, if I give some reference text that we can look at them? Is that okay? Or am I disrupting the flow? I can always sit back and wait.
What do you think, guys? Should we jump into John right now? I mean,
If you do, give it like a set time, like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I could do it in
Yeah.
10 minutes. No
okay,
problem.
yeah, let's do that. That's a
I
great
think that'd
idea.
be pretty fair.
We'll
Okay.
do that and then we'll hop back. John, what?
Okay, all right, cool. So let's look at John 6:38.
Yeah.
No, I'm not one to really just just pop out the text, but
Mhm.
I'm guessing you guys are apologists, so you would know the context of some of the verses I'm pulling out. It wouldn't be unusual for you, so I'm just pointing out
Yeah.
Christ's words in terms of what he is saying, and if he's being consistent in terms of what he is saying and what you believe differently from what he is saying. So it says here, John 6:38, for I came down from heaven, not to do my own will, but the will of him that sent me. So did
Sure.
Jesus come down from heaven?
Yeah.
And
So
was he?
I want to share this real quick because I brought this up earlier. It's from James Dunn, and he talks about wisdom, Christology, and Jesus being the embodiment of wisdom. And he says this here. The point is that this is about the fourth line down. It talks about the point is that Christ is the incarnation of this wisdom or word. To speak of Christ as himself pre-existent, coming down from heaven, and so forth, has to be seen as metaphorical. Otherwise, it leads to inevitably to some kind of polytheism. And
Right.
so just
But
to say,
is that on the basis of the Proverbs chapter 6
well,
or 8? Is
so
that
it's
he's basing it on?
well, no, it's basically so the argument we did a live stream about this. But so when we go into the logos, what that word itself means and John is, we argue that John is drawing from wisdom literature. So logos is essentially synonymous with wisdom. And this wisdom becomes incarnate in the person of Jesus.
Okay.
Now,
No, all I'm asking is that if you're using Proverbs as the basis for you attributing wisdom.
no, it's not that easy. So I might have a different view than most people, But I do have a video, and I want you to check it out on my YouTube channel on John chapter 3. I have a commentary series. It's John.
No,
the prologue.
understand my question.
Mhm.
I'm saying on the basis of you attributing John's wording, right? John's scripture
In
as
John
it
6.
being, as it being wisdom, right? Jesus has mentioned as
No,
being
so
wisdom.
Jesus ascended to gain this wisdom and became the embodiment of wisdom and descended back to the people.
No. Here, understand my question. And I just want to move on because it's not just one text I got, because I don't want, I know I got 10 minutes, so I'll try to be concise. All I'm asking is on the basis of you quoting James Dunn and making the reference of you analogizing the word as being wisdom. I'm asking if that is on the basis from the book of Proverbs.
But you're talking about, well, it's based on a lot of different things. Proverbs is one of them, but it's based
Okay.
on the entirety of wisdom thought leading up to the New Testament.
Okay.
So we have to
All I'm
consider
asking is
intertestament
if it's on the basis of that, meaning that okay, that's where it's coming from. Because what I
No,
normally tell,
so when you bring up about Jesus and John, and he's talking about how he came down from heaven, it's based on numerous different things, but all within the sphere of wisdom literature.
all right, okay. All right, so let me just give you some other reference text, and then we can see if Jesus is being consistent, or if you're being inconsistent with the text, right? So that's 6:38. He says, "For I came down from heaven, not to do my own will, but the will of him that sent me." Nothing about this is talking figuratively about anything, but let's continue, right? So that's John 6:38. Let's do same chapter 6:32, right? Sorry, 6:62. My bad. Right. It says here, what and if you shall see the Son of Man ascend up where he was before. This is Jesus' words, right? Same chapter, right? Let's do a couple more, right? So he's being consistent, right? Let's go to chapter 8, verse 23. This is what he says, right? And he said unto them, "You are from beneath, I am from above. You are of this world, I am not of this world."
Yeah.
So
But
Jesus
doesn't
being
he also tell people
figurative.
that he tells people also the disciples they're not of this world either, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, based on the conversation and the context of this, and I began by saying I'm not one that pulls it up, but I just got 10 minutes, so I got to be concise. But you will know the context behind these statements, that we know when Jesus is speaking figurative, when he's speaking in parables, and when he's being direct, because he's speaking to folks who would ask him questions on the basis of the statements that he's making. Same chapter, right? A couple verses down, 8:42, right? Jesus again, this is his words. And this is what he says. He said, Jesus said unto them, "If God were your father, you would love me, for I proceed forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me." So is Jesus being still consistent here with all of these statements, that he came from the Father sent him, right? He came from above and we are from beneath. All of the verses seem to say the same, make the same comment, right? I'm not finished yet. My bad. Give me 1 sec here. So that's 8:42. Let's go to 13 and verse 3, chapter 13 and verse 3. It says this, John chapter 13 and verse 3, Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, and that he was come from God and went to God. Really controversial statement, but is he being consistent here in terms of the passage of scripture, meaning that his words is what he is saying? Let's do one more. I got one more, but I'll leave that one for later. 16:27, chapter 16, verse 27 and 28, just before the most famous John 17:3. And this is to the end of the chapter, right? He says, "For," this is 27 and 28, "for the Father himself loveth you, because you have loved me, and have believed that I came out from God. I came forth from the Father, and I'm come into the world. Again, I leave the world and go to the Father." as I said, you can get the context of this conversation he's having with the disciples.
Mhm.
So far I've read about 5 or 6 statements that
Mhm.
Jesus is making to indicate that he pre-existed, that he came from the Father, he came from heaven, right? That he's from above and we are from beneath. So
Mhm.
how does any of this ever correlate to mean that he's not what he's saying he is, or where he came from, that he pre-existed?
Well, even the church fathers recognized that John's gospel was a spiritual gospel.
I'm not a
And-
church father person, so I'll just let you know.
well,
I don't
that's
do the
fine.
commentators. Yeah. So
That's fine. But
okay.
anyone who understands, any researcher of the
Mhm.
Gospel of John
Mhm.
understands that John's gospel is different.
Mhm.
And so he writes a lot in figurative language. Now, again, there's a difference between reading and interpreting. And so you see these verses, and I get what they appear to be to you, especially if you
Right,
want
but
them, if you
what I'm saying
want
is
them to be that.
yeah, but this is
Mhm.
not poetic language of John.
That's your assertion, though. But that's an assertion.
No,
And
it's not
so
an assertion. I'm saying that
it is
John
an assertion.
records. So what I'm saying, some of these are excerpts that can be correlated in other of the synoptic gospels. But what I'm saying is this, that this is not poetic language yet. This is John who being a witness.
Right.
Because if
You would have, I get that you would argue that as a Trinitarian, but that's not
Mhm.
proving anything. You're simply asserting that it's not poetic language.
Mhm.
But I would argue the above and from a below language is symbolic and is spiritual in meaning and not to
Mhm.
be taken literally, like most of the Gospel of John. So when you understand the book as a whole,
Mhm.
and you understand that Jesus doesn't want us to accept things as they appear to be, but wants us to understand the deeper meaning throughout the entire book, then it's not too far off to understand he's talking figurative here. But I will say that this goes completely against your view as a Trinitarian, that you must, if you accept these as literal, you must concede and become an Arian. Because Jesus talks about being in heaven, and while he's in heaven, he chooses not to do his own will, but chooses to do someone else's will. Therefore, he's not God. He doesn't choose to not only do his will once he becomes a man. It was the Father's will, according to your view, since before the incarnation. Therefore, he submitted to his Father's will while he was in heaven before he came a man. So you have to at least become an Arian at that point.
No, that would be Arianism is your
No,
that's
we're not
your
Arians.
belief.
We're not Arians.
Well, listen, any
Some
Unitarian,
of us.
listen, let's
No.
put it this way. Unitarians are Arians.
No, we're not.
Basically.
No, we're not.
I'm telling you, that's where
The difference, and I'll tell you the difference, is most of us here accept that Jesus only came into literal existence in the womb of his mother Mary. An Arian would believe that Jesus was the first created being and that God created the universe somehow through him. We don't ascribe to Arianism.
Well, listen, there are a lot of people who have their own version of stuff, and you guys can't come up with it. But what I'm saying
Well,
is that
just like Trinitarians, you guys all have your own
no,
thing.
but listen,
Huh?
I have read the scripture just as it is, and I've
Okay.
taken John's word
Mhm.
for it just as he was there, and we have chosen to use John's gospel as scripture, as canonical scripture. So I'm saying that
Okay.
even in First John, when you read his introduction, John says that, listen, I have seen, I have felt, I bear witness, right?
Okay.
So therefore, John is not speaking from a point of he's reiterating from someone else's theology. He is speaking from being in the presence of an experience in Christ.
So let me just summarize.
There's nothing there.
Let me
There's
just
not.
summarize what I think your point is that you have these verses and you read them literally and you're committed to that, and that's the end of the story. Is that it?
No, what I'm saying is that you're doing an injustice to the scripture by you saying
that's an assertion. You're asserting
well,
that.
well, let me
you,
finish.
I could say the same thing about you, and I could actually demonstrate it that you're doing a disservice, and that there's numerous points in the Gospel of John that you can't account for. And I guarantee that, because if you did, you wouldn't
you're making
argue
an
like you argue.
assertion now because you don't.
I'll prove it. I'll prove it.
Okay,
How about
go
that?
ahead. Try.
All right. John chapter 3. Jesus talks about being born from above. And he says in John chapter 13, no one has ascended into heaven except he who descended from heaven. Now, what he says here is that no one has ascended, that this is in the perfect tense, meaning the ascension in question has already taken place. So when Jesus is speaking as a man and he says this ascension into heaven has already taken place, when did it take place?
We have what we call Christophanies, right? If you know what that means.
No, you can argue for that if you want, but I'll ask the
Right.
question again.
No, because
No,
Jesus makes the assertions as well in chapter 8 when he speaks.
No, I don't want to. No, but I'm asking you this specific question because I'm demonstrating that you can't prove your position from
no,
this
I'm
verse
proving.
alone.
I'm proving
No,
the very.
well, I'm asking you, brother, just respectfully. It says no one has ascended. Ascended there is in the perfect tense, meaning the ascension in question has already taken place. So Jesus is speaking to Nicodemus, telling him that he has already ascended. So when did Jesus ascend according to John chapter 3:13?
Right. You finish?
No, I'm asking you. All I want to know, and then we're going to jump back to Philippians, but I want to know, it says no one has ascended, and it's in the perfect tense, meaning the ascension in question
Right.
has
So you're
already taken
taking.
place.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? And this is where I'm showing you your double standards and the hypocrisy. If it is that you're using if I'm to just go down the rabbit hole with you and I'm saying, okay, if I'm taking your argument for this, so why you're not going to take the argument for all of the other verses that I just
All
read?
I'm asking you is this particular verse.
No, but I'm showing you. I gave you like 5 from the others. So why didn't you take it as that, just as you're taking
Because
this one?
my theology in all of the other
And
ones,
that's why it is. It's your theology.
My theology hinges on John chapter 3, verses 13. But what I'm demonstrating is that you can't answer the question. Now, I'm going to give you one more chance. Either you can answer my question, or we're just going to go back to Philippians. So either answer the question.
No, we can go back to Philippians. I got no problem with that. All I'm saying is
I don't
that
think you're going to come. If you don't answer my question, you're not going to come with us. So when I'm asking you one more time.
No, listen, it doesn't matter. Listen, the Unitarians, you guys always do this, right? Is that whenever we pull you up on your hypocrisy,
no, I'm asking you, bro.
No, because listen, you get to make your.
Listen, I'm going to ask you one more time. It says that the ascension in question has already taken place. All I'm asking you, are you going to then argue that the ascension never happened? Is that what you would argue?
Read the context. Go ahead. Read the texts before.
I read the context. I'm asking you.
Read the texts before.
All right. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. I mean, we'll come back, but I don't want to go down this whole rabbit hole of John and all these things. But see, that's how the Trinitarians it was like a very peaceful conversation. And then the Trinitarians come and it's just become so nasty, bro. It's just unproductive and unfruitful.
I think there's some kind of spirit with that stuff.
Oh, it definitely is. Because you can think about it. If you are God's chosen people like they think they are, right? Then why can't you just teach, right? And if Paul talks about teaching in a spirit of humility, and he talks about with all patience, be prepared to teach, then why can't they just teach? I mean, anybody can read. And that's the thing. People, and we talked about this at the beginning. When you talk about hermeneutics, you're extracting meaning out of these divine texts in a way that people can apply to their lives. So they seem to confuse reading with interpreting, as if we don't have eyeballs and we can't read. Everybody can read, but not everybody, I think, can interpret. And the Trinitarianism I think it's literally creates a mental disorder. And I think it is a spirit of confusion. It's not from God, because the whole thing is just purely illogical. And when you dissect it, it's an irrational belief. It makes literally, like in the literal definition of the basic laws of logic, is an irrational, nonsensical view. But anyways, Tony, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so let's get back. Where we at on this?
I think we were just dissecting it and
So I think when we go to form here, like it can't refer to something you look at, because you don't look at Jesus and automatically, like the first time you see him, you don't see that he is a servant, but that he's a servant.
I'm sorry, Andrew, but before we continue, just so we can have the right version, did you mind, this is before the Trinitarian.
Oh, yeah. Let me see. Philippians 2. Yeah. It's the
RSV?
RSV?
Yeah, RSV, Revised Standard Version.
I Did you know that
That's
even Martin Luther says that this, Martin Luther obviously very Trinitarian, even says that this cannot be it has to imply some kind of a status or position. I just thought that was ironic.
Yeah, they did that. I want to say they did that with, I don't know, is it him or Luther in Genesis 19:24 as well. It said it's not referring to like two Yahwehs, which was what be implied there. But so here's the RSV.
And can you zoom in a little bit just because it just seems
Yeah,
more,
for sure.
yeah, my eyes are
Oh,
terrible.
geez, what's going on here? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So
they're using the
Yeah.
word born here
yeah,
that I think you said you don't like.
yeah, because it's just not what the word. It's not what the word necessarily means. The point is, you kind of go from one state to another, but you have to read into the text that he went to that one state to another by being born as a man. It's not something that the text demands or the word demands.
But would you, I mean, I see what the authors are doing here, and this is a very like academic translation of the Christian text. So the word born here, I mean, obviously it has to be representative of, Jesus' ontology into the world.
No,
And
it doesn't. Not inherently. It doesn't have to. So we have this word genomenos, and then so it's just it has, like, for instance, and the king was made very sorrowful. All right, it doesn't mean nothing about his ontology changed. He just shifted from sort of one state to another state. There's nothing and that's essentially what it means. You're going from one state to another state. In this instance, he would be going from, he is a sort of empowered representative of God, full of wisdom and full of God's virtue, an empowered representative, and he chooses to go to a state which is that of a servant. So he's in the highest state, and he chooses to go to the state of a servant. So he's going from one status to another, but nothing in the text says it demands it that he has to be born. That's more of an interpretive translation, right?
Okay, I see the point that you're making there.
But it's also possible that it can mean born, to be born, or to come into existence.
Yeah,
it can
right.
mean that. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to.
it can. It just doesn't demand that it means that. Like, a lot of these things, you could read Trinitarian or pre-existence into this. You could, but the question, I think, is what has the most support? Like, what is the weightiest argument that we can produce? And I think it's the view that is talking about Jesus being empowered representative of God, as one who is the image of God, who embodies God's virtue as the true ideal king and God's Messiah, but he chooses not to exploit that power and establish his kingdom on earth, but instead chooses to serve others. As he says, the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve. And he sets that example. And that's the mindset that Paul says that we should have in ourselves.
Yeah, it's all ethical. It's the entire system of what he's trying to create here. Like in verses 3 and 4, everything is about ethics. It's about status.
Mhm.
It's about how you present yourself in relationship with one another. And so yes, so it would be odd that there's one specific point at which Christ becomes human as that example, or rather Christ's ministry and how he continually serves and lowers himself in that position.
But see, what I see here in Philippians 2:6 is exactly the opposite of that point. That from the beginning of Jesus's pre-existence until his death and resurrection on the cross is the entirety of the message of his humility here, right? So every act that he engaged in, from his pre-existence, coming down in the form of a human, humbling himself during his ministry, and then even so much so in the form of a human dying on the cross. So I see Philippians 2:6 speaking about the entirety of Jesus's mission from conception to death.
So you
But
wouldn't
see,
view it as a participle of means then, right? You wouldn't view it as by taking the form of a servant, by being made in the likeness of men. In other words, he doesn't empty himself by becoming a man, right? Because that's what most Arians would say.
that I think that is your view, right? Because you equate being a human as being a servant, and I think it like neglects the fact that a human being doesn't have to be a servant. You can absolutely be a king on the earth. You don't have to be a servant just because you're a. I guess what you're doing is you're using servant in a different way than we are. So we see servant as a status. You see it as what was that you were saying about the hierarchy of beings, essentially, right?
Right. And so that's kind of how I view this, is that human and servant are synonymous with one another in this kind of spectrum between what it means to be human and what it means to be fully God. And my understanding of this text as I approach it is that Jesus is in the form of a type of a full divinity, right? So he's not fully divine in Trinitarian sense, but he's fully a God. He's emptying himself out to the lowest form of being, which is a servant or human. And so how does he take on the functional role of a servant? Well, he does it in human likeness or in human form. And it is that human form of Jesus that, through its obedience, dies on the cross.
I think we agree that ironically, we except for the Arian interpretation of that, I just view him as the messianic servant. So everything that you said up until that word taking the form of a servant, I would agree that it's explanative after that. Like this next strophe, this next part explains that he had come in human likeness, which I would view as Romans 8:3, which is more so about sinful humanity or fallen man. I think Paul's anthropology is very unique when it comes to things like that. And being found in fashion, or the schema, the humility, the lowliness of man. He even goes lower than man to become obedient unto death. So rather than it being an Arian interpretation, it seems to be more status driven. And one of my strongest things that I can think about is I think it's in Luke and one other place, but there is a word for literal where Paul could use for pre-existence, which would be pro-huparkon. But he uses the word huparkon, which is specifically used to represent a status, and if we want, we can go there. There's like 10 different places, but I looked at every single one of them, and it all implied a state of being, generally a status, like a Jew, or like a Jew. Yeah, it literally was about a status or a position that somebody held.
Well, like I said in my example with Hercules, is that you even see, even within divinity, there are different statuses, right? So Hercules actually, very similarly to Jesus in Philippians 2:6, after his death and resurrection, he too is exalted to a higher state of divinity. But again, I think what's important here, because I think those social cultural contrasts are very important. So in Greek and Roman mythology, one of the big motifs that we would see constantly throughout these mythologies is coming in contact with the gods, finding them in different forms or different appearances than what they actually are. So when Zeus came down from heaven, humans would find him in the form of a golden shower, or they would find him in the form of a very seductive figure. And again, that form that they would find Zeus in was specifically fashioned to exploit them. Where here we see the contrast. The form that we see Jesus in is specifically to serve them or to be obedient. So again, I still want to make that argument for the social cultural analogies, because again, to the audience in which Paul is speaking, these are the references that they would have immediately been able to identify, that Zeus, the gods, would come down from heaven in different forms, and they would use those forms very exploitively to their advantage. But when Jesus comes down from heaven in the form of a servant, or in the form of human, it is to be a servant, not to exploit people. And we actually see specifically when Zeus himself comes down in the form of a human being, he does so specifically for the purposes of exploiting people, taking advantage of them, seducing them. But Jesus, in contrast, coming down in the form of a human, is serving people.
Yeah, you could read that. I think you have like a philosophical problem, which gets into the whole dual nature thing. I do want to clarify because my ADD kicked in a little bit. But did you say something about like the human nature is what died on the cross? Or did I misunderstand?
Well, I didn't use the word nature there. But yeah, I think
like a demigod, right?
I think that's actually important to bring up, and maybe I can clarify my position on that. So I do see Jesus' physical body dying on the cross, but I don't think Jesus in totality dies on the cross, because in the biblical narrative, we're told that when Jesus is dead, I'm doing air quotes here, he goes down to Hades and ministers to the people in Sheol. So
yeah.
So
what do you think?
I would argue that his body died on the cross, but if you want to say his spirit, just for a lack of words, did not die, because it was very actionable and functionable in his death.
Elijah, you can go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering about the alternate interpretation. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it, about the lack of the verb in verse 5 and how it's in the present participle, the huparkon part. So when it comes to Jesus being exalted, resurrected in this new body, one with God, you could say, however you want to interpret that, having this divine status to himself that he has now, how we will also share in that one day. Could you see, because I think in chapter 3, verse 20-ish, somewhere around there, he uses how it will change our schema. Yeah, he actually uses it there too. He uses our lowly bodies, and we will be transformed. Yeah, because everything in here is very Roman, right? At least it implies against that citizenship. Who by the power that enables him to be subject to all things to himself, he will transform our schema. That's the schema you got again there. Lowly bodies to be like his morpho, or morphosis, his glorious body. And so could you see any parallels because of that lack of the verb in verse 5, where it could be the form of God that he exists in now?
So this is very interesting, and obviously I think this ties into his resurrection chapter when he explains what sort of bodies people inherited. So I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. Is the form of God that Jesus is in here at the beginning of Philippians 2:6, if I'm understanding your question correctly, is that the same form that he received after his exaltation?
No. So what I'm wondering is when it says in verse 5, let this mind be in you, which there's no verb for was there. It just says in which also in Christ Jesus, who existing now in the form of God. So if you were to say in Christ Jesus, you could say that like as today, which is even in Christ Jesus, who now existing in the form of God. Well, how did he get to this position? He did not consider, he did not consider equality with God something to exploit. He empties himself, taking the form of a servant, and he's found, all that stuff. And therefore, because of this, because he wasn't in the form of God, this is how he got there. Therefore, God did this for him. You see what I'm saying?
And you're asking me specifically what, though?
What I'm asking is, could you see, because you're arguing form of God here, could you see this form of God being in the present tense? Because it is a present tense participle.
Yeah, but I think it's modified by
the. I actually appreciate that question. That is actually an interesting question there.
If it were to be modified by the preceding was, but as a present tense, because that verb is not actually there.
Well, why wouldn't it be modified by the fact he emptied himself?
Right, which actually it would be the word consider. I think it would be higesita, which is aorist. So it could be that, which I think I would naturally agree with. But I'm saying there is an argument out there that this form of God is talking about his present day reality. It's not. I'm not arguing for it. I'm just
if you remove the was, then you get a statement that's closer to the accusative form, and that would. in my view, that would be kind of what we see in Johnson Kippet, which would mean that when we say that the form of God, that would mean that Jesus is something's being done to Jesus, or Jesus is doing something, which is interesting. So I don't know. I would have to play around with that view a little bit more.
But it seems
Yeah, it's
that
not what I hold
he's in
to.
the form of God. It correlates with his equality with God, which he didn't consider something to be exploited, but instead emptied himself. So it seems that he did not consider equality with God, but he emptied himself. He's not doing that sort of in his exalted state. It seems
No.
No.
Well,
So I agree. Well, he's asking a little bit of a separate question, but no, I obviously agree that whatever is happening to Jesus in whatever form that Jesus is in verse 6 is different after his exaltation in verses 9.
right. Yeah.
I want to say
So-
one thing, and then we have Nazarene here as well, Nazarene of the way. But I will say, so if people use this argument a lot too about when angels come down in the appearance of men. So, like when angels appear in the Old Testament, they appear as men. I think the difference is like philosophically, and this gets into the whole conversation about dual nature, is that what throws a complete wrench in this whole idea is Jesus being born. And so if you have an angel and he comes down, he retains his identity. If you had Zeus and he came down and appeared in some certain way, he still retains his identity. And also what this does is when you say being made in human likeness, or you say being found in appearance as a man, what you entail with that is that he's not actually a man, he only appears to be. And so like an angel, they have this concept, I guess it's called angelomorphism, where this is the idea where angels come down and they appear as men, but they're not actually men. So that whole idea about Zeus and how he comes down and you look at him and see something different, it's very, I think it's not very strong, because you have Jesus being born. And so then how does he retain his identity? He doesn't retain his identity anymore, because you have literally, how do you have a complete person with all of their experiences, a conscious being, and then all of a sudden they're in a baby and they don't have this consciousness anymore? It's just
Andrew,
completely.
that's not that hard to answer when you look at Philippians 2. It depends on how you understand the term kanao. If you understand kanao as destroying one form and then taking on another form, like it's a rebirth, as it were. If you don't understand it that way, then yeah, it's going to cause all kind of problems. But if you destroy it all boils down to how you understand kanao.
Right, but that creates.
Andrew, I guess after you go.
Yeah, I think that just creates. That creates problem, because you're essentially what's entailed in that is you give up your entire identity, then you're not really the same person. That's maybe more of a philosophical problem, but at the same time, I don't think it finds textual support, because kenoo and this idea that he emptied himself is just the putting off of something he still had access to it. He just put it off. It's not that he completely 100% annihilated it. It's just that he put it off. He could have exercised it, but he chose not to.
But that word means to make empty, to destroy. That's exactly what it means. It has the idea of making it nothing, void, nothing, destroyed. He destroyed that one form and took on another form.
Well, in the BDAG, it says just divestiture of position.
That's one of the definitions. I'm sure that's not the exhaustive definition. I'm not going to try to prove it right now, but I'm sure there's more to it than that, because BDAG is just one.
Well, it is figurative language, and I think we see later in the same thing, we talk about Paul in verse 17, where he talks about, but even if I am poured out like a drink offering on the sacrifice, I want to say that there's it's figurative language, and I think you kind of give that up, and what you're saying is that his whole person and all of his conscious experiences are destroyed. I don't know how he necessarily retains his identity.
Every use of kanao is always figurative from Paul. It's Romans 4, 1 Corinthians 1, 1 Corinthians 9, 2 Corinthians 9. Every single one of those is always talking about a figurative example of canceling or avoiding something.
Yeah, and I think we can get make some pretty good progress too, figuring out what did Jesus cancel. What did he empty? It would be his will. I delight to do your will, God. Your law's in my heart. How do you get God's will in your heart? You empty your will and you fill it with God's will. But I wanted to also bring up, Andrew, I like that you're touching on morphe and how it can mean status. Form is really a very one-dimensional way of looking at the word morphe. It's a very rich word. And you can even see in the NRSV where they translate in Tobit 113. I can't make it up, man. I was just going to Tobit 113.
Oh, he's on it.
Yeah, look at what they put. The Most High granted me favor and status, morphin, with Shalmaneser, so that I became a purchasing agent for all his needs. And so you can see that someone has like a specific status or a standing. So when Tobit would go to a place, he could purchase stuff on behalf of the king because of the morphe that he was given by the king. But see, it is talking about form, but it becomes more full or more rich, and you start to see status, form, rank, standing. Just look at how this word is used in the Apocrypha and all the different places, because I know there's a few other places where it's used outside of Tobit. But I think if we can see that, and then we can begin to look at, okay, could Jesus be in two forms at the same time? Because again, what are these statuses that Jesus has? Does he have multiple ranks here? Because like I brought up earlier with Moses was God and servant at the same time by God. God says, I'm going to make you God to Pharaoh. And then he compliments Moses and says, my servant Moses. So I would argue that you can have two statuses or two positions or two forms simultaneously. And I think we can even look at modern life and we can see someone like a police officer, how a police officer is someone in a position of authority, but yet they're actually expected to be humble and serve the community while they have certain privileges and benefits that come along with their status and their position, but they're actually supposed to be using it to serve and not to be served. And I think that could also help with figuring out this whole thing of what did Jesus empty? Did he empty being the form of God and then become the form of a servant? Was the form of God something he achieved through the form of a servant? Was it at the same time, two different states? But yeah, I think I'll say this one thing because I know Nazarene wanted to go. When you look at, where is that? I'm pulling it back up. With the whole likeness of men thing. And Andrew's been touching on it. But when he uses the word God, servant, God and servant, those are clearly positions. And so when you look at the next couple of words, you can tell that Paul is continuing on talking about position and status and rank. Because not we necessarily, but people, they read this and think he took on the form of a man. It doesn't say the form of a man. It says the likeness of men. But how does he mean likeness of men if he's previously talking about rank and position? Then that would mean he's further continuing talking about rank. And then that would mean that he's, as Trinitarians like to say, he's not talking ontologically, he's talking economically, which is that when he uses the likeness of men, the fashion of men, and those phrases, that he's thinking status. Jesus is in a low position. He's someone that has authority from God, but yet when you see him, he just looks like an average person serving, being a slave in society, but yet he's a divine representative of the Almighty because he looks like every other man. He's not dressed special. He's homeless. He's moving place to place, but yet this is a representative of the Almighty God. But you just don't, but your way that you're seeing him as a representative of the Almighty is through his actions or his form that Paul is talking about here. So you can see the form through what he's doing, which is when you go look at Genesis 1:26, and I'll really yield here, I'm sorry. When you look at Genesis 1:26, we're made in the image and likeness of God, but that's a position and an action. when we're in the image and likeness of God, we're called to specific duties. We're not just images that stand here and don't do anything. To be made in God's image means that we act like him and do the things that he does and embody his characteristics and his attributes to the extent that we're able to. But and some, even in the Jewish world, they'll make the case that Genesis 1:26. I don't know how Tony feels about it. I know he referenced it earlier, but some would argue that Genesis 26, when it says, let us make man in our image, that would better be translated as let us make man in our form. And I think if that is true, then that would open up a whole new dimension to Philippians 2. I'll yield.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that, and then we'll give Tony and the Nazarene welcome. So I want to touch on that again. So getting in the mindset of these people, again, hundreds of years, couple hundred years before this was written in this Greek world, we have this from Diogenes, and he talks about the ideal king, and he talks about for a city, but a king whose rule is beneficent and who is himself animated by law, exhibits the form of God among men. And E.R. Goodenough translates this as he's metamorphosed. Again, he's changing his form into a deity among men, but he starts out as a man, and he changes his form and now begins to exhibit the form of God. And I looked this up. I found this passage in the Greek, and you can see it here. I had on, let me see. Okay. And then I had Chat GPT translate this of what he's saying here. And so this is this word, it's using this word schema. It's this form of this word schema when he is metamorphosed into a God among men, and it translates this word here as God has appeared in the form among men, or more literally, God has been schematized among men. And so it's this idea here that God is somehow being seen through this person, and so he's in this status. And so when he's not exhibiting the form of what you would expect from a king or from God, but when you discover Jesus, which gets back to this whole point in the text here, when you see in verse 8 here, and being found. And see, this is a very interesting term here. When you go into the Greek, you look at this word being found, and it talks about how you would essentially discover, or you would find him after searching. And I forget, there's a more technical meaning, but the idea is that when you went and saw Jesus, like let's say you heard about Jesus in the next town over, and you went to go see Jesus, the idea is you wouldn't see him exercising kingship like you would expect to see, but instead you discovered him through perception of him actually being a servant instead. And so when you went to go see Jesus, you heard about King Jesus, he's coming, but you don't see someone exercising the privileges of a king. Instead, you see him exercising the privilege of a servant. And there's this whole honor shame culture in this society as well, where again the king is the highest status you could hold, and the servant is the lowest status. And there's like an honor shame. It's more of a shame to be a servant, and so that just fits the whole ethical frame there. But Nazarene, welcome. Tony, did you want to respond to that? And then Nazarene, welcome, and you're free to make your point.
Yeah, so I'll just be really quick. So I thought David, especially in his closing, made an interesting point. I referenced this earlier in our conversation about how Paul could be making parallels to Genesis when God says, let us make man in our image and in our likeness, when he's referring, at least in my view, to the plural of majesty, to the royal we, to his heavenly host. But notice there that when God is talking to the angels, that he is talking about in terms of, when he says in our likeness, he's talking about in terms of moral capacity. He's talking about in terms of free will. He's talking about something that sets aside the creation of man from the rest of other type of creations that we see, like animals. And so if you take that approach, I think you're asking more of a question of ontology, a question about the nature of Jesus, in that sense, not just a status. So that's where my qualms would be if you want to make the Genesis connection.
Well, I don't. So I may be wrong, but David, clarify me if I'm wrong. Was the idea there that some people in Judaism thought that to be made in the image of God means that you look like God because God has a body?
No, not in that regard. Like a more philosophical view. I think this comes along more from what I've seen in medieval times, like Rambam's time and onward.
Mm-hmm.
That we would be in the form of God. I heard somebody, a guy bringing up on Clubhouse a while back. I spent a lot of time on there, so I've heard a couple of people say that before. But yeah, that was more so my thing. Is see, can I say this real quick, Andrew? Because I know we're trying to get to Nazarene, but see, I think where the Greeks get it wrong is they obsess over like material and nature and essence, but the Jews seem to focus on your position and what you do, because what you do is how you're defined. And so, because a lot of things we just can't figure out, what these substances are or exactly what something's essence might be exactly, but we can at least understand how it works. And so that's why, when it comes to image and likeness, and even the form of God and the form of a servant, everybody's kind of going the essence and nature route in the general theological world, rather than function and status and position and activities.
Yeah. So the same thing, icon usually means something you look at. So Tony, can you at least see it as plausible that what's being talked about here is a status rather than something you visibly look at?
No. Like I've said before, I really appreciate your interpretation here. In status, definitely, I think is in part being communicated. In my interpretation, I think you put an emphasis on the status as opposed to the form. But for me, the form and the status are congruent because I'm taking this from a godship perspective. And then to me, what brings out the humility of Jesus is that although he took the form of a servant, he didn't do so in a way that would seduce or exploit or mislead, or he did so for advantageous, selfish, self-centered reasons, but in actually amicable reasons to serve others. And so I think that's the main point here. And so a lot of our interpretation is not, we're not contradicting one another necessarily. It's just from what side of the spectrum are we looking at it? I see this as a God who is engaging in this act of humility, and you see this as a human engaging this act of humility. And I kind of see the form and the status in terms of Jesus being a God is almost the same thing.
Did you see it? Did you think Paul is preaching polytheism? Because essentially in the Greek culture, if you looked at Zeus and Kronos, that's polytheism.
Well, that again, and people have to remove this 21st century worldview that we have. Well, not just 21st century, but we've been living in 2,000 years of Christendom. Okay. So in the West, we have very, very stringent and developed views of monotheism. The Jews in their history struggled with a view of monotheism. And so too did the Christians, I think, struggle with a view of monotheism. And
I would say so-called Christianity has been around 2,000 years. And then these are so-called church fathers who had a sort of perverted sense removed from the Hebrew roots.
Justin Martyr is early. Ignatius are
but he's still a philosopher. He's a Greek philosopher who's far removed from the Hebrew culture. I think what you would have to argue is that Paul himself was removed and had an incorrect perception of monotheism, because wouldn't you agree that the correct perception of monotheism is that there's just the only true God, Hashem, and then there's angels, and that's it, right? There's no other actual gods.
No, I completely agree with you, and that's my perspective of a Jew. But that's not necessarily what I think the perspective of the early church was. And it sounds like
Well,
what you
we
mean.
have to differentiate between the so-called early church, because we have selective writings from a few people. It was a very small sample. I would argue that you know, we don't want to accept them as, so they call them church fathers. I don't even like to use that word because I'm not sure what church they fathered. It's not the church of the Bible, that's for sure. But we have to talk about like what Paul meant to his original audience. So, like in the contextual evidence, we don't look at church fathers, and I don't incorporate what they thought at all into what Paul means, right?
I think it's more like, but also I think, Andrew, you got to think about the implications of what you're saying here, because people like Justin Martyr are going to be more similar to the audience that Paul's writing to than people like us. So the views that Justin Martyr have, whether or not you respect him, or Tertullian or Ignatius or what have you, Theodosius, whether you respect these views or not, these people are closer in time, they're closer in culture, they're closer in sociology to Paul than we are, and certainly the churches in which he's writing to. So
that's I can't believe that, because Paul was a Jew who was trained at the feet of Gamaliel. You can't find a single so-called church father. These people were pagan philosophers, and that's fine. If you want to dabble in Platonism or you want to be a Platonist, go ahead. I'm not really opposed to it. Obviously, the pictures I can prove that. I'm all for Plato, Socrates, all these guys, but we can't confuse Justin Martyr with Paul. Right? There's not a single church father.
What I'm saying, but think about how odd would it be for all of the early church fathers to have interpret these texts in a way that's completely different than Paul's audiences themselves would have. I mean, because they're
I don't see the connection. I don't see the connection.
Paul's audience is living in the same, well, in a world that's much more similar to the world that Justin Martyr, who's in the 2nd century, so this is fairly early, and the world that Justin Martyr or Ignatius is living in than the world that we're living in. And so the type of understandings of the text that we get from Tertullian, or that we get from Justin Martyr, yeah, they're more intellectual, they're more studied, but essentially that's the acute understanding that we should get, that people in those regions would have, not just the church fathers themselves.
I think you'd have to make a solid connection, that you could speculate, like you have a hypothesis here, but I don't think that you can directly correlate the people together. And furthermore, when you talk about Justin Martyr's theology and this whole idea about a deuteros theos, which I would argue begins with Philo, and he doesn't mean it as if there's a second divine personal being alongside God either. He uses this of the logos, or the logos, however you want to say it, which is in a figurative sense. The logos was the firstborn son of God, but creation was the youngest born of God, because he's saying that God created this intelligible world before he created the sensible world. And we see traces of that in Clement and as well as Justin Martyr. And so I just don't think there's a strong enough correlation. For me, you'd have to prove that, for instance, Justin Martyr was here at Philippi, or that he was some sort of direct student of Paul.
No. So again, this is where I think that the geography, the history, understanding
the milieu is what you're saying
is very, very important. Okay, first of all, Corinth, for example, is a logistics switching hub for the ancient Mediterranean. Ephesus, a massive port city. We are told that Ignatius of Antioch. Antioch is named after Antiochus. I mean, so these are cities, these are places where ideas are just as a hodgepodge of different Greco-Roman Hellenistic ideas.
Yeah, but these people are far removed still from when Paul was writing. They're still far removed. And at the end of the day, it's about what Paul taught, not about how later thinkers. I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? And so some of the ideas Justin Martyr had are good, and some of them are just wrong. And some of them contradict later church fathers, and some of them contradict each other within their own time period. So it's not as if they had one uniform thing. These people were philosophers, and they're speculating, and they're still far removed. And so you have, I think, is what more of the telephone game, where it's just the meaning and the original meaning is lost over and distorted over time. But when the question is, what does Paul think? Does Paul think that there's a second God?
And that's a big question. So you, for example, said that Paul's a student of Gamaliel, which was an incredible statement to make. Of course, Paul himself will never make a claim like that. And I remind readers that Mr. Saul is originally from Tarsus.
Hold on. I didn't hear you. My ADD kicked in. Here's Nazarene saying he's dancing awkwardly in a dim light. So that just completely threw me off. But you're saying, what was it that I said that Paul wouldn't have said?
You said that Paul was a student of the great Gamaliel in the first century, and of course, Paul never made that claim for himself.
Yeah, he did.
Well, no, that's not a claim that Paul makes. That's a claim that the author of the book that Luke Acts makes on the behalf of Paul. And of course, Paul doesn't make that claim for himself because Paul is a contemporary of Gamaliel.
Well, it has Paul making the claim. Well, I mean, so you're arguing that he didn't really say it like that. It's not a historically accurate.
Well, I don't think that Paul is anywhere close to a Pharisee. I mean, given the way that I've explained the way that he's interpreting the biblical text.
What about Philippians 3?
And pressing them to form.
Hold on. What was that, Elijah?
Well, what about Philippians 3? So we're talking about status and giving up and emptying things. That's what that whole negative particle thing I was talking about. He says that of himself, that he was a Pharisee of the Pharisee, or a Hebrews,
right. which is completely nonsensical. Paul is not
authentic.
I'm sorry.
Do you think chapter 3 is authentic, that he wrote it?
Well, yeah, but Paul's a very sophisticated character. To the Jews, he is a Jew, and so I think him stating that he's a Pharisee of Pharisees is a way that he's getting legitimacy in this post-Jesus ministry.
Let me just say, because we're not going to have much commonality. I think what you're saying is that Paul is lying. You're saying Paul's lying.
I'm trying to figure out what.
I am saying, okay, yeah, I try to be as economical as possible. Yes, I think that Paul's an incredible liar. I think that he says very
well. Yeah.
I don't believe that he was commissioned by the high priest, for example, to go to Damascus and to persecute Christians. I think that story. Well, by the way, Paul alludes to that, but we get the details in Luke. I think that's a completely fabricated story in order for Paul to really take over the early Christian movement.
I think what you have here is like highly speculative. And it's just kind of not a very substantial, and especially when you go into like what's considered to be an authentic letter of Paul, and then you're saying that when he says that he was asked to the law of Pharisee, I'm not sure it says exactly that he's a Pharisee anyways. He just says asked to the law of Pharisee, but maybe that's what that means. But then you say that he's essentially like just a really gifted liar. That's a wildly speculative. I just don't find it. I just don't find your argument very substantial. I'm not saying it's not there. I just don't find it.
Why would Luke verify a cold-blooded liar like Paul? Like if we're talking about the book of Acts, chapter 22, verse 3, because I had to look that up. Paul actually said it. It says in verse 2, then Paul declared, "I am a Jew born in Tarsus of."
Well, Luke is the author, so Luke is saying that Paul is saying.
So you saying Luke's a liar too? Because Luke wouldn't verify Paul if he was lying, would he?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't obviously think, we're very ecumenical, but I'll step into the
Ooh.
box.
I think well, I think it
Were the
really
apostles Jewish?
Well, no. I mean, here's the problem. First of all, Andrew, I haven't gotten into this argument yet. I've only kind of laid out a headline. But yeah, I think that Luke and Paul are lying about Paul's credentials in terms of his Jewish faith, in terms of him being a Pharisee.
But wouldn't they have like corrected him about, oh, you wasn't taught by Gamaliel, why are you making that lie? You don't see that in the verse. Like,
Well,
wouldn't you want to
the
check them for
person
saying
who's
that?
making that claim, by the way, I think it's important to understand the history that Paul is writing to us in the 50s. The book of Luke is coming to us around 85, so at the end of the century. So Paul has already been well dead by the time that the book of Luke is actually being produced. But in none of Paul's epistles does he tell us that he's a student of the great Gamaliel.
Yeah, that's true, but that doesn't mean he didn't say it. But that's why I think Andrew is saying you're being more speculative than anything, because we can't assume that everything that Paul thought is contained in the few writings that we do have of him.
No, I don't think that. No.
But I think that I'll say this real quick. Looks like we lost Nazarene. I don't know if he can come back up, but yeah, I just find that I have a harder time if we're going to sit here and argue for Paul and argue if you're arguing for something he's saying, but then turn around and be like, well, I just think Paul's a liar anyways. I mean, I don't even know how much further the conversation could go, because you're basically arguing for something you don't even think the man probably even said, but yet at the same time, you're trying to use his argumentation that you don't think he probably really even said or believed, or he just made up for whatever his reasons are to make your argument.
That's not fair, because when someone's lying, if somebody's a liar, that doesn't mean literally 100% of the words that they say is a lie. I mean, that would be absolutely ridiculous. And that'd be a kind of infantile way to think about.
I guess I need to know from you, like, I want to see, like, just because I want to let Nazarene, he's been waiting, he's dancing over there. I don't know what he's doing now. But, so what's the big theme here? Like, what do you think Paul's angle is? Because now it seems you're saying he's lying, and I think you said something about to gain control over Christianity. So now he has sort of this motive.
Well,
what's the big idea? What's Paul's motive? That's what I would say. And all these lies, and then you say because Luke's lying now, or he's not telling the truth, or something. What's the big motive of Christians in general? You're laughing over there because I know I touched something right there. What's the big idea here? Like, because this would have to do with the heart of your objection to Christianity as a whole. So what's the big idea? What is it? What was the motive of Christians to do what they do? And do you see it as a sort of direct attack on Jews?
So it's hard to understand motive, right? But I find that Paul's a very vindictive character when he's talking to the Christians in Thessalonica, for example, in the book of Thessalonians. He tells them that not only did the Jews kill the prophets, they killed the Lord Jesus. Interestingly enough, and maybe I want to put an emphasis on this, they're currently persecuting me, displeasing to God and contrary to all mankind. Yeah, I think that Paul's someone who's.
So you think it's more of the Christianity in general is an attack on the Jews, and so you see it in the angle of, like, in the Gospel of John, for instance, it says the Jews came up to him to do this, and then so it's sort of creating a new religion which attacks Jews. That's the sort of the motive, right? Because I mean, if you're going to make a claim like that, you would have to have a motive. So you have to have a motive.
First of all, I don't want to be too simplistic, because you just quoted the book of John. That's outside of the Paulinian.
Right. I mean, but just in general, it seems that if you accept that, right? Like, if we look at it as a whole, you could see how someone could come to the conclusion. Like, for instance, we see with Martin Luther, who inspired Adolf Hitler. They see the Jews as sort of the enemy. And then there's this whole field in scholarship which studies this idea of anti-Judaism in the Gospel of John. So I'm saying it seems that is the motive there, I guess I'll ask directly, do you see the motive of Christians as being anti-Jewish or trying to take over and attack Judaism?
So sure. That's an important question. It's very, very difficult because I also think about the New Testament as not being univocal. So not all the authors have the same point of view, but definitely a theme that you see throughout the New Testament is anti-Judaism. And I want to say anti-Judaism as opposed to anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is a very modern term, and I don't want to press upon that definition upon the text, and it's actually not there. Now, will anti-Judaism later become anti-Semitism in a lot of ways? Absolutely, yes. But I don't think that's necessarily what we're finding in Paul. I mean, what does Paul say? That he didn't understand sin until he understood the law, that it was the law that gave power to sin. First of all, it's not something that a Pharisee would ever say, but for Paul, it was something about the nature of the law that, in my view, really upset him. In one instance, he says that a messenger, an angel from Satan, had arrived to him and thrusted its thorn in his flesh 3 times, and he was begging Jesus for this messenger to take the thorn out of his flesh. Paul is dealing with something, and he's dealing with something that I think that is connected to his Judaism, that is something that it doesn't completely come out in his letters because he doesn't address it directly in his letters, but there's something about Judaism that he needs to, in his view, get past. And I think in a lot of ways, we see that in the terms of his antinomianism, that he's very much against the ritual laws of Judaism. So something about the law of Moses for Paul is really troubling. And then you see other Christians in the other texts pick up on this theme. For example, in the book of John, we are told that the law, which, by the way, that's not the way that Jews would interpret this. We would say Torah, which is the word there, is teaching, not law. But law, in of it sounds penal. That sounds punishment. That sounds corrective, right? It sounds stringent. There's no love in law.
Well, you'd have to make an equivocation on terms there, and I think that's what happens a lot when people, because we have even Unitarians who I would call Judaizers, who try to make us. There's an equivocation on the term Torah, and I do agree that it just means instruction in general, but then it also has that very technical meaning of the law of Moses, which refers to the different, civil punishments and ceremonial rituals, which are in New Testament thought are not eternal. They're temporal for a limited duration that were supposed to teach us about the higher revelation, which is Christ. But anyways, let's get Nazarene, and we can touch up on that, because I think that we just touched on something. It's a very, very good point, especially with you as a Jew, and this sort of tension here between New Testament thought and the law of Moses, or the Torah. Nazarene, I don't know what you're doing now, but you got to unmute yourself.
I just finished my popcorn. But anyway, shalom to the room, peace. I just wanted to talk about real quickly how Philippians 2, verse 1 to 11 is very figurative. Any Greek-speaking person that was literate in Greek to say that any of them would have taken it ultra literally is grammatically absurd. And in the 11 verses, you have in verse 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different qualitative nouns. In verse 2, you have 4. Verse 3, you have 3. 1 in verse 4, 1 in verse 5, 2 in verse 6. One of them is the form and equality. 7, you have form. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. In 8, you have 3. In 9, you have 1. In 10, you have 1. And possibly all 3 of the heaven, earth, and underworld talk. Then in 11, you have glory, Lord, and Father. That's 3 more. There's so many qualitative nouns in it. It's absolutely ridiculous that it would be asserted this is talking about ontology. It's quite literally relational. Now, I'm trying to be very quick. I don't want to go too long. But I just wrote down what all that stuff would mean. So whenever I say the word characteristic, that just means attributes, right? But basically, Paul says for them to have the characteristics that Christhood contains, right? Jesus Christ being the head of that. Because if they have these characteristics, they will satisfy his characteristic of joy, right? He says, don't have bad characteristics like pride and rivalry, but have humility, the good characteristic. These characteristics are based off of an internal mindset. One of those qualitative nouns is mindset there, right? Not a thing based on status. That is the mindset that Christ had. It was a mindset based upon characteristics, not based upon his status. That's why when he was found having the condition or attribute of God's form, because morphe there is qualitative, he kenosis, right? Kenosis, when you go to Jeremiah 14:5 and Jeremiah 15:9 in the LXX, they're clearly terms of humility and trust in God. Why? I believe one of those verses, it was the town was crying out to God to like rescue them, and it said the town emptied itself. It kenosis, right? And when you look at that word there in kenosin, the e actually makes it thoroughly emptying. So he was thoroughly humble, right? So that's what kenosis means. And I think someone even mentioned it, even in the New Testament, the way it's used, it's always for humility or something to that effect. That's even the case in the LXX Septuagint. So that's the cultural context. So while he took the condition of a servant's form, that's a status, he also took on the characteristics of common humans, right? We would say maybe commoners nowadays. That noun is a collective noun. So general common humans, right? It's a specific type of noun. It's relating to what we would call commoners. If we were trying to say that most accurately in English, we would say commoners. He took on the characteristics of commoners and slaves. Then he was seen in that common human condition, and he gained the conditions of obedience and death, right, when he was put on the cross. So because of that, God exalted him to have that word name there, right, anoma. That's also qualitative, so it's relating to a symbol or status. He got now a greater symbol or status than all. And by that symbol or status, everyone submits to him. That word for submit is metaphorical, right? Every knee shall bow. It's a metaphor, more symbolic language, figurative. And when whether they have heavenly existence or earthly existence, right? The way that that's formed in the grammatical construction, it's not talking about necessarily locale, but whoever lives in heavens or on the earth. Whatever, if you have a heavenly existence or an earthly existence, now his symbol and status is greater than you, right? And confess Christ Jesus has the characteristics of lordship. That word Lord is again qualitative, to the characteristic or attributively other figure as well. And so all of that attribute and characteristic and stuff like that, I'm trying to put this into plain English in a quick and concise way. That's how a Greek speaker who is literate in Greek would understand that for that entire 1 through 11 sentence. And it would be absolutely absurd for a Greek speaker to look at that and read that, knowing it's their own grammar, and think that that's literal. Even the word kenosis is a word of humility that is used consistently for a change in exertion of human effort, not of ontological being, right? It's not even a thing for them until you get to about maybe middle or Neoplatonism. It's not really a thing like that. And so that's really all I wanted to touch upon. Hopefully I got that out quickly, concisely, and in an informative manner. Philippians 1 through 11 is definitely talking about someone, even though they have a certain status, right? They are using their mentality in order to appear to have another status. And because they did that, this person being Jesus, and was killed in the midst of that, he was then exalted. And the last part I would say is Matthew, where we see Jesus explain this concept, right? Matthew 23:12. And I'm paraphrasing, I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. He who exalts himself shall be abased, and whoever abases himself shall be exalted. That's by Jesus, Matthew 23:12. So even there, he even explains it in his own words. That's what he did. That's what he did, and that's why he got what he got. Not pre-existence being implied. The implication would be verses 1 through 4, not some random part in Genesis. And it's obviously figurative language, talking about something that someone did with their character, even though they had a good status. All right, I yield.
Tony.
I got mute. Yeah, that was good. Tony, how do you respond?
Yeah, so that was a very interesting engagement there. Yeah, I still to me I struggle with this idea that the understanding who your audience is hyper important. Now, his argument, Nazareen's argument, is that the audience is somebody who is not just fluent in Greek, obviously, but someone who is I would think very educated. But that's not, I think, the way to approach this. Okay, there are very few people in the ancient world who are actually reading these texts. Most of the people who are receiving these texts are hearing them through an oral tradition. Why? Because most of the people in the ancient world are not educated. Paul is not writing to an educated text who's parsing the text in the way that Nazarene would do, as if they had an master's degree or PhD level of attainment in Greek literature. He's writing to people who are everyday, who are common. And so he needs to do so in a way that they're going to be able to understand. In his interpretation of the text, I really am trying to put myself in an everyday commoner who's in the northeastern outskirts in the rural areas of Philippi. What I've really been able to understand the message that Nazarene is trying to say, that this is not a literal interpretation, something that's similar. This is not using motifs that I already understand, but this is a completely new and different idea of lordship. Even for Nazarene, he says that Lord here is a descriptor. It's not actually who Jesus is. It doesn't tell us about who he actually is. It's a descriptor. It's an attribute of what Jesus is. And so to me, I think it becomes too detached. Remember, our view of metaphor and what is to be literal is very different from the people of the ancient world. And so I think there's too much anachronism in this particular interpretation.
If I could, I could build with some of what Tony was saying just now. We also can't assume, though, that when the average person that heard this letter read understood anything that was being said. Because, for example, when you look at Nehemiah back in the Tanakh, they actually had to have Levites there explain the Torah to these people. It's one thing to read it, but it's another to have someone there to answer questions. So let's say, for example, like you were saying, when Paul writes a letter to the whole group, he's writing to the bishops and the deacons, because those would be the people that can read and write. And then, of course, if they read the letter, it would be just like us. If we're reading the Bible, or we go to the prophets or the Psalms and we read it, the average person who doesn't really study this or doesn't really have the depth of the knowledge might not know what a word meant. Or could you clarify on what that meant, that Jesus is in the form of God? Because what if Paul never said that phrase to them? And then, or the teacher never gave them that phrase, or maybe somebody new has come in and they hear Paul say, Jesus in the form of God. And they say, well, what's that, deacon? Can you tell me what that is? Well, what are they going to do? If they have access to Paul's other letters, maybe they would go and read them and maybe go to the scriptures, which for them would be the Tanakh, and, bring stuff out of there, or anything else that they may have had. But I think that's something to consider as well, is that maybe the people didn't always know what these things meant at first, especially for the average person, because we certainly don't even know what some of these things mean when we study them over and over. But in terms of some of these concepts. Maybe a lot of them did know it, but you're right. They were average people, not reading and writing, dealing with, agricultural jobs, farming, fishing, just your basic, those kind of jobs, not academic, nerdy type people like most of us are these days that deal with the Bible.
But all of this assumes what is just speculative on what the audience was like. And so I don't think we have a clear enough picture. I mean, we don't know if these people knew the culture or knew what Paul was talking about, or whether they were farmers or illiterate or whatever. It's all speculative. But I think
that's what history is about is trying to understand what the average life of the commoner was like. And that's why I spent so much time trying to emphasize, where is Philippi? It's in northern Greece, northeastern Greece. It's in the outskirts. I mean, these people would be, and presumably these are adults. That is to say, they lived their entire lives immersed in Hellenistic Greco-Roman culture. That's all they know. And these Jewish ideas, these Christian ideas, these Jewish ideas of Jesus is being introduced to them for the first time in their life at probably, if they survive to be older than us, in their 30s, in their 40s, for the first time in their lives. And so how would they be able to make sense of these messages if they're coded with such a sophisticated and I think even well articulated hermeneutic that Nazarene displayed, that you yourself, Andrew, have displayed? I think for the most part, the average Greek would have totally missed that.
But you said that they were submersed in this culture, and so even in the Roman culture.
Well, I say Greco-Roman because I'm trying.
Right, but in the Greco, so this is where you and I. So you were seeing it from more of a Greek perspective, but they would have been steeped in this Roman emperor worship and the imperial cult. This is just well documented among the people. They would have been very familiar about things that were said about the emperor worship. It was a big part of society in that time. So they would have known. They would have known that.
No, the emperor cult is something that happened amongst the upper classes, mainly in Roman society. That was not something that necessarily that your average day pagan engaged in. What does the word pagan mean? The word pagan means like suburbanite, people who are outside of the city life. And so these are the most of commoners. And you got to remember, during imperial Rome, the vast majorities of people lived in the quote unquote suburbs. And, suburbs aren't like busy hubs like we see them today outside of Atlanta or Charlotte or something like that. Suburbs are, in this sense, are very, very, very rural areas.
Hold on. I missed, how are you determining that they lived in the suburbs?
Well, that's what it means to be pagan. That's actually what pagan.
Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that they're pagan?
Philippi
not necessarily.
Yeah,
I mean, that became a term also for people who were just worshipped other gods, right? Not necessarily literally in the country. I think that was like heathen too, right? Heathens or pagans. They're like country dwellers, and they worship like strange gods.
Well, because like I said, in the ancient world, there wasn't a big deal about worshiping, and that's why I think this text that from the Unitarian point.
Yeah, but for Paul, it absolutely would have been the biggest deal possible. For Paul, there's no leniency or looseness where Paul's going to say, you know what, go ahead and dabble a little bit in worshiping other gods.
Well, I think you've already brought up the point where he says to people under the law, come to them as if under the law. I really do think that Paul is, somebody, my mom used to tell me, someone tells you who they are, I would believe them. And Paul, I think, really does understand in his world, if he wants people to, particularly people of the Greco-Roman world, to understand the Christian faith, he needs to understand them. And in the Greco-Roman world, it was okay to worship and believe in other gods.
But
the
it's
only-
not okay for Paul. And so I get what you're saying, because when Paul talks about to the Greeks, I became a Greek, but I think you're blowing that way out of
well, let me
proportion.
finish
That's
this.
not at all what Paul was saying. He can relate to them. And if you make an interesting point there, is because you say they wouldn't have been familiar with Jewish thought. Well, let's assume that that's true, right? But Paul was very familiar with Jewish thought. And so what's behind what Paul is saying, the spirit of what Paul is saying, when you unpeel the covers, like if they were to ask Paul, well, tell us what God is really like, tell us what Jesus is really like from your Jewish perspective, he's not going to give them a polytheistic, he's not going to say it's
He
okay
hates
to
it.
be, yeah, he
No,
absolutely
well,
detests it. It's idolatry.
it's not necessarily about the polytheism. It's about how to proselytize to them, how to get them in the first place to accept another deity. And
It sounds like he's like the perfect marketer almost, and that he's just marketing this thing in order to get as much of a following as he can, to get as much money as he can. Is that kind of the idea?
that's what he says. I become all things to all men to win some. So I, like I said, I
And some people or money, you think?
But see, I mean, I know why people read Paul the way that they do, but I think you're loading a bunch of presuppositions in there, and you glide past them like we're giving you those presuppositions. You're presupposing that
Right,
when
like
Paul
Paul
says
hates
"I become
Torah." No,
all
he
things
doesn't.
to all people, that means, hey, I go to the strip club and eat chicken wings so I can win the strippers. That's not what Paul's saying. He's not talking.
Well, I don't think that Paul is saying that, right? I think that Paul, and I said this already, is a very sophisticated character. He's very intelligent, and I think that he's dealing with some sort of trauma that has to do with his Judaism. But nonetheless, I think the point that I'm making here, though, is that when he's talking to his pagan audience, I think he understands them, and he understands them in a way that James, the brother of Jesus, who's raised in Israel, Peter and John, the son of Zebedee, don't understand a Gentile audience. And one of the ways that Paul understands this Gentile audience is in the pagan world, you didn't just, while it was okay to believe in more gods than just the gods that you grew up with, the gods, the deities in your community, the only reason why you would accept other gods was because in some fashion, either an army from a different god conquer your lands, demonstrating the strength of that god, or something of that nature. The gods that you would adopt into your belief systems, you would adopt them into your belief systems because you think they can either do as much or more for you than the gods that you currently
So
worship and believe.
there seems to be a difference. Like, first of all, people read this as if it's a pre-existent hymn, and I'm not really sure how, because you would have to say maybe a few lines you could use from a pre-existent hymn or idea. And there's also a difference between Paul sort of loosely using their ideas to get people uh, convinced of Christianity or persuade them, I guess you could say, and then blatantly lying and presenting this polytheistic view and saying it's okay because I want to win them to Christ, even if I have to teach them idolatry.
Yeah, what would Lydia think of that?
Well, again, I don't necessarily think in Paul's. Well, this is not necessarily where I'm calling Paul an outright liar. I think throughout his text, he's very problematic. Here, though, I think that he's using a particular strategy in order to speak to an audience where, remember, the idea of monotheism is completely alien to this world.
No, I don't think so. Because I think we've talked about that. Now, we can say that there are certain sects which grew up and they were believed in polytheism or multiple gods. But at the core and the root, like if we look at what the Bible actually teaches, if we look at what the Old Testament actually teaches, and we look at what the New Testament actually teaches, they're not open to it. They're not having it. Nobody's, there's not even up for debate, especially within Paul. There's no, oh, there might be multiple gods. This is the whole idea of, because certain people believed, in two powers, that must mean that it existed in the Old Testament or it exists in the New Testament. And it's not true.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying. The churches that Paul are writing to are immersed in a world that doesn't understand Judaism, monotheism at all. Okay.
Right, but how about this? What I'm saying is, like, what if he's just writing in a way which they can understand because because they have been submersed, and this also assumes he doesn't have, as Elijah pointed out, he has an established relationship with them, as if he didn't present the gospel and what it is and what it means to
They're
begin
called
with.
mature.
Yeah, so and for Paul, that means mature in Christ and knowledge of Christ and understanding who he is. You wouldn't be It's not like he's writing to them for the first time. It's just some one-off letter. And that's a great point. Uh that's a great point, Elijah. So how did you respond, Tony?
Yeah, well, I think those are actually all very fascinating points because, of course, although the church would attribute 13 letters to Paul, history will say unattested 6 letters. Obviously, I don't believe those are the only, was granted 13. I don't believe those are the only 13 letters that Paul wrote to his churches. These are the surviving letters of Paul. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I pointed this out before that Paul will join the Christian movement in the 30s and we won't have any surviving letters to his churches until the 50s and 60s. So of course, these churches, and that was the point that I was making, are mature. In a sense, like they've been gone for likely decades before we get these letters.
Well, what do you mean mature in a sense? Because Paul has a very specific meaning when he talks about being mature.
Yeah, well, I mean more in a historical sense, that they weren't set up yesterday when we're reading these letters, right? They're not brand new.
Yeah, but Paul has, when he talks about maturity, and in the New Testament as a whole, it's growing in knowledge and wisdom. When he talks about leaving behind the elementary things, the basic rudimentary things, and going on to a higher form of knowledge, I think that's more what he means about maturity, rather than, like there are people who have been sitting on the pew sort of ignorant till they're 90 years old or something. Like, yeah, you've existed, but you haven't really grown at all.
Well, I think, when I say time, I mean, I think of how, from the time that Paul had established these churches to the time that he's writing to them, right? At least when we get the letters, I think there's probably almost a decade, 2, possibly 3, from the time that he sets up some of these early churches. And so over the time that he's curating them, he's watching them grow, not just over time, not just in number, but also what he would consider spiritually as well. Absolutely. But yeah, I think that there are different problems that are arising.
But you realize what you're saying the whole time, since they was established as a church, the whole time he just didn't teach them anything, and all of a sudden he's sending this letter after they're mature and trying to like teach them a polytheistic idolatry idea about Zeus and all that. It's just
why would he?
Highly improbable.
If you're saying that what I'm saying is so dismissible, so unbelievable, why in his letter in the church in Corinth is he discussing drinking demons at the cup of the Lord? If they're so mature as the way you're describing, why would this have to be something?
The Corinthians were not mature. They were the opposite of mature.
Yeah.
Babies.
Or
So
what
you're
about
kind
the
of
church
switching
in
it.
Galatia? The church in Galatia that he's excoriating.
Different churches had different issues. You have to take case by case.
Well, sure, but you're talking about maturity. These are bedrock and fundamental issues. I mean, in the church in Galatia, he's excoriating them for circumcision. I mean, you would think if he thinks, if these are spiritually mature churches, why are they having fundamental, bedrock, elementary, rudimentary issues about their Christology?
Because he talks about people, the Judaizers, who came back in and were trying to tell them that they need to become circumcised again. And Paul's telling you're completely missing the whole point of what circumcision actually truly is on a spiritual level. And as Nazarene pointed out, and Elijah too, these churches have different issues among them. So they have to be considered individually. We can't shift the goalposts away. If we see that these people are mature and he's writing to a specific audience with a specific environment that they grow up in, we can't then switch it and say, well, what about Galatia? Because we can talk about those things individually, but we can't conflate those here.
Well, I mean, you were saying in general, these churches have reached maturity, but yet
No, I'm
across
saying the idea about maturity exists in Paul in a very specific way. I didn't say that each of them have maturity. In fact, Paul says the opposite. He's like, while you should be grown, you're still a baby and you still need milk, right?
Okay.
Right. And if I could, Andrew, like I said,
Right.
the main issue I'm having with the argument is, Tony, you want us to give you the benefit of the doubt. Oh, the Philippians don't know much. They're just Spider-Man. Not that you're saying it like this, but the way you're kind of oversimplifying it. Oh, they're just like, if just to make those little pagans that knew about Spider-Man, and Paul just whips up a letter and writes it to them. How do you objectively know what the Philippians did or didn't know? How can you say the Philippians don't have the Torah read to them every Sabbath? How can you objectively say that Paul's not teaching these people the prophets? How can you objectively say these aren't people that sing the Psalms? When, and like in the letter to Galatia, what does he say? Those who want to be under the law, don't you hear the law? Don't you know what the law says? So clearly the Galatians have the law being read to them. And in other letters, Paul is telling Timothy, focus on the public reading of the scriptures. And in Paul's corpus, we know what the scriptures are for him. And I understand you have objections and you think Paul's a liar. I just think you could be more objective in how you're analyzing Paul's letters and maybe pull back on some of your own personal bias, which again, at the end of the day, I'm not upset if you don't accept Paul. I mean, you can rag on Paul all you want to, but I think you could be more objective in this conversation with how you're analyzing these letters and what these people do or don't know, because you can't objectively say one way or the other, and you're speaking definitively and presumptively. And then if I was to say, well, hey, going by all of Paul's letters, Paul, he teaches these people the Torah and they read from the Psalms and they sing and they do all of this, then you'll make an excuse as to why that's a presupposition or Paul's a liar or something like that. It's just because there's no objectivity here.
Well,
Yeah, and that's my
Right.
concern for you,
You're
Tony,
p-
is if you take your time to write this book, it's going to be easily dismissed as just conjecture and just highly speculative. And I want the best, most persuasive, best argument against my position I can finally get. But I think it would be easily dismissed as just pure conjecture, highly speculative, and lacks a sort of objective
well, that's
evidence.
fine,
And you can, and then when you get to your whole your sort of angle and your bias, it's really, you have an ideological problem with Christianity. And I think that's just going to be too easy to dismantle.
Well, I don't have an ideological problem with Christianity because, of course, I think there's a lot of different types of Christianities, and I don't think that Paul's Christianity is correct. But yeah, I haven't really.
Right. It's an emotional position, not an academic one.
I haven't really stepped into what specifically I think Paul is lying about, because we've been hyper focused on his letter to the church in Philippi. And I don't think that he is, I mean, you use the words here. I don't think that he's necessarily lying to the people in Philippi. I do think that he's speaking to them in a way that they can understand. Now, there are areas like to the church in Galatia, I think he is lying.
Right. But here in this text,
that Luke in the book of Acts is lying on the behalf of Paul in a lot of different ways.
But that's more of that highly speculative conjecture. It's just not good. It's not very substantial or solid.
But are you bringing that to I don't know if you're bringing that to the text, are you, Tony? Is that, you're not trying to do that,
like,
right?
wait, hold on. You said Philippians 2, though, they would not understand the poetic nature of that, but now all of a sudden they understand when Paul's talking to them at Philippi. And this is the issue, kind of what David said. Your argument is very well able to be defended, but it's also equally not able to be rebutted. It's as indefensible as it is unrebuttable, because it's not grounded in the objective facts of what's being said and what's found in archaeology and in writings and such things like that. It's based upon you, like Andrew said, having an ideological issue. Again, like with the poetic nature of that, Paul is writing most of the time to leaders in the church. That's what the letter of Philippians probably got to in its hands before it was read to the public people, or if it was read at all, and they just summarized what it said. But even then, people growing up being fluent in Greek and stuff like that, I'll put this in a way you guys can understand, right? If I'm speaking in English and I grew up around poets all the time, and they would start their poetry by saying roses are red and violets are blue, I worship Apollo. How about you? And then some random guy that's obviously from a different place comes one day and says, hey, roses are red, violets are blue. I worship the God of the Jews. How about you? I would understand from the way he started that thing off that he's being poetic. So even people that didn't necessarily were literate, they would understand when that stuff spoken to them what poetic speech sounds like in Koine Greek. So you're right, they would understand Paul when in the way that he's conveying it to them. But then you'd have to retract on your earlier statement that they wouldn't understand the poetic nature of Philippians 2.
No, I didn't say they wouldn't understand the poetic nature of Philippians 2. That was I guess, a mishearing of what I said. I said I don't think that they would specifically understand your poetic rendering of Philippians 2. Of course, it's a hymn, so it goes without saying that it's already in those type of poetic prose. And I acknowledge that this is a pre-literary hymn. I mean, this is probably something that down and out and trodden Christians would sing to themselves in times of distress and things of that nature, like we see with a lot of hymns throughout different religions at this time. But no, my argument about the people is that in history, history is not a definitive subject. It's not like biology or chemistry. We don't tell people what happened. We surmise what most likely happened. And so for me, when I'm looking and studying these different churches and communities that Paul are writing to, and that's why, I took so much time. Nazarene talked about the archaeology. One of the things that I mentioned in, I know this has been a 5-hour conversation, so I'm not beating anyone up for not remembering what I said 5 hours ago. But one of the things that I talked about was the fact that there was a lack of any excavation of Jewish sites or Jewish synagogues in this area, whereas that's not true, for example, in Ephesus or in Galatia. And that says something about the nature of Jewish communities, how prominent they were and how much influence they might have had over, local and community interactions with other people. In the Church of Philippi, there was no or anything like a Jewish synagogue found. And that's likely because, again, although Jews are in diaspora around the Roman Empire, they're really sparse. They're really, really sparse. And there doesn't appear to be a large Jewish community in Philippi. And that suggests that, like most of Greece at that time, like most of Macedonia, those people are highly Hellenistic. They're highly Greco-Roman. And they would probably, as average everyday people, know almost nothing about Judaism until
yeah, but they know. But Paul did talk about how people.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Until Paul, as their teacher, as the founder of their church, we're using the word church, but in their church, the only scriptures would have been the Hebrew scriptures. So as Paul is setting up these churches over time, they're increasingly becoming aware of Hebrew ideas, Hebrew concepts, but most of them, this has to be translated to them in a way that they understand, and that's through their culture and through their language. Hence why the so-called Christian Bible is written in Greek. That says a lot about the people, the time, and the understanding that the audience would have had.
But part of Paul's whole ministry and what he would have argued for is what we see here in 1 Thessalonians 1:9. For they themselves report what kind of welcome you gave us and how you turned to God from idols to serve the living and true God. And so the whole idea is, we were saying is that, like, then now that all of a sudden that's not at the core of his message about what he's doing. It's okay to worship other gods.
Can I throw one in Acts? I was just looking when he's in Athens. It says, while Paul was waiting for them in Athens, he was greatly distressed to see that the city was full of idols. So he reasoned in the synagogue with both Jews and God-fearing Greeks, as well as in the marketplace day by day with those who happened to be there. There's countless examples of him expressing whether it's in the marketplace, like at Philippi, right? Because, he kicks that spirit out of that serpent woman thing. And then he goes on and he gets thrown in jail for it. So, I mean, he's very anti-gods when it comes to other gods, and he's absolutely proclaiming the one true God everywhere that he goes. So it seems a bit ridiculous to accept that he is not doing the same thing, especially to a church that we all agree he's trying to mature and trying to father. And he uses constant other Jewish language. He even uses his own status as a Jew in a few verses later to establish that I'm giving these amazing things up. It's not like, they don't know what those amazing things are. Otherwise, what's the point of the example? So it doesn't make sense for Paul not to have expressed either the tropes and the like even Isaiah, like every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess, to not have explained these Jewish Hebraic traditions. It seems absurd considering how influential they are in the letter as a whole.
Well, I like I said, I think over time, because Paul himself is Jewish, and Jesus, in Paul's view, is the Jewish Messiah. Over time, as he's developing these churches, again, the only scripture that exists, these letters are not scripture. That's not how Paul is understanding these letters as he's writing them. The scriptures are the Hebrew Bible, and that's what he's teaching to. And again, I'm not using the word pagan in a discriminatory way, but that's what they are, and that's what he's using to convert these people are the Hebrew Bible. But he's interpreting them through the same way that, like I've argued before, that Philo of Alexandria is tackling Judaism and these Greco-Roman mythologies. He's combining concepts, he's combining ideas to get them to understand.
So I think that's kind of the fundamental barricade that's blocking our mutual understanding of the text, because where it seems to me he is the father and has thoroughly expressed and taught these ideas so that they are mature, so that they do have that teleos and that full understanding of the Jewish scriptures, and that he is no longer relating to them as those previous former pagans. That's how I take it now, because they have a developed and fundamental church, where it seems like with you, he hasn't fully developed them. He just kind of conflates the ideas, and it's almost like he doesn't really care about them to an extent, or at least care about the only thing that he ever cares about every time he preaches in Acts elsewhere, which is proving that Jesus Christ is Lord and proving that there's only one God.
So I think this is a common theme we see throughout the New Testament, even with Jesus and his disciples. Even when the resurrected Jesus, for example, he opens up the minds of the disciples so they can understand the scriptures. Well, even still, throughout the entirety of Jesus's ministry, his followers don't understand exactly what the message is, up until the point that he has to be resurrected from the dead and then open their minds so they can understand the scripture and how that maps on to his ministry. I think that Paul is encountering not only the same type of problem categorically, but even more intense, because of course, the Gentiles are much less familiar with the scriptures than Jesus's direct disciples would have been. So while I think that here, when Andrew is talking about their growing in spirit, I think that's talking about in terms of their willingness to understand and their willingness to accept the word of God, not necessarily their understanding or mastery, their comprehension of it. And I think that has to be true with the disciples as well. And I think that's why you have so many different problems across the entirety of Paul's churches, whether they be in Rome or Ephesus and Galatia or in Colossae. These churches are struggling with real problems. A lot of these problems, in my view, like, for example, the communion or the Eucharist, that to me seems to be still that church dealing with how do we integrate and understand worship to Jesus and worship from our former gods.
Sure.
Um,
Well, Tony, yeah, but Tony, I think you're conflating one with Jesus, where you have the Jews who don't recognize him as the Messiah, whereas Paul here is talking about I mean, we're talking about the most fundamental of fundamentals, which is the qualitative a God versus talking about Jehovah God, which I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that he can't be doing that. I'm just saying that a mature Philippian would understand, especially considering verses 9. I mean, this is just my interpretation, right? But especially considering verses 9 and 10, like I said before, you have God used twice. And that same God, it shows at his exaltation what he does 2 times, which is he highly exalts him and he gives him a name above all names. So there seems to be a parallel there, as well as with humanity who bows and confesses that he's Lord. So I do believe that Paul has in mind the tetragrammaton, or I don't know how else to say it. But yeah, I think he has the Father in mind at that time.
Yeah, and you said something interesting about Paul, and he's talking about sort of understanding the word as if it's just information that you can memorize. But for Paul, when you mature in Christ and you become like him and be clothed in Christ, is to behave in a way that Christ did and be conformed into Christ's image, who is the embodiment of God's virtue as the image of God. And so you're being conformed into his image. And so going into maturity is not just a memorization of some sort of lesson, it's the embodiment of what is good and what is right.
Yeah, like in Galatians, he says in Galatians 3, I'm in childbirth, in anguish and pain until Christ is formed within you. Same word, morphe, but it's like the verb form.
That's a good
And so
point. That's
it's,
a great point. Yeah.
yeah.
well, that's what I was. I mean, I felt like I was arguing that in terms of what Paul is talking about here in terms of spiritual growth. Is I said the humility, having the will, and the ability to accept more and to learn more, not necessarily the comprehension of the full understanding of.
But when Paul talks about, for instance, in Romans 1, and he talks about idolatry and that God gives those people over to a lower quality of mind, he wouldn't himself be propagating that idolatry, which is going to give them over to a lower quality of mind, when his whole objective is to bring them to maturity in Christ.
Well, I don't think that Paul is trying to convince people to be idolatrous. So I don't understand that. I'm not.
Well, I mean, because you're saying that Paul doesn't have a problem with putting forth an idolatrous view, because you're saying essentially, and I think there's a lot of loose ends in what you're saying, because if you talk about form of a God, well, what form does a God have? And but that's maybe a side note. Um, man, after about 6 hours, I just shut down. But I guess the point is, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
it.
form of a yeah, it's well, yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's like form of a god. Are we talking about, if you're talking about in the context of the Greeks, and that they should choose, whether it's Hercules or whoever you want it to be, that seems to me to be Paul trying to encourage their idolatrous mindset, like that this is something that they could understand.
Or because Tony, couldn't you see it?
Related this well. So, for example, when Paul says, for them there are many gods and many lords, but for us there is one Lord, one God. He's using their same system, their same structure of gods, except he's saying,
Yeah, but the one God, one Lord structure within the imperial cult was that there was so-called gods, but there were human representatives. So if he's following that, that's more that supports our view as Unitarians more than it would. But
well, you're saying that he's following the imperial cult, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I just think that the analogy to the Greek pantheon or the Roman pantheon is closer.
Well, but
now,
what I'm saying is that they would have the Roman pantheon of these various gods like Jupiter and whoever else, but there were the humans who were their earthly representatives. Like Nero was Jupiter's earthly representative. So then there would have been a god and there would have been a lord as a human being.
Right. And for me, I understand that Paul understands that God the Father is the one true God, and that Jesus, the divine entity of Jesus, is the one Lord through which all glory is channeled to God.
But that's completely consistent with even the Hebrew Bible and with Jewish thought. So let's say that there's a difference between if Paul's presenting in something in a way that could be taken both ways, which historically I think that's been proven true. People can interpret this text in many different ways. But if Paul didn't want that precise meaning necessarily, but was trying to present it in a way that could relate to these people so that they would be persuaded, um, it doesn't. But underlying all of that in Paul's core teaching and foundational teachings, he's not teaching that. But you're trying to present it as if that is what Paul's theology is, or are you saying that that's not what his theology is anywhere else? It's only that here in Philippians for a specific purpose. Like he doesn't
No,
mind lying here.
I think it depends on the issue the church brings up, but to me, it's clear that Paul's incorporating these pagan concepts into his worship and understanding of Jesus. And here in Philippi, I think that it's specifically that he's incorporating an ontology of Jesus into his explanation here. In the church in Corinth, I think he's taking a practice and incorporating that practice, which will become the communion, into a form of worship for Jesus.
I think you're also, because you're talking about that 1 Corinthians 10, and it talks about can't partake of the Lord's cup and the cup of demons. I think you're taking that like super hyper literally, unless you have evidence that they were somehow offering blood and drinking it.
Yeah, so that's again, well, I know that people disagree, Christians disagree on whether or not it's literal blood or physical blood. I don't try to necessarily get into that, but I try to.
Which element are you talking about? Like in the communion?
Yes.
Yeah, no one drinks literal blood.
Well, I mean, Catholics disagree with you.
Well, Catholics are a whole different. No, we don't. No one with
transubstantiation, that weird stuff.
Yeah, we don't. They think that they walk around with that gold thing, and they say they have a little wafer in there, and they're like literally, like as hyper literally as you can get. God is with us in this wafer.
I'm just saying, I deal with a lot of different views on these things, but regardless of that,
well, even if that is true, when after Christ has already ascended to God and he's not there in a physical form, they're not continuing like, hey, Christ, you got any more of that physical blood we can drink? Then it would be obviously be symbolism.
Well, again, they believe that the blood literally transubstantiates during.
No, we don't. No, you can't do that, because then you're importing later Catholic craziness.
No. Yeah, I'm saying that's what the Catholics believe. I'm not.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the times that, for instance, 1 Corinthians was written.
Drinking Jesus juice.
No, what I think is happening here is, remember where Corinth is. Corinth is an island in the south of Greece that is essentially a huge maritime logistics hub for the ancient Mediterranean. And so there's a lot of sellers going through there. There's a lot of merchants going through there. That's just, to me, there's a lot of different ideas going through there. And what's happening in Corinth, one of the big things that's going through there in terms of ideas, religions, and beliefs is the Mithras cult. And in the Mithras cult, people believe that in order to be in communion with their god Mithras, that, and this is also true with Dionysus as well, that you drink the blood, which is the wine represents the blood, and some say the bread, depending on which exactly ritual it is, but you consume these things, and therefore you take in eternal life, you take in the properties of the god. It's called ritualistic consumption, and we see this throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. We see this with the Osiris and Isis cults, that they believe that by drinking in Egypt, it's actually not wine, it's beer, but that has a lot to do with it in the desert.
Well, so that, like, so this is a perfect example. So for instance, we see in wisdom literature when she's talking about preparing her wine and her bread, for the Christians in New Testament revelation, and we see this with the changing of the water into wine. This is all about revelation and wisdom and knowledge. There's not a literal blood element to it. And so to see it as literally in New Testament thought is to completely hyper literalize everything and completely miss the point.
I don't just take it from a literal point of view, but
I see it, but what I'm saying is that if they write about things like wine, for instance, it could relate and it could parallel and it could be written in a way that almost polemically goes against the Mithras cult or whatever, but he's still using that in a way that still brings glory to God and his Messiah, but that's still deeply rooted in the Old Testament, in Proverbs literature. And so
no. So that's where I would disagree, right? Because even if you take this symbolically, there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible I mean, in the book of John and in the Gospels, the communion is very specific. Least you take this cup, at least you take this drink as real blood.
Genesis.
Yeah, but you're talking, but it's a cup of wine though, and it symbolizes his blood. There's nothing about literal blood drinking.
Yeah, but I mean, you're saying the symbolism of blood is even foreign to the Jew in terms of drinking symbolically and certainly literally be the worst.
I get that, but at its core, so this is again, I think this is a perfect example where they almost cross that line and they begin to say things that can relate to these polytheists. But at its core, when you talk about the blood, it is a revelation. It is a certain knowledge. It's not, no one is to take that literally, and you can't extract that from the New Testament. This is all about symbolism.
I don't necessarily take it literally. I'm saying whether you do take it literally or take it physically, metaphorically, there's nothing like that in the Hebrew Bible to suggest that the wine that we use for Kiddush, which is for the sanctification of Shabbat usually, or during a holy day, that in any sense, in any way, that would represent the blood of the Messiah, and that was important for us to consume in any type of ritualistic way. So for me,
that's not, but the point about it is the symbolism behind it, which does have its origins in Proverbs when she talks about, I prepare my bread and my wine. This is the direct correlation, which is talking about revelation in the New Testament. But this is I think a perfect example too of what New Testament writers are writing against is this hyper literalism, and the Jewish people, and I mean this with all respect, you're sort of missing the deeper truth behind the physical sort of ceremonies that you're doing. And I'm just saying that this is what they're writing. They're writing to get to the deeper truth, the aletheia.
Wisdom, what she's doing is the bread and the wine don't represent an atonement. It represents a sanctification. Whereas for Christians, the communion represents a remembrance of Jesus's atoning, if I can use the word small c, Catholic atoning death on the cross. And that's what the communion is supposed to be about. So I don't think the analogy here, just because both what's happening with Lady Wisdom is figurative and the communion is symbolic, I don't think that means that they're the same in terms of their meaning.
Well, but it is.
I'm sorry, hold up. In Genesis 49:11, it says that someone's. Oh, go.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Nazarene, go ahead. Nazarene, you're on mute.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, my things keeps glitching. I don't know why. But okay. In Genesis 14:18, Melchizedek shares bread and wine with Abraham over his victory. It's a priestly act. That's why later on, when they're thinking back on what happens with Jesus, they're talking about Jesus as the new high priest, and under the order of Melchizedek. It even connects it back to Davidic moments, like you are a high priest forever after the manner or order of Melchizedek. And that's the connection. I think unfortunately when you do, I think unfortunately, when you do too much extra textual research before actually getting the intertextual lineage that they're quoting from, that these things and concepts and where all their customs are coming from, you run into these issues where you start saying stuff as there's nothing like that in the Tanakh, and then we find stuff like that in the Tanakh.
That's the problem. So the
Like
toast
it compares wine as the blood of grapes in Genesis 49:11.
Well, what is the blood of grapes?
Wine.
The blood of grapes. I mean, I don't know if you like real grapes. I mean, that's what you make wine out of. That's what the comparison. But
Genesis 49. I'm just going by what the Tanakh says. Genesis 49:11. I put it in the chat. Binding his fowl to the vine and his donkey's colt to the choice vine, he has washed his garments in wine and his vesture in the blood of grapes. It actually doubles down and mentions it again. So symbolically comparing the grapes to blood, grape juice to blood, right, is in the Tanakh. And doing bread and wine as a priestly ceremony between two people in praise and honor of the Most High God is also in the Tanakh. Matter of fact, I think they actually do that whole bread communion thing a few other times with Jacob, but I forget the exact verse in Genesis.
Well, again,
but they do that a few times.
I mean, you're kind of arguing way out, at least, but you're arguing beside me, not to me. So I don't know what's exactly being said here.
Tanakh, that's why I went there.
With Melchizedek, the toast that's happening with Melchizedek has nothing to do with the Christian communion, and it's a Todah, Thanksgiving. And yes, the wine in Judaism is used for sanctification all the time. So I never said that it wasn't anything that the priests do. That's exactly the opposite is true.
That's what the Eucharist means. Wait, hold on. That's what the Eucharist means in the Greek. It means Thanksgiving. In that text, Matthew, when it talks about them sharing bread and wine, Eucharist literally means Thanksgiving. That would actually prove her point. It's from the Tanakh.
It's a Thanksgiving specifically for in remembrance of Jesus' sacrifice on the cross, the blood that he poured out.
But the precedence is found in the Tanakh. That's the point. Your point was the precedents are never found in the Tanakh. That's not true. Not symbolically or through acts.
Hold on. I think his point is that he's talking about in this Mithras cult that they had to drink blood in order to partake in the sacrifice, and we don't see that particular symbolism of blood being drunk in order to commune, right, Tony?
Right. I mean, and that's the point that's not being made. The point that's not being made here is that Jews don't use wine for ritualistic purposes. That's obviously not true. Every culture in the ancient Mediterranean, first of all, there's not a lot of drinking choices. Like I said, the Egyptians are different. They're the only ones using beer that I know of. But everybody else is using wine for some ritualistic reason. But it's what is the symbolism behind that? And what I said, Nazarene, was that you don't find anything in the Hebrew Bible that you will drink wine in a ritualistic way, celebrating the blood or the death of the Messiah.
But I also think you don't really need to. You don't really need to. I mean, I guess. I mean, you could see like
identifying it as rooted in Judaism. This concept of communing with the Messiah through drinking his blood ritualistically, whether that's literally or symbolically, is not a Jewish idea. So if you're going to argue that's a Jewish idea, you would have to find it in the Jewish authoritative.
Well, see, that's what we're presupposing here, because see, here, this is what we do.
Well, you shouldn't presuppose.
Hang on. Yeah, we can't presuppose that, because number one, what does it mean to have fellowship with Jesus by drinking his blood and eating his flesh? Is that literal? Is it figurative? Is it mystical? Is it spiritual? Because then, depending on how we're going to answer that, then that can or cannot open the door when we look in the Torah and the prophets. Because here's the thing, even historically within the Hebrew scriptures, everything that a prophet says is not said before. Just like you said earlier, the New Testament is not univocal. In case you haven't read the Tanakh's not univocal either. David comes along putting focus on himself as God's son. But in the Torah, Israel is God's son. In the Psalms, David is the firstborn. In the Torah, Israel is the firstborn. Now, we can sit here and harmonize that, But if we took the same energy that we put for Jesus in the New Testament and the apostles, and then went back book by book in the Tanakh and laid this stuff out, a lot of folks in the Tanakh are getting thrown out, because a lot of things that David said, like I said, Solomon in Proverbs chapter 8, who gave Solomon the right to talk about some goddess back there? Because see, we all sit here and we easily dismiss it and say, oh, well, that's just personification. Where did Solomon say that was personification? Where did Solomon tell you or me or anybody else that that wasn't actually some goddess? We easily accept that, but we don't place ourselves in back then and imagine when we have, if all we have is a Torah, and then we're told over and over, God created by himself. God was alone when he created the universe. Then a man named Solomon pops up and says, there's a woman back there with God. There's a she back there with God, and God was talking to her. See, where in the Torah does it say that? But again, we accept a lot of stuff when it comes to the Tanakh because we're not actually thinking and analyzing it thoroughly and critically. But when it comes to the New Testament, we got all this energy for it that we're not using when it comes to the Tanakh. So yes, can I go back into the Tanakh and find where it says we're going to drink the Messiah's blood and eat his flesh? Number one, the only person called the Messiah in the Tanakh is a Levitical priest. There's no other person called the Messiah other than a Levite. So just by the mere fact that you're saying what the Messiah is or isn't going to do, or what we are or are not going to do with the Messiah, you're presupposing a view of what the Messiah is anyways, because you can't find me a single Judahite called the Messiah. So yes, and so I think again it's just lacking objectivity, and we're sitting here, forcing views and not exploring what these things mean. Because, for example, if I say, well, when I see Jesus talking about eating his flesh and drinking his blood, it's about participating in his innocent life and suffering against sin and unrighteousness and the evils of this world, and I fellowship with Jesus in that way.
Well, David, hold on, because you said a lot of things there. And so, of course, every Saturday morning, Jews go to Torah study, and we really get down to the dirty business of this. But even in your accusation against me, can I cite anyone else who is called Messiah other than priests? And, of course, priests are called Messiahs, right? Because Messiah just means anointed, right? Anointed by God. But in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1, interestingly enough, and I won't go into why this happens, but the king of Persia is called the Messiah. So we do take these texts very, very seriously.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I said the Messiah with a definite article. You'll never find in the Masoretic text anybody called Hamashiach with a definite article other than the Levite high priest. You can't do it.
He's specifically called God's Messiah. So maybe that's
the Messiah. But like I said, see, when you say the Messiah, you're bringing in presupposition, and that's okay that you're bringing in presuppositions, but you're just not being objective with them. Because again, you can't even show me a single verse in the Tanakh. Anything that you say the Messiah will or won't do is based off of presuppositions of what a tradition told you the Messiah will do. Because the only person called the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible is the Levite high priest.
I think, to be fair, even in the New Testament, in the I think it's the Gospel of John, and they start talking about drinking blood, and these Jews are freaking out. They're like, I don't want nothing to do with that, because it is such a controversial idea, because there is that prohibition about drinking blood, right? For one, it's such a controversial idea. It's just a new and unique idea. So I guess there would be, I guess you have sort of an ideological problem with it, Tony, based on your Jewish
because for the
tradition.
Jew, the New Testament has to be received in such a way that it doesn't contradict or conflict with the Hebrew Bible. So if we're being told, for example, in the book of Leviticus chapter 17, or in the book of Deuteronomy, that you can't drink blood, and if you do drink blood, you'll be cut off from the community of God, well, then to me, the Catholic position is already completely dismissible, right? The idea that you're
Yeah.
literally drinking Jesus' blood, that's
Mhm.
completely out of the house. But even to flirt around with symbolically doing what is commanded to be forbidden seems to me to be spiritually dangerous as well. And in the New Testament, we don't really get an explanation of why now this is somehow okay, other than if you don't, then you won't have eternal life. That this is real drink and this is real food, we are told.
Yeah. So I guess what's your understanding of, because take away all the Catholic stuff, because we all admit here they're just way off with that stuff, right? What is it that you understand them when they're drinking this? Because you said something about it being like an offering. I want to say you said something like that, a priestly offering. How is it that how do you understand the Eucharist, essentially well, we'll say, again, in a non-capital Catholic way, how do you understand the eating of bread and the drinking of the wine as seen here in Matthew 26? Jesus talks about, he took the bread, he blessed it, and he broke it, and he gave it, take this, eat of my body. Then gives the cup, he gives thanks and said to him, drink it from you. This is the blood. So obviously it's symbolic, but how do you understand the significance? And like, are you seeing it as a requirement in order to be a Christian according to the New Testament?
I've been asked that before, and this is a debate amongst different types of Christians too. I don't know in terms of initiation. Do you have to be a Christian to take the communion? But I do think it is salvific, right? I think there's something salvific about the communion here.
Based on what?
So what
Like,
does it mean? Or let me ask you.
but like, is there a specific text? And I want you to
I'm
explain what you're
saying here
saying.
with this one.
Okay.
So what does it mean? Is this right here before us? Is this the text?
This is Matthew 26.
Okay.
I can go in anywhere you want to go.
Okay. For the forgiveness of sins. Where is the one? I think it's actually in John when he talks about the communion. And he says that my blood is real drink, is real food. And if at least you take it, you won't have eternal life. And I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick because it's been a lot of hours. So give me a moment.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
That's either John 6 or John 4, right?
Yeah, right here, I think he's saying, whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood, for my flesh is real food and my blood is real drink. I think he's kind of, again, what you can't do in the Gospel of John is take this at face value and literal when Jesus talks about real, because he's really talking about the true bread. Is just contrasting the manna here. It's I think I know where he's going, but he's going to probably take this to be super hyper literal. But let's see what
I
this
think
word
he's trying
is.
to piecemeal the text where it doesn't do that on its own.
Yeah, and
it's the
Yeah.
same mistake people do.
Yeah, and I think to be fair, so Tony, here's the text. I think this is what you're talking about. And John 6:55, for my flesh is real food and my blood is real drink, right? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, this is definitely the passage, I think.
Yeah, so in the context here, he talks about, and I think this is a poor translation as well, because you have, for instance, in the NIV will say real, NLT, which this is don't ever read that version. It's like a fantasy version. But real here, I like the Berean literal. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. And the word here he uses is aletheis, which of course we have the word like aletheus, which is a word he uses even in the prologue when he talks about the law came through Moses, but grace and aletheia came through Jesus Christ. And aletheia has a specific meaning in Greek, which talks about the true underlying reality. And so here he's not saying it like in a Catholic sense where they're saying like it's real, like as in this is real, so you're going to drink this, and this is really like transubstantiation or whatever that is. It's more in contrast, like he talks about like this is the bread that came down from heaven, unlike your fathers who ate the manna. So he's contrasting here, like he's contrasting like the manna, which is the literal physical, with spiritual manna, which in Judaism, especially the intertestament period leading up to the New Testament, was seen as spiritual wisdom. And so it's more an aletheis, a true bread, as contrast with something that merely appears to be substance.
And then go up to 51, I believe, verse 51.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I am the living bread that
Mm-hmm.
came down from heaven.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're reading that. If anyone eats
Yeah.
of this bread, he will live forever.
Yeah, so it's not talking about literally eating him. They're not cannibals.
Well,
So it's symbolic.
I mean to bring that up in terms of that last clause there. He will live
Mhm.
forever. So that's
Yeah.
why I think that the
Mhm.
communion is salvific.
Well, yeah, but so the symbolism here is again about revelation and knowledge and wisdom. And he says the same thing about the water will come up from you leading into eternal life. And he talks about the living water. And again, this is in contrasting with physical water. But I mean, I don't want to go off in the rabbit hole of John, but when he talks about this, it's a revelation. So he takes a lot of the New Testament ideas, and we begin to see this in Paul about being, baptized into Christ, which is almost like symbolic with dying with him. And so you see a sort of evolution in the thought, but they don't contradict each other. But when you're eating his flesh, remember Jesus is the embodiment of the Logos. And so it's like sort of Christ is both the messenger and the message.
So I think at least you can however you want to account for this text, you can see what I mean, that the Christians are taking ideas in the Greco-Roman world and they're combining them with Hebraic ideas. I mean, this idea, that's why I think it's so hard to explain here. Why would Jesus use this analogy of drinking his blood when he knows that this is going to be completely unpalatable? I guess I don't mean that as a as a whatever, but he knows that this is going to be a very, and it even says that, I think, somewhere in the New Testament, that this is a very difficult teaching to understand.
Yeah, he says it right. They say it right here too. I want to say, and I don't know. They're like, this is a very difficult. Like, they don't want anything to do with this.
Is
I don't
just
know.
below. When you just had
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah.
Sounds like
They're
the
the
Jewish.
Jews.
Keep going down a little bit where it says many disciples turn back. Right there at the bottom of verse
Sounds Jewish to
59.
me.
Yeah, and then they said on hearing it, this is a difficult teaching. Who can accept it?
If I could, Andrew, I totally get it. There's a lot of controversial things that Jesus says, but when I read the prophets, I see a lot of controversy in them too. I mean, Solomon told the women to kill a baby. I mean, come on now. I mean, the prophets, they say there's lots of parables, there's lots of riddles. The prophets didn't go around, making besties with everybody. That's why a lot of the prophets got killed, because they said insulting things, challenging things, controversial things. They would say things to go against the grain. They have really crazy parables. I mean, they're just saying and doing all kinds of controversial things. So yes, for sure, it is controversial. This man comes along and says, "Eat my flesh and drink my blood." But the wise are supposed to seek these matters out and find out, why is this man who's doing miracles and he's telling people to repent, and people are following him and their lives are turning around? Why is he talking about eating his flesh though? A wise person will want to know, at least figure this man out and hear him out and investigate him. But yes, he is saying controversial things. And like I said, that is how a lot of the prophets are when they speak in these parables and dreams.
But it's not just controversial.
And all that.
It's not just
but it is controversial.
But that's not the only problem, because of course every prophet, I I mean, that's kind of almost the nature of being a prophet, right?
Right. We just breeze past all of that, and because it's Jesus,
No,
then we're going to have all these reasons why they can get away with doing all the things that Jesus in the New Testament. Like I said, there's a lot of syncretism in the Tanakh, man. Maybe you do know that, or you don't know that, and maybe one day we could have a stream on that, because we could probably make you question your faith if you were going to be objective about it. We could probably get you to throw the whole Bible, throw the Tanakh out, and leave Judaism. But the reality is, what everything that you're trying to get on the New Testament for, we can show you the Tanakh doing it and more.
So the difference is, and maybe is, again, you got to be a little bit more nuanced, David. So there's a difference between being controversial and contradicting what the text says. So being
hold on, where does it contradict?
Well, again, I believe that was the whole point of bringing up the idea of drinking blood, is whether you think it's literal or you think it's figuratively, the idea, the concept of drinking blood contradicts what the Hebrew Bible says.
Well, it's clearly figurative. Like there's nobody
what I'm saying is, even, and that's why for the Jews here it's difficult. And this is actually, I was just on a live stream with JP against the Catholics, and I was making this point that's why the Jews are saying this is a difficult teaching, because it's symbolic. I think if this was literal, the Jews would have acted in a much worse way than what they're doing here. So no, I don't.
Well, they didn't understand. That's a kind of a sort of a theme you see, the motif you see in the Gospel of John, is that they're presented as, well, they don't really they actually take him at face value and they understand him literally, but the whole motif throughout the whole book is that you're not supposed to take things literally. You're supposed to understand them spiritually. So I don't want you to sort of, and I mean this respectfully, I don't want you to build like a straw man argument against it when the text clearly says emphatically throughout the whole New Testament that it's to be seen as symbolically. You can't prove.
And I'm taking this from a symbolic angle, though. And my concern, even with the symbolic angle, is why would God ordain this ritual that is at least symbolic? You know, in the English lexicon, we say there's a letter of the law and then there's a spirit of the law. Well, here, like transubstantiation, the Catholic view would violate the letter of the law, but a symbolic view, in my view, would represent a violation against the spirit of the law. And so that's what I mean when I'm addressing David, is that when he's talking about the controversial things that the prophets in the Hebrew Bible are saying, yeah, of course they're speaking controversial. The message of God is always going to land as controversy in the ears of men. And we see that throughout the Hebrew Bible. But the question is, does the message of the prophet contradict what the Torah says? And I believe that the communion, this idea of
I don't see that
is contradicting the spirit of the Torah.
Even if they're using these stories and speaking in a way, what if because you would sort of presuppose that God couldn't reveal himself in that way. Like God couldn't reveal what he wanted to do in a way that these other people, the Gentiles, could relate to. So there's not really a contradiction, because there's no rule in the Torah that says somebody can't come along later and say that it's and give some sort of spiritual lesson. So there's no contradiction.
So you
Right,
believe
if I can
in
say this
progressive?
real quick. My thing is, if I look at what Jesus is saying with eating his flesh and drinking his blood, if it's figurative for participating in his life of conquering sin and suffering, I don't see what the problem with that is, especially if there's a blood obsession in the Old Testament, man. Come on, they're pouring blood on. I mean, they're taking baths in blood. They're like pouring blood on their clothes. They're pouring blood all over the temple. They're slaughtering animals day in and day out. And a prophet can't come along and metaphorically talk about eating his flesh and drink his blood. But yet you have no problem that they're just slaughtering animals nonstop, and y'all are desperate to get a temple to come back right now so you can shed more blood. But a prophet can't symbolically talk about participating in his life of godliness by the means of a figurative drinking of blood and eating flesh. Like I said, I just don't think that we're really looking at this book fairly on both ends.
It's not my standard that's being invoked here. In Deuteronomy 12:30, we're told specifically, and that's why I brought this up as being something that was probably taken from one of these imperial cults, such as the Mithras cult, such as the Osiris cult, an Isis cult. But specifically this idea of consuming the bread, consuming the blood as the body and flesh in order to commune with the God is a act of ritualistic consumption that we see these pagan nations take up. And we're told in the book of Deuteronomy that we're not supposed to ensnare, that we're not supposed to follow after, that we're not supposed to worship God in the same way that the pagans worship.
Where do you see evidence that in the Mithras cult they drank blood?
Well, they didn't drink blood. They took the view that you're taking. They understood the wine as to represent the blood of Mithras, and this is very true for the Dionysus cult as well. And they would take the blood, well, the wine representing the blood of these gods, and drink them and engage in a form of ecstasy and communion with these gods in their worship of these gods. And actually, we see even today, archaeologically, Nazarena brought this up, that there were temples of Mithras in Ephesus and these other places in Antioch, where a lot of these gospels are being written. Well, excuse me, these epistles are being written to. So these ideas were definitely robust and prominent in the area for which Paul is writing. And like I said, I think that that's what's happening is they're incorporating these rituals and Christianizing them, taking the demons out and replacing them with Jesus.
What do you see, for instance, in these Mithras cult? What do you see their meal symbolizing in comparison? I mean, what does their meal symbolize?
So, for example, for Osiris, the bread was literally his body. His body was hewn, cut up into pieces, right? And the bread represents that. And then the beer represents his blood. In the Mithras cult, the wine is supposed to, and in Dionysus as well, the wine is supposed to represent their blood. And they're also doing drugs too, by the way. They do, and they go through
that's fine.
they go through this ecstasy.
I like big drugs. He's right. No, big drugs.
Yeah, and they literally believe that when they were consuming the blood of Dionysus and Mithras, that they would inherit eternal life by doing so. Now, whether that was figuratively or metaphorically is up for interpretation.
Yeah, I guess at the heart of the matter, so I do get your point. I get your point, but it seems to me that it's just providing a way in which the Gentiles could do something that they could relate to, but that would bring glory and honor back to the one true and living God and through his Messiah. And especially we see in the Gospel of John that Jesus' life essentially is the embodiment of what God wills for all people. Right? He is the embodiment of the Logos. And so it sort of gives people an alternate path, uses something that relates to them, but brings glory and honor back to the true and living God instead of these false pagan gods.
No, I think we agree that that's what Paul's attempting to do. I think where we disagree is, did he successfully do that in a way that is quote unquote?
Yeah, he did successfully do that. I mean, it's a powerful thing. I mean,
well, I'm saying in a way that's quote unquote kosher, right? Because he does in a sense, he does so
kosher according to who, and that's the tension there, right? Kosher, and then when we talk about this was the tension, right? So kosher according to who, that was the sort of ideas that in New Testament thought that the Jews respectfully sort of missed. They're only accepting sort of the superficial level and failing to see the deeper significance that it should have pointed to, I guess you could say.
Well, I mean, that is the argument, right? That's where we kind of collide as different faiths is, what does all of this mean, and how does this make sense in light of the Hebrew Bible? And what obviously Jews are saying is that it departs too sharply. And remember, historically, what's interesting about all this, Andrew, is that in terms of the synagogue, the Christians are not kicked out of the synagogues until about 90 to 100 AD. So, Jews and Christians are in the synagogues for about 60 years together, 70 years together, before Christianity becomes too different and is no longer tolerable in the synagogues. And I think that this is in part why, because too many Greco-Roman ideas, motifs, concepts are being incorporated in, and eventually the Jews say, this is now just a separate religion. This is a separate idea from what we're doing. But yeah, I really enjoyed the conversation. It's hard for me to keep my eyes open.
Yeah. Well, I want to, Nazarene, do you want to say something real quick, and then we'll just close this out?
No, I'll be real quickly. I was just going to say is that the same way you'd make connections between Mithra and, the New Testament, some of the rituals, is the same way I could start making connections between the cult of Amun, Ra, and Osiris. I mean, they predate the Mosaic literature in terms of its current form by quite a few, centuries, if not probably millennia, right? And so if I were to start going, oh, well, what's with all these? Why does Moses' setup of the camp as they're roaming through the wilderness mimic the war camp strategy of the Egyptian king? Or is Moses trying to make God another figure of a pagan king? Why are the world they using snakes, seraphim, as methods to heal people in the wilderness on poles? Isn't that from the Egyptian iconography of the statue on Pharaoh's head, right? What are you trying to say? Are people now some kind of Pharaoh weird thing? And so my thing is that while I understand why you're having that, criticisms of it, and I'm not like dismissing them, when it comes to throwing away the New Testament, I would have to make sure that I'm not throwing away the New Testament for anything that I would throw away the Old Testament for. If I end up finding out that I threw away the new, just make believe, right? Let's just say, if I find that out, that I ended up throwing away the New Testament based upon a standard that I could throw out the Old Testament for, then either I'm wrong, I'm not being objective enough, or else the entire biblical and Abrahamic narrative has a major flaw in it that simply cannot be reconciled. And I might as well just seek another belief system to go to, or be agnostic or something. And so that's the concern I have, is that it's okay on a personal level, but to purport it as if it's the general factual objective truth, when really there may still be some nuances, like you said. I think we should just be a little bit more careful with being like, this is what it is, this is what it isn't, unless we start coming with more academic grounded information. So at least we have some kind of objective standard. If the text can't be the objective standard, cool. Let's at least go to the academia for an objective standard. That's it.
Well, that's what I was trying to do in terms of talking about the geography, in terms of talking about the sociology and the social milieu, is getting away from the direct text and talking about the context, historical context in which the texts are conceived. And listen, the issues that you brought up, not only with the serfdom, but the tabernacle itself, right? Yeah, I mean, these are all very important questions. We Jews are not afraid of those questions. We've taken them on, and this show wasn't necessarily appropriate to dive into that. But yeah, I would love to sit down and talk about these different issues and ideas. Ultimately, to me, like I said, is so much more about the New Testament that I find problematic than what we had time to get into tonight, rather it be with Paul or the gospel narratives. But yeah, I mean, I think that this was a great conversation. I appreciate everyone's point of view. I thought it was very respectful, even though at some points we disagree quite sharply. And I think we'll continue to disagree, particularly if we talk about Jesus' Jewish messiahship, because that's ultimately why I reject Jesus as the Jewish Messiah, not necessarily Paul, because in my view, actually, I think Paul and Jesus have very different views.
Awesome. So just to summarize, I think a few points I wrote down here is if we want to look further, I think we need to look further into who is the audience there at Philippi. When
Mhm.
Paul's writing this letter, can we identify just as precisely as possible based on the evidence we have who the audience was, how they would have received these letters, etc. I do want to look, you made an interesting comment about, I would ask, why did the Jews and Christians part ways at the turn of the century? What was it that caused them to do that? What really truly caused that division objectively would be something good to look into. As Nazarene pointed here, I think there's a great point. Are we using the same critical principles to dismiss the New Testament when we find cultural parallels as we would the Old Testament or the Tanakh? And then probably a good conversation for all of us to have next time, which be which view, whether Judaism or Christianity, best presents reality in a way that is most substantial to our lives, which I think we would agree is the fundamental heart of everything. But we're almost 6.5 hours. I think that was one of the best conversations. I think we did detour a little bit off, but I think it was great. And that was a great conversation. I won't hold you here any longer. And maybe we can set something up. Just keep an eye out, or I'll reach out to you next time we have one going.
Yeah, well, absolutely a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Absolutely.
Awesome, brother. Thank you very much. God bless you. And God willing, we'll see each other soon.
Shalom.